Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Chapter 1 Rebirth x Roy Zoldyck. Chapter 1 Rebirth x Roy Zoldyck. The summers in the Padokia Republic were always hotter than usual. It was barely 5 in the morning, but a sliver of light was already clawing its way up the horizon. Seizing the moment before the oppressive heat fully descended, Roy was already up. He threw on a tank top and shorts and began his daily run around the entirety of Kukuro Mountain. From the ancient family estate deep within the mountain, down to the butler's villa on the mountainside, then further down to the security station at the base, and all the way back up again. It was a route of nearly 10 kilometers. By the time he returned, he looked like he'd been fished out of a lake, drenched in sweat, yet feeling an indescribable sense of release. It's a scientific fact that running stimulates the release of endorphins, bringing a feeling of pleasure and exhilaration. But after catching his breath, Roy didn't feel the expected rush. Instead, his brow furrowed in frustration. The reason was simple. He, the eldest son of the Zoldyck family, the world's #1 family of assassins, a name that could make armies tremble and also a transmigrator from a world called Earth, had noticed that his physical development was starting to plateau. Sure, training plateaus were a real thing. In the beginning, whether building muscle or cutting fat, the results were always most dramatic. After that initial burst, progress would inevitably slow and stabilize. But that applied to adults. It shouldn't apply to him, a boy of 8 years old, still in the prime of his body's growth and development. Moreover, he was a Zoldyck. His physical constitution was genetically superior to others from birth, except for his black hair, a clear sign that he hadn't perfectly inherited the Zoldyck family's signature genetic gifts. Still, Roy operated on a principle he'd adopted in this new, brutal life: slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. His mindset was well adjusted. No anxiety, no despair. He returned to his bedroom and took a quick shower. When he emerged, he was dressed in a clean set of training gi and seated at the dining table. It was now 6 in the morning. As an ancient wooden grandfather clock in the corner chimed the hour, Gota, the head butler, arrived on schedule, pushing a cart with a lavish breakfast: cream of mushroom soup, a bacon sandwich, a fresh salad made with wild vegetables foraged from Kukuro Mountain, topped with a boiled egg and a drizzle of rice vinegar, and to finish, a tall glass of milk. It was perfectly balanced for nutrition. It was also utterly devoid of flavor. Roy casually dipped a corner of his sandwich into the soup and took a bite, listening as Gota recited his training schedule for the day. While the butler spoke, he discreetly opened his internal interface, his eyes scanning the details. Name: Roy Zoldyck. Biological age: 7 years, 11 months. Physique: 10-10.001. Note: average adult is 1. None, aura nodes dormant. Awaiting initiation. Combat experience: LV2 15/100. Assassin arts. Shadow Step, proficient, 78/100. Rhythm Echo, proficient, 64/100. Snake Awakens, novice, 83/100. Note: mastery is ranked, novice, proficient, master, perfect. Title: untested fledgling, easily culled. Untested fledgling, huh? The system didn't pull any punches. Roy bit down hard on his sandwich, channeling his annoyance into the bite. Gota cleared his throat, leaning in slightly. Young master, he said in a low voice, the mistress has been in a poor mood recently. I would advise you to be careful. The mistress was Kikyo, Roy's birth mother. 3 pregnancies, 3 sons with black hair. Not a single silver-haired child among them. For a family obsessed with its legendary bloodline, this was a cardinal sin, the equivalent of failing to produce a worthy heir 3 times in a row. So, her anxiety and violent mood swings were, in a twisted way, understandable. Thankfully, her next child, Killua, wouldn't disappoint her. Miluki is a good kid, Roy said nonchalantly after swallowing, taking a sip of milk. A bit fat, a bit ugly, his eyes are a little small, and he's gassy, but other than that, he's fine. Mother may not like him, but I don't see the problem. Gota fell silent for a moment. He couldn't tell if the young master was genuinely complimenting Miluki or taking a veiled shot at him. He also recalled Roy's open dislike for his older brother, Illumi, whom he found to be cold, emotionless, and creepy, with eyes like a dead doll. The butler decided it was safest to pretend he hadn't heard anything. He changed the subject. Young master, the master has decided to initiate your nen. The young butler, who had yet to grow his signature mustache, pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose. His expression was solemn. The time is set for 8 o'clock tonight. He will be waiting for you in the training hall. Roy froze for a fraction of a second before his expression returned to normal. He picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth with a casual air, but beneath the calm facade, his heart began to pound. The bad news, through years of observation, the Zoldyck elders, from Silva to Zeno, had reached a conclusion. He was merely a common genius. By initiating his nen early, they could mold him into a competent assassin, but as for inheriting the family business, that was a foolish dream. The good news, if his nen was successfully awakened, and if he happened to be an enhancer, this could be the very key to shattering the plateau of his weak physique. Either way, the decision was made. Tonight at 8, whether he wanted it or not, Roy Zoldyck would be forced into the world of nen. And this step, after nearly 8 years of being reborn into this monstrous family, was the moment he had been anticipating the most. A glint of fierce determination flashed deep within the boy's pupils as he finished his breakfast. On his father's orders, his usual training regimen was cancelled for the day. He spent the hours in meditation, calming his spirit and bringing his body to its absolute peak condition. He waited as night fell and a full moon rose into the sky. Then, he stood. Pushing himself up from the floor, he walked out of his bedroom, the flickering wall sconces casting long, dancing shadows. He followed the deep, silent corridor all the way to the training hall. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed in the silence. Enter. A voice, thick with power, boomed from within. The heavy door swung open, revealing a portion of the vast room. A towering man stood with his back to the door, his legs spread wide in a perfect split, balanced on 2 massive stone blocks. A cascade of silver hair fell down his back like a waterfall. The aura he passively emanated was so powerful it felt like a physical weight, making it hard to breathe. Silva Zoldyck. A world-class assassin who once single-handedly killed a member of the Phantom Troop and escaped without a scratch. Every time they met, Roy could feel it from this man he called father, a suffocating pressure and an overwhelming sense of danger. It wasn't a feeling between a father and son. It was the natural, crushing dominance a higher dimensional being exerts on a lower one. He steadied his nerves and took a deep breath. Father. Boom. The door slammed shut behind him. Silva turned his head, his gaze as sharp and cold as a surgeon's scalpel. Come here. Roy silently walked forward. He was met with a hand the size of a spade. It moved with a casual, almost lazy grace, yet it was faster than lightning as it slapped against his chest. Crack. An impossibly condensed wave of ren shot through Roy's body. Without losing any momentum, it slammed into the wall behind him. A spider web of cracks instantly spread across the thick stone. At the same instant, a shackle deep inside Roy's body shattered. Chapter 2, Aura Nodes X The Gate of Cognition. Chapter 2, Aura Nodes X The Gate of Cognition. There are only 2 ways to awaken one's nen. Narrator's note: nen awakening can be achieved through 2 primary methods. The first is the slow, deliberate path of meditation, where one gradually learns to sense and control their own aura. The second is the forceful, often dangerous method of initiation, where an experienced nen user strikes the student with their own aura, forcibly opening their aura nodes. With a masterclass nen user like Silva in the family, Roy was spared the tedious effort of meditation. He immediately felt the change. A milky white energy began to pour from his body, quickly enveloping him in a warm, protective shroud. The sight was both new and strangely familiar, just like when Wing forcibly initiated Gon and Killua back at Heaven's Arena. Roy quickly closed his eyes, focusing on an image he could easily grasp, and began the delicate process of gathering the escaping aura and drawing it back inside his body. Long before Silva had decided to initiate him, Gota had done his part, sharing every bit of theoretical knowledge he had on nen and patiently explaining the precautions one must take before and after the opening of their aura nodes. But knowing is not the same as doing. For Roy to be able to immediately begin controlling the flow of his aura mere moments after initiation, this feat of talent earned him a fleeting, almost imperceptible glance from Silva. But only a glance. Phew. With a few deep, controlled breaths, the aura leaking from Roy's body was completely drawn back within him. The boy opened his eyes again. For a split second, his pupils seemed to ignite with an inner flame, the spark of nen marking his true transition from a mere mortal into a nen user. The feeling was extraordinary. It was as if his entire being had undergone a quantum leap, ascending to a higher state of existence. Looking back at the person he was just 3 seconds ago, he now felt a profound sense of confidence and composure, the self-assurance of a higher-order being. So this is nen, Roy thought, feeling the changes within him. A fusion of physical energy, willpower, emotion, and the soul itself. As his mind raced, a familiar notification appeared in his vision. Host's aura nodes have been detected as open. Nen ability, the Gate of Cognition, has been awakened. Description: by entering a state of deep sleep, the host can dive into their own cerebral cortex and open their Gate of Cognition. Within this world of perception, you can absorb knowledge and power, then conjure it back into reality. So, I'm not an enhancer. I'm a conjurer. Roy was genuinely surprised. He had been certain that his overwhelming desire to strengthen his physical body, his most powerful vow in a sense, would naturally lead him to awaken as an enhancer, the nen category most suited for it. He never expected this result. But thinking back, he realized he'd overlooked a crucial detail. He was a transmigrator, reborn into this world. That transmigration was his deepest secret and, by extension, his greatest asset. His entire existence was predicated on a concept, a memory, a piece of knowledge from beyond. This was interesting. Was this some cosmic hint, telling him that instead of seeking power externally, he should be looking inward? Roy mulled over the 4 words, the gate of cognition. An immediate, powerful urge washed over him to fall asleep right then and there and begin exploring. Unfortunately, 2 things stopped him. First, he was still buzzing with the excitement of his Nen awakening. Whether he could even fall asleep was debatable. Second, Silva was watching. He couldn't afford to be seen as lazy in the training hall, a place consecrated by sweat and blood. The cracked wall behind him was a gentle preview of the corrective training that would follow such a transgression. Silva Zoldyck was an expert at more than just killing. Roy had personally experienced his talent for torture. He suppressed his excitement and respectfully gave Silva a nod. "Father, I'll be returning to my room now." Silva just grunted noncommittally. He didn't say a word, didn't ask Roy to perform a water divination test to determine his type, didn't inquire about what kind of hatsu he planned to develop. He simply turned back to his stretches as if he had just performed the most trivial of tasks. Perhaps, to a father like Silva, he already knew the nature of his child. He had seen through Roy long ago. The reason he initiated him early was precisely because he had already determined the boy's ceiling was disappointingly low. Forget about partnering on missions in the future. It was questionable if Roy could even protect himself from being killed. So, what difference did knowing his Nen type make? Night fell. The midsummer wind made the wall sconces flicker, casting dancing shadows down the long corridor. As the training hall door opened and closed once more, the father and son were separated into 2 different worlds. Inside, Silva remained, a cold silhouette of coiled muscle in his black training GI. Outside, Roy's steps were light, an irrepressible grin finally spreading across his face as he hurried back to his bedroom. On his way, he passed a dimly lit room and gave a simple, respectful bow towards the door. Inside that room, an old man lay on a rocking chair, snoring softly to the sound of a cartoon playing on a small screen. He mumbled something unintelligible, shifted his position, and fell into an even deeper sleep. Yes, a perfect night for sleeping. Even if it wasn't Roy's usual bedtime, tonight, he had to sleep. Back in his room, Roy locked the door. He threw himself onto the bed, pulled out his smartphone, and put on a white noise for sleep app. Forcing his eyes shut, he focused on the sound. The chirping of cicadas outside the window, the rustling of leaves in the night wind. After about 10 minutes, he finally felt the pull of drowsiness. He let go, and fell into his own dream. His consciousness felt weightless, as if floating down a kaleidoscopic tunnel. From the end of the tunnel, he could faintly hear the sound of waves crashing against rocks, beckoning him forward. 1 step, 2 steps. A mix of curiosity and calm guided him. Soon, Roy emerged from the tunnel and found himself before a vast, endless ocean under a twilight sky. It was a stunning sight. But what was truly astonishing were the countless wooden doors standing on the surface of the water. Some were old and splintered, others brand new. Some were dark and foreboding, others polished to a gleam. They looked as if they had existed since the dawn of time, and every single one was sealed with a heavy lock. Except for one. To his right, the closest door was slightly ajar, a faint light spilling from the crack. Hanging above it was a wooden carving of a fierce Oni mask. Roy understood instantly. It was waiting for him. Without another moment's hesitation, he reached out, pushed the door open, and strode inside. HSS. So cold. In stark contrast to the sweltering heat of the Padokia Republic, the world within his gate of cognition was a landscape of falling snow. Roy opened his eyes again to find himself lying in a deep forest, covered in a thick blanket of snow. To his left was a hand axe. To his right, a woven basket filled with charcoal. So, in my own world of cognition, I'm a charcoal burner? He curiously examined his new body. He was wrapped in a thick, patterned haori over simple clothes. His feet were covered in thick tabi socks and slotted into wooden geta sandals. A mop of burgundy hair fell over his eyes. He looked remarkably similar to a character he knew from his past life, yet slightly different. Before his confusion could linger, the system panel appeared, providing the answer. Generating character role. Kamado Iakairo. Older brother of Kamado Tanjiro. It clicked. So this is the world of Demon Slayer. 3. Chapter 3. Practicing Assassin Arts X First Meeting of Brothers. Chapter 3. Practicing Assassin Arts X First Meeting of Brothers. What is cognition? In essence, it is the sum total of everything you have ever seen, heard, thought, and experienced. It is the complete mental framework built from perception, memory, and emotion. In his past life, Roy had watched Demon Slayer. He had projected himself onto its characters, felt their joy, their sorrow, their rage, and their despair. Because of that deep emotional investment, the story had left an indelible footprint on his soul, his cognition. Mulling this over, he pushed himself up from the snow. As he did, a small cloth pouch fell from his GI, spilling a few pieces of candy onto the white ground. The sight jogged his memory. Today was a celebration for his youngest sister, Hanako, who was now 1 month old. His presence here had altered the timeline. Tanjiro was no longer the eldest son. Rokita, the original youngest, had not yet been born. This meant he was 2 or 3 years before the start of the canon plot. Not only was his father, Tanjiro Kamado, still alive and well, but so was his grandmother, the kind, white-haired old woman who would often hold Tanjiro while watching the stars. It was a strange parallel. In reality, Roy was the eldest son of the Zoldyck family. In his world of cognition, he was the eldest son of the Kamado family. Perhaps it was this resonance between his two lives that allowed him to open the door to this specific world. Roy sensed a connection there. He bent down, picking up the candies one by one, before beginning a full diagnostic of his current state. First, Nen. Roy focused, attempting to channel the aura within him. He directed the flow towards the tip of his right index finger. A faint, milky white glow appeared. It was weak, and barely visible against the bright snow, but it was unmistakably there. A wave of relief washed over him. After all, this world, much like the world of hunters, was no paradise. It was a world stalked by man-eating demons. Having Nen, especially before he could master any breathing styles or acquire a Nichiren blade, was a critical advantage. Next, the assassin arts. Shadow Step, Rhythm Echo, and Snake Awakens. Narrator's note: Shadow Step is the foundational movement technique of the Zoldyck family, built on 4 principles: silence, weightlessness, deception, and illusion. To move with the lightness of a swallow, with the phantom-like unpredictability of a dream. Roy took a single step and his body seemed to dissolve into motion. He became a ghost, gliding through the ancient forest, shifting east then west, his form a blur among the trees. He moved so perfectly that he left not a single footprint in the deep snow. This surreal display completely stunned a certain someone who had come looking for him, worried that his big brother was out in the woods after dark. Today was Hanako's celebration, and their father, Tanjiro, had sent his eldest, Ieyakuiro, down the mountain to buy supplies. When he hadn't returned by dusk, their mother, Ki, sent Tanjiro the one with the nose like a bloodhound to find him. Tanjiro found his brother, all right. But the sight broke his brain. The earnest, kind-hearted boy was bundled in a thick, green and black checkered haori, a light purple scarf wrapped around his neck. He stood frozen in the falling snow, his beautiful amber eyes reflecting the ghostly, dancing figure of Roy. The words, "Big Bro," were caught in his throat. A single thought repeated in his mind: Is that really my brother Ieyakuiro? It was. It was 100% his brother. His eyes could be deceiving him, but his nose never lied. Tanjiro twitched his nose, confirming the familiar, gentle scent of his brother. Convinced, he quietly ducked behind a large tree, peeking out with just his head. Meanwhile, Roy, having finished his warm-up with Shadow Step, didn't pause to rest. He immediately began practicing Rhythm Echo. This assassin technique was, in essence, an advanced application of Shadow Step. It added a powerful layer of misdirection to confuse the opponent. Roy took a deep breath and moved again. In an instant, a circle of afterimages blurred into existence around his starting point, each one looking as solid as the real him. It was the same technique Killua had once used against Chairman Netero while trying to steal the ball on the airship. Of course, Netero was on another plane of existence entirely, far beyond what a rookie who hadn't even learned Nen could ever hope to touch. But that was Isaac Netero, the strongest human alive. This was just Tanjiro, a boy who had never seen a real fight in his life. Seeing this, Tanjiro's eyes went wide. He started dumbly counting on his fingers, trying to figure out how many brothers he suddenly had. He was so absorbed that he didn't notice the sharp she-ink sound until it was too late. A razor-sharp hand was embedded in the tree trunk right next to his ear. Narrator's note: Snake Awakens is the art of conditioning one's hand into a blade of peerless sharpness. At the novice level, it can pierce solid wood. With mastery, it can shatter stone. At its peak, it is said to be able to sever even men-forged weapons. Roy had personally witnessed Silva use a single hand chop to slice a masterwork katana in two. He himself was still at the beginner stage. Sinking his hand a few inches into the wood was his current limit. Anything more would require years of brutal conditioning. His proficiency in sensing killing intent, however, was another matter. A lifetime of being surrounded by it had taught him a thing or two. He had sensed Tanjiro the moment his younger brother had found him. Roy pulled his hand from the deeply gouged tree trunk and turned to the familiar yet new face of his brother, a warm smile on his face. "Mother sent you to find me, didn't she?" "Sorry, I fell asleep for a bit. Didn't mean to make you all worry." Tanjiro stared at Roy's face, then glanced at his brother's unharmed hand, then back at the hole in the tree. He was breathing, but his mind hadn't caught up yet. He nodded dumbly, then shook his head violently like a rattle. Roy found his dazed expression amusing and ruffled his hair. "Got a lot of questions, huh?" Tanjiro shook his head again, then nodded. Roy's smile widened. "Today is Hanako's special day," he said gently. "Let's go celebrate with her first. We can talk later, okay?" Tanjiro nodded emphatically. Roy patted his shoulder, said no more, and with a flick of his foot, scooped the hand axe into his grip. He then bent down, hoisted the basket of charcoal onto his back, and began walking towards home. Tanjiro followed closely behind, his mind buzzing. He walked in a daze until the moon had risen above the treeline, stretching their shadows long across the snow. He finally stopped when Roy did. Through the curtain of snow, they could see the familiar cluster of small wooden cabins. A gentle wisp of smoke rose from the chimney of the easternmost cabin. They could faintly hear the laughter of children and the sound of an adult coughing. It was the very picture of a warm, peaceful mountain home. "It's a shame," Roy whispered, almost to himself. "In this world, demons are real. In 2 or 3 years, none of this will exist." Tanjiro looked up at him, confused. Demons. But his older brother clearly didn't want to explain. With another glance, he started walking again, heading for the warmth of home. Tanjiro blinked, tightened his scarf, and hurried to catch up. As they approached, the sound of their footsteps brought the family to the door. Seeing Roy and Tanjiro, the younger children cheered. There was Nezuko, Takeo, and Shigeru. And the youngest, still a babe in arms, Hanako, held securely by their white-haired grandmother. "Iyakiro Nyakan, you're back." "Yeah," Roy replied with a genuine smile. "I'm back." His gaze met that of a man sitting on the edge of the veranda. The man coughed a few times, his hands fiddling with a set of ceremonial robes. Seeing Roy looking at him, he offered a gentle, welcoming smile of his own. Chapter 4, Sun Breathing X First Use of Gyo. Chapter 4, Sun Breathing X First Use of Gyo. The smile felt both familiar and foreign to Roy. In the Zoldyck household, he had never once seen Silva smile. It was as if the very concept of a smile was fundamentally incompatible with the face of a cold, unfeeling assassin. Not even a cruel smirk or a predatory grin. Nothing. Sometimes, he wondered if Illumi's perpetually blank, doll-like expression was a direct result of their father's influence. After all, the family elders had drilled one lesson into him more than any other. An assassin must never let emotion cloud their judgment. Joy, anger, sorrow, grief, all must be concealed. Only by achieving a state of absolute calm can one complete the mission without exposing oneself to unnecessary risk. Perhaps it was because they saw that Roy could never truly achieve this state that Silva and Zeno had concluded his talent as an assassin was limited. And they were right. More than an assassin, Roy was fiercely determined to be a person. The job came second. He refused to become a machine that had inverted its priorities, annihilating its own humanity for the sake of killing. That was the core reason he had always disliked Illumi. Illumi was too formulaic. The family's education had systematically erased any joy he might have had as a child. He should have been like Nezuko, Takeo, and Shigeru, who were now swarming Roy, chattering excitedly, sharing their happiness, complaining about each other, and just being kids. He shouldn't be spending every waking moment in monotonous training with the lifeless eyes of a dead fish. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Roy's mind in an instant. He was pulled from his reverie when the little guy, Shigeru, wrapped his arms around his leg. The boy tilted his head back, his eyes wide and hopeful. "Big bro," he said in a piping voice. "Candy." Roy chuckled and pulled the small cloth pouch from his GI, tossing him a piece. That opened the floodgates. Nezuko wanted one. Takeo wanted one. Roy was suddenly surrounded, his hands full. He patted Nezuko's head, gave Takeo a reassuring pat on the back, and reminded Shigeru not to eat too fast, all while trying not to get overwhelmed. The warm, chaotic scene, illuminated by the soft glow of an oil lamp, was reflected in Tanjiro's eyes. It was a sight that finally let him feel a sense of familiarity. There he is. That was the big brother he knew. The phantom in the woods, that must have been a ghost that had possessed his soul. "Big bro, I want one too." Tanjiro rubbed his face, a wide grin spreading across it as he joined the fray. Being the responsible one, he first helped Roy take the heavy basket of charcoal off his back, which was a huge relief. Roy gave him a grateful nod. After satisfying the appetites of the little ones, he walked over to Tanjiro. "For me." Tanjiro looked at the single piece of candy in Roy's outstretched hand, a look of bewilderment on his face. When the realization sank in, a warmth spread through his chest and his eyes began to sting. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten candy. The memory was so distant, all he could recall was a vague image of his own father, Tanjiro's grandfather, when he was still alive. He never imagined that his own son would now be old enough to bring him candy. Tanjiro looked at Roy with gentle eyes and shook his head. "Fathers don't like sweets. You have it." Roy didn't pull his hand back. "Father gets one," he insisted. "Grandmother gets one. Mother gets one. Everyone gets one." Seeing his son's determination, Tanjiro knew it was pointless to argue. He smiled, unwrapped the candy, and placed it in his mouth, savoring the simple sweetness. As he did, he motioned for Roy to help him put on the ceremonial robes for the ritual dance. The dance was a tradition passed down through the Kamado family for generations, an offering to the fire god to pray for safety and protection from misfortune. The ritual dance and the Hanafuda earrings that dangled from Tanjiro's ears depicting a red sun over a mountain were a secret that only Roy, a reader of the original story, understood. They were the legacy of Yoriaki Tsujikuni, the sun-breathing technique in the very earrings he wore in life. Since the time of our ancestor, Sumiyoshi, Tanjiro began as Roy helped tie the final sash, our family has required the eldest son to learn the Hinokamai Kagura. And now, it is your turn, Iyakiro. As the last rope was tied, the normally gentle Tanjiro stood up, and his entire presence changed. The red and white robes billowed in the wind, and the flame-emblazoned mask he wore seemed to come alive. He beckoned to Roy. "Come." Roy could barely contain his excitement. This was it. The opportunity to fundamentally change his physical constitution had arrived. The Hinokamai Kagura was sun-breathing. It was the original and most powerful of all breathing styles, the wellspring from which all others moon, stone, wind, water had diverged. Created by Yoriaki through his observation of the sun, it was a technique that allowed a user to absorb the sun's power to radically transform their own body. Of course, with great power came immense difficulty. Long ago, Yoriaki had shared the technique freely with the Demon Slayer Corps, even teaching his own twin brother, who would later become the upper rank 1 demon, Kokushibo. But none of them could master it. Neither Kokushibo nor the other swordsmen could withstand the sheer weight of the sun's power. From the Sengoku period to the present day, only Tanjiro had ever truly mastered it for combat, a testament to its incredible difficulty. Roy grabbed Tanjiro's arm. "You too." Before Tanjiro could process what was happening, Roy had already stepped into the courtyard, taking his place beside his father. He focused his mind and activated Gyo. Narrator's note: distinct from the 4 major principles of Nen, Ten, Zetsu, Ren, and Hatsu, Gyo is an advanced application. By focusing aura into the eyes, a Nen user can see things that are otherwise invisible, including another person's aura. Thanks to Gota's meticulous theoretical instruction and the inherent talent of his Zoldyck bloodline, mastering this basic application was no trouble at all. A milky white layer of aura coated his eyes. He stared, unblinking, at Tanjiro's movements. By observing the flow of energy within his father's body, he could deconstruct the Hinokamai Kagura, imprinting each movement into his mind like analyzing an animation frame by frame. First, dance. Then, blue heaven. Followed by raging sun, burning bones, summer sun, setting sun transformation, solar heat haze, thrusting sun. Tanjiro became a spirit of fire, dancing gracefully amidst the heavy snowfall. Beside him, Roy followed, meticulously copying every step. And beside Roy, a clumsy Tanjiro stumbled along. They went through the forms once, twice, 3 times. Soon, Tanjiro was gasping for air, unable to keep up. He bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. His eyes were glued to his father and brother, his young mind filled with profound confusion. Why was his normally frail father filled with such boundless energy? And why was his brother, who had been just as clumsy as him moments ago, now able to match their father's movements so perfectly? Chapter 5, The Butterfly Dream X The Return. Chapter 5, The Butterfly Dream X The Return. No one could give Tanjiro an answer. Not even Tanjiro himself. All he knew was that the Hinokamai Kagura was a legacy passed down from his ancestors. If he willed it, he could perform the dance tirelessly for an entire night. He didn't understand the principle behind it, but Roy, using Gyo, saw it clearly. It was the sun breathing that gave Tanjiro his strength, allowing him to fight off the biting cold and sustain his stamina. Unfortunately, Tanjiro didn't know how to truly wield this power. Or rather, his frail body was simply incapable of withstanding its full, overwhelming force. Even if Roy explained the method to him, the searing intensity of the sun's power would likely incinerate him from the inside out. Once, twice, 5, 6 repetitions. Sleeves fluttered, kicking up flurries of snow. Tanjiro could no longer keep up and collapsed into a sitting position on the ground. In the snow-swept night, only Tanjiro and Roy were left dancing. Roy progressed from clumsy and awkward to passable, then to a state of seamless fluidity. He moved with increasing ease, until he was perfectly in sync with Tanjiro's rhythm. Tanjiro noticed the change. His initial surprise gave way to a challenge, and he intentionally increased his speed, testing his son. A smile unknowingly bloomed on his lips. A thought drifted through his mind: if Iekairo's grandfather could see this, he would be astonished by his talent for the Hinokamai Kagura. But the ancestors were gone, and Tanjiro had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before he joined them. A gust of wind rustled through the trees, scattering Tanjiro's thoughts. Snowflakes slipped through the eye holes of his mask, melting on his face. The man felt a mix of pride and sorrow, his heart filling with a profound sense of guilt and regret. His mother was old and could no longer work. He had been sick for years, unable to perform heavy labor. His wife, Ki, was needed at home to care for their growing family. Soon, the entire burden of their family would fall onto Roy's young shoulders. And as a father, it seemed the only thing left for him to do was pray. Then I will pray with all my heart. Oh, great God of fire! I pray that you watch over Iekairo and my children. Keep them from sickness and harm. Grant them peace and safety. With a final, elegant sweep of his long sleeves, Tanjiro completed the 8th repetition of the dance and came to a stop. He lifted the mask, revealing a face that was pale and gaunt with illness. Roy, a half step behind, finished his own movements, a feeling of unfulfillment lingering. He reached out and supported his father, helping him back to the veranda. Tanjiro patted his son's hand and leaned against a wooden pillar to rest. The younger children swarmed them, cheering and chattering. Some praised how beautifully Tanjiro danced, others exclaimed how amazing Roy was, and a few teased Tanjiro for being as clumsy as a toad. Tanjiro didn't get angry. He lunged for Takeo, the one who was teasing him, trying to grab the boy's cowlick. But Takeo dodged and hid behind Roy. Big brother Ieyakuiro, Tanjiro was just too clumsy. Takeo crowed. Call him, Brother Tanjiro, Roy said, delivering a light chop to Takeo's head. He gave him an amused but stern look before sitting down himself, replaying the dance in his mind. The children only saw the surface. Roy knew the truth. It wasn't that he was smarter than Tanjiro. On the contrary, he had two distinct advantages. First, he could use Gyo, which allowed him to analyze Tanjiro's movements with a clarity Tanjiro couldn't possibly have. Second, thanks to the Zoldyck family's hellish training, his physical conditioning was vastly superior to Tanjiro's, allowing him to mimic the complex motions far more quickly. Besides, Tanjiro was destined to master sun breathing. Roy, on the other hand, still had to face the ultimate trial. He had to withstand the weight of the sun. If he could bear it, he would master sun breathing completely. If he couldn't, this was all just a beautiful, fleeting dream. The boy centered himself, neither joyous nor dejected. After he finished his mental review, he got up and went into the kitchen. A moment later, he returned with 2 plates of rice dumplings. Simple white rice wrapped in vinegar-soaked cloth and drizzled with a light sauce. This was the main course for tonight's celebration. That, and the miso soup Ki had prepared. The soup had a single piece of pork floating in it. The meal was so meager it made Roy pause. Since being born into the Zoldyck family, he'd never eaten so poorly. Lavish meals of meat and fish were the norm, to say nothing of the expensive medicinal supplements he was given to aid his training. Looking now at Tanjiro's sickly condition, at the worn faces of Ki and his grandmother, at the thinness of the children, Roy finally, deeply understood. In an age stalked by demons, just being alive was a luxury. And in 2 years, every single one of these vibrant, smiling faces save for Tanjiro and Nezuko would be gone. That was a future Roy refused to accept. To accept their legacy is to accept responsibility for them. Since I'm learning their sun breathing, I owe them a debt. At the bare minimum, I'll see to it that they never go hungry for meat again. His resolve solidified. As Ki smiled and announced that dinner was ready, Roy put his hands together in thanks, picked up his bowl, and began to eat heartily under the night sky. After the meal, he helped Ki clean up and tuck the younger children into bed. Then, he took off his socks and sandals and crawled into his own bedding, letting the day's exhaustion wash over him. The night was deep, but the heavy snow cast a bright, pale light over the landscape. Roy, Tanjiro, Takeo, and Saggery all slept together on a large, shared futon. As he closed his eyes, he could hear the faint sound of Takeo grinding his teeth and Saggery letting out soft puffs of gas. The sounds, the smells, it all felt so real. Real enough that Roy began to wonder if, when he next awoke, he would truly leave this place and return to his own reality. Beside him, Tanjiro tossed and turned like a fish out of water, unable to sleep. Finally, he rolled over to Roy's side, his large amber eyes wide in the gloom. "Bro," he whispered. "You asleep?" Bro was Tanjiro's unique name for him. The younger kids, including Nezuko, all called him Brother Ieyakuiro. Roy kept his eyes closed. "Yeah." Tanjiro went silent. He let out a small "oh," pulled the blanket over his face, and lay still. Roy knew what he wanted to ask. And Tanjiro knew Roy didn't want to talk about it right now. The truth was, Roy just hadn't figured out a good explanation yet. This was, after all, his first time opening the gate of cognition and stepping into this world. "So please, my foolish, dear little brother, just give me a little more time. Just a little." With that thought, Roy's consciousness faded into the quiet dark. He fell into a deep sleep. Until, a familiar, chilling howl ripped him from his slumber. It was the howl of the Zoldyck family's personal magical beast, a creature whose duties included devouring trespassers and serving as the family's pre-dawn alarm clock. It was Mike. It was 3:50 a.m. Roy was awake. He sat up in bed. He saw the grandfather clock in the corner of his room, the familiar mahogany desk, the massive wardrobe. He knew, without a doubt, that he had left the world of Demon Slayer and returned to the Zoldyck estate. Just moments ago, he was huddled in a simple wooden cabin, bracing against the frigid cold. Now, he was back in a grand, stone castle, enduring the oppressive summer heat. Was he Roy Zoldyck, who had just dreamed of being a charcoal burner's son? Or was he Ieyakuiro Kamado, now dreaming he was an assassin? Roy stared into the darkness, lost in thought for a long, long time. Chapter 6, The Weight of the Sun x A Debate of Men and Dogs. Chapter 6, The Weight of the Sun x A Debate of Men and Dogs. After a moment, a sharp clarity cut through the lingering haze of sleep in his eyes. Right. Why agonize over what was real and what was illusion? What did it matter? The person he was on Earth was real. The Roy Zoldyck he was now was real. The Ieyakuiro Kamado he had just been was also real. They were all facets of a single existence. All he needed to do was focus on the here and now, on the people in front of him. A faint smile returned to Roy's lips as he got up and began to dress. It was nearly 4 in the morning. His daily run couldn't be skipped. He would use it as a warm-up for his first attempt at sun breathing in this world. The moment he had woken up, Roy was thrilled to find that his system interface now listed sun breathing. The skill was grayed out, however, with a single note. Activation requires withstanding the weight of the sun. The weight of the sun. Roy pulled on his tank top and shorts and gazed out the window. A pale, fish-belly white was beginning to tear at the edges of the night's darkness. The raw, searing power contained within that light would undoubtedly be a trial of the mind and spirit. He wasn't certain he could pass, but there was only one way to find out. The boy took a deep breath, opened his door, and began to run. As he moved, the Zoldyck estate was a world of its own quiet activity. In one room, a certain old man on a rocking chair continued to snore to the sound of his cartoons. In a darkened bedroom down the hall, a pale, doll-like face suddenly opened its eyes in the blackness. And in the master bedroom on the second floor, a man's powerful shadow moved with brutal dominance against a floor-to-ceiling window. Everyone was busy with their own urgent matters. Roy, likewise, would not allow himself a moment of slack. From the peak of the mountain to the base and back up again, his 10-kilometer run was over in what felt like an instant. By the time he returned to his room, a brilliant dawn was breaking. The sun, a blazing crimson orb, crested the horizon, washing over him with an aura of primordial power and boundless life. Roy felt a resonance deep within him. He closed his eyes and began to practice the forms of the sun breathing. But unlike Tanjiro, this time, he moved with Nen. Using the breathing style as a conduit, he began to circulate his aura through his body. Immediately, he felt a searing heat. The heat intensified with every movement. As he transitioned from dance to blue heaven and raging sun, the heat grew into an inferno, igniting him from head to toe. Pain. Blinding, absolute pain. It felt as if he were being burned alive on a pyre, a torment so excruciating he nearly lost consciousness. He braced himself against the doorframe, the only thing keeping him from collapsing. It was in that moment he truly understood the weight of the feat. From the Sengoku period to the present, a span of centuries, only a single person, Tanjiro Kamado, had ever mastered this power. This rotten world must be reduced to ash. I will let the sun shine down and leave no shadow for the wicked to hide in. With the true fire of the sun, I will incinerate all darkness and slay every last demon. In the depths of his agony, on the verge of blacking out, Roy thought he heard someone's voice echoing across time. An image formed in his mind's eye. It was a swordsman with a flute tucked into his belt. He had deep crimson hair and a flame-like mark spreading across his forehead. He stood silently at the end of time, watching Roy with a gentle expression, his lips moving. The words sounded like, "Those who seek the ultimate truth will arrive at the same destination, though they walk different paths. Brother, I told you not to worry. The breathing style would not be lost. Now you see, don't you? Yoriaki Tsujikuni." It had to be him. As Roy recognized the face from his memories, his body finally gave out. He slid down the doorframe and collapsed onto the floor. Instantly, the soul-rending heat vanished. Roy was free. He gasped for breath, his entire body feeling hollowed out and weak. But the suffering had not been in vain. A familiar chime from his system offered its reward. Notice, sun breathing, has been activated. Current mastery, novice, 1/100. Finally, I did it. A triumphant grin spread across Roy's face. The red sun bathed his features in its morning light, and he instinctively spread his arms, embracing the moment. It was now 5 in the morning. As the old grandfather clock chimed the hour, Gota arrived as usual, pushing the breakfast cart. He knocked habitually on the door, then paused, seeing it was already open with Roy sitting slumped against the frame. Frowning in concern, Gota walked over and reached down to help him up. Just then, Roy opened his eyes. In that instant, Gota felt a spike of agony in his vision. It was like staring directly into the sun, or having a high-powered laser aimed straight into his pupils. His sight exploded into a white haze. "Ike!" His scream echoed through the stone halls. After that incident, Roy's personal butler was changed from Gota to the formidable Tsubone. "How is he?" "The doctors said it's a temporary, stress-induced blindness. His sight should return in a few days." "That's good to hear." Gota was taken away for treatment. After finishing his morning training, Roy sat down for lunch, listening to Tsubone's report. He speared a piece of steak with his fork, his brow furrowed. "Give him double his salary for the month." "There is no precedent for such a thing," the old butler stated, her hands crossed before her, her face an emotionless mask. "He is a dog of the Zoldyck family. A bowl of food is sufficient. As for you, young master." Tsubone leaned forward, her massive, cyborg-like frame looming over him, casting him completely in her shadow. Her expression was severe. "The master has instructed me to ask you how, precisely, Gota was injured." Roy knew Silva wanted an answer. Tsubone wanted an answer. But Gota hadn't betrayed him. Roy intended to honor that loyalty. He calmly picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. "I believe that as his master, I have no obligation to explain myself to a dog." He then looked her in the eye. "You call Gota a dog. Are you not one as well?" Tsubone nodded, as if stating a simple fact. "Of course I am." Her tone shifted, becoming as sharp as steel. "But the master is not. Then he can come and ask me himself." Roy pushed his chair back and stood up. He had respect for the butlers who were willing to die for his family, but he could never accept their dehumanizing view of themselves. He walked past Tsubone, heading for the door. As he did, he passed a ghost with empty, lifeless eyes. Illumi must have just returned from a job. The thick, cloying stench of blood clung to him. His older brother walked towards him, hands in his pockets. As they were about to pass each other, Illumi suddenly stopped. He turned his head, his black eyes fixing on Roy. "A dog is a dog," he said, his voice flat and devoid of inflection. "A person is also a dog. Killing a person is as simple as killing a dog." "Is that so?" Roy shot back with a cold smirk, not bothering to turn around. He left Illumi with the sight of his back not yet broad, but radiating a defiant light. "Then congratulations, my canine little brother. At least you're self-aware." Illumi's expression did not change, but the air around him dropped 20 degrees. Shing. His hand blurred, his fingers stiffening into a deadly blade. Chapter 7 The Fanatical Tsubone X Snowwalker. Chapter 7 The Fanatical Tsubone X Snowwalker. Illumi spun, his hand blade striking at Roy's neck. The carotid artery. One of the body's most vulnerable points. Alongside ripping out the heart, it was one of Illumi's two favorite finishing moves. Roy sensed the whisper of displaced air. He didn't turn. He simply shot his own hand blade back in a counterstrike. But there was a crucial difference. Unlike Illumi's, his hand was cloaked in Nen. While Roy hadn't formally trained in the advanced Nen applications like N for perception, Shu for imbuing objects, In for concealment, or Ken for advanced defense, nothing stopped him from intuitively focusing his aura into a single point. It was a crude but brutally effective application of the same principles. The result was decisive. Two blurs of motion met with a sickening thwack. Illumi's attack was stopped dead. He immediately recoiled, melting back into the shadows of the hallway. He raised his left arm defensively, but his right hand, the one he'd struck with, was trembling uncontrollably. It was like hitting solid steel. An assassin's instinct screamed at him to counterattack again, but his target seemed to have already lost interest. To Roy, Illumi was no longer a person. He was an obstacle, an annoyance. And one does not waste time on an ill-behaved dog that snaps from the shadows. Tap, tap. The soft soles of his athletic shoes patted against the ancient, worn stone floor. Without a backward glance, Roy shook his hand as if he'd just swatted a fly. He continued down the corridor and disappeared from Illumi's sight, heading for the training hall. The afternoon sun streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the room in a hot, bright light. It was the perfect time to practice sun breathing. Roy wasn't about to let one or two misbehaving dogs ruin his mood or his training schedule. He planted his feet and began to dance. In the days that followed, a strange new spectacle became common in the Zoldyck estate. The eldest son, dressed in simple training clothes, could be seen dancing day and night in the training hall, a sight that grated on the nerves of the entire household. "He's still at it." "Yes, master. He is." "Has he neglected his other training?" "No, master. All other regimens are being completed on schedule." Sitting on a tiger-skin sofa, Silva listened to Tsubone's daily report on Roy's activities, a hand propping up his chin as he sank into thought. Then, to Tsubone's utter astonishment, he stood up. He began to imitate Roy's movements. First, dance. Then, blue heaven. Followed by raging sun, burning bones, summer sun. When he completed the final form, dragon sun halo dance, Silva stood motionless in the center of the room, analyzing, processing. For a long time, he didn't move. Tsubone stood beside him, hands clasped, silent as the grave. Her ingrained self-perception reminded her that as a Doga-loyal old dog who had served the Zoldyck family for decades, she must never, ever bark while her master was thinking. Even so, she couldn't hide her shock. This was the first time she had ever seen the family head imitate someone else's actions. And that someone was the very son he had deemed to have limited potential. HAAA. A heavy breath escaped Silva's lips. After what felt like an eternity, he moved again, returning to the sofa. He gave a slight wave of his hand, and Tsubone knew she was dismissed. Creak. The heavy wooden door closed behind her. Just as it sealed, a voice came from within, sending a jolt through the old butler. "Inform Roy that he is to compile a detailed summary of his insights into those movements and deliver it to me." The tone was absolute. There was no room for refusal. Tsubone stood facing the closed door for a moment, then placed a hand over her heart and bowed deeply. That evening, she found Roy in the training hall, drenched in sweat. When Roy heard the command, he showed no surprise. He simply stopped his movements, glanced up towards the master bedroom on the second floor, and made his choice. He refused. The sun breathing was his trump card, a power he had conjured from his own Nen ability, from his world of cognition. Out of respect for Tanjiro's legacy and for the sake of his own secrets, he could not and would not teach it to anyone. Besides, the more he practiced, the more he realized how little he truly understood it. In a 4-hour session, he had achieved a state of true immersion for only a few fleeting moments. The rest of the time felt wasted. Where would he find the time or energy to instruct someone else? And more importantly, that wasn't how you ask for a favor, even from your own father. "I believe I have the right to refuse," Roy said, wiping the sweat from his neck. He decided a direct approach was best. Tsubone froze. She clearly had not anticipated this answer. This wasn't just anyone, this was a direct order from Silva, the current head of the Zoldyck family. She responded automatically. "May I ask for a reason?" Roy smiled. It was a thin, sharp smile. For the first time, he truly sized up the old woman, a fellow conjurer. Her mystical butler ability, which allowed her to conjure various vehicles, was a testament to how thoroughly she had been domesticated. A reason. Roy slung the towel over his shoulder and looked up at her towering frame, his voice laced with scorn. Since you pride yourself on being a dog, you should have the awareness of one. A dog should never ask about its master's business. Subone stood there, utterly stunned. It was as if she'd been struck by a curse, unable to move, unable to speak. After a long, silent moment, she turned and shuffled away. Just like in the original timeline, she was largely indifferent to all the Zoldyck children except Killua. And so, Roy felt no need to be polite with her. He simply prepared himself for the inevitable confrontation with Silva. But, surprisingly, nothing happened. Days passed, and the incident was never mentioned again. Subone vanished, and Silva never brought it up, even when they passed each other in the halls. It wasn't until Gotha returned, his eyesight fully recovered, that Roy heard a whisper of what had happened. She stabbed herself 3 times. She's in the medical wing recovering now, the young butler explained as he served Roy his dinner, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. She got off easy. Had it been me who failed to carry out the young master's implied wishes by questioning him, I would have taken my own life. Right, you're even more intense. Roy was speechless. All he could do was sigh. This is so Zoldyck. In this family, butlers were property, tools, dogs. Even if Roy saw them as people, they would insist on their own dehumanization, and wear it as a badge of honor. He decided to change the subject. The item I asked you to procure. Any news? When he had noticed his dancing efficiency was dropping, Roy had analyzed the problem and come up with 3 reasons. Sun breathing was fundamentally a sword dance. He needed a sword. He lacked the methodology for total concentration breathing. He had no master to guide him. The latter 2 could only be solved within his gate of cognition. But the first. Shing. With a sharp, metallic ring, Gotha drew a katana from his side and presented it to Roy with both hands. There is no news on the nen-forged weapon you requested, young master. However, the armory did contain 1 blade of exceptional quality. What's its name? Snowwalker. 8. Chapter 8 Swordsmanship x the Demon. Chapter 8 Swordsmanship x the Demon. Snowwalker. The blade was named for its pure white sheath and hilt. It was a trophy Zeno had taken from a master swordsman decades ago. Roy hefted the katana, giving it a few experimental swings. It felt a little light in his hands. He took a stance and executed a clean, diagonal slash, carving a perfect arc through the air. The effect was immediate. The system panel flashed in his vision. Physique plus 0.05. So that was it. He had been approaching it from the wrong direction, ignoring the fundamental nature of sun breathing. It was a technique designed for a swordsman. The proof was in the new skill that had just unlocked on his interface. Congratulations. Swordsmanship, skill unlocked. Current swordsmanship level, LV1, 1/100. HM. Is this an expected surprise, or an unexpected one? Roy slid the blade back into its sheath. As he did, there was a sharp crack. The solid oak dining table, with him as the center point, split cleanly in 2. Gotha moved with lightning speed, his hands a blur as he caught the plates and bowls before they could crash to the floor. Young master, the butler said calmly, though with a hint of warning. This is an exceptionally sharp blade. It would be best not to handle it in your bedroom. Roy nodded, not disagreeing. It was a fine sword, no doubt, just a little too light for his taste. He also wondered if it was possible to reverse conjure it, to bring it with him into the world of Demon Slayer. I'll try it tonight. At 10 o'clock, after the grandfather clock chimed the hour, Roy finished his bath. He changed into his sleepwear and lay down on his bed, the sheathed Snowwalker held close. After a full day of the Zoldyck training regimen, electric shock tolerance, poison resistance, and his own sun-breathing practice, his body was screaming with fatigue. Sleep came easily. Soon, he found himself floating in the familiar, kaleidoscopic tunnel. This time, before entering, Roy deliberately looked at his right hand. It was empty, not a trace of Snowwalker. He gave a wry, self-deprecating smile. He'd gotten his hopes up. It was a known quirk of conjurers, a certain kind of obsessive, often neurotic personality. It was what led to some of the most bizarre nen abilities out there. Shizuku, who could forget things she'd just seen, Cordopai, with his strange fixation on copying objects, even Kite, whose crazy slots was the very definition of an unpredictable, temperamental power. With no sword at his side, Roy felt a strange sense of freedom. He stepped into the tunnel and drifted towards the sea of his subconscious. As for a weapon, he'd figure it out. The world of Demon Slayer had its swordsmith village. If that didn't work, there was always the black Nichiren blade Yuriaki had left inside the Zero-type training doll. His plan set, Roy soon saw the familiar wooden door with the Oni mask hanging above it. Without hesitation, he pushed it open and stepped through. The familiar sensation of falling washed over him. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the small wooden cabin. Beside him, Takeo and Shigeru were fast asleep. As kids do, they'd thrashed around in the night, ending up in a tangled mess of limbs, their blankets kicked onto the floor. Roy quietly got up and tucked them back in. The small movement was enough to wake Tanjiro. Bro. Tanjiro's bright, clear eyes were fixed on him. Can you take me with you into the mountains today? Please. Can I really say no? Roy figured the kid hadn't slept a wink, his mind still reeling from the impossible things he'd seen the day before. It was a lot for anyone to process. He gave him a mock glare. Well, are you going to get up, or are you waiting for me to put your shoes on for you? Sorry. Tanjiro scrambled out of the bedding, buzzing with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning. Roy ignored his frantic energy, pushed open the door, and stepped out into a world of white. The first thing he saw was his mother, Ki, emerging from the kitchen, her head wrapped in a scarf. She was holding a cloth bundle containing several steaming hot rice balls, which she promptly stuffed into Roy's hands. Eat these on the way. Don't wait for them to get cold. Then she spotted the other figure. Tanjiro, why are you carrying the basket? I'm going with bro into the mountains. No, you are not. Yes, I am. Honey, are you going to do something about this? She called out. If he wants to go, let him go with Ieyakuiro. Tanjiro's quiet voice came from the veranda, where he had appeared without a sound. You. Ki sighed, looking from her husband to her impossibly stubborn son. She turned back to Roy, adjusted the scarf around his neck, and said, look after your brother. Be back before dark. Just then, their grandmother emerged, holding baby Hanako. Tanjiro opened his mouth, wanting to declare that he could protect himself, and his brother too. But then the image of Roy moving like a phantom through the trees, of his hand piercing solid wood, flashed in his mind. He wisely shut his mouth and simply snuck glances at Roy. Roy ignored him, his gaze moving from his mother to his father, to his grandmother and Hanako. A gentle, genuine smile touched his lips. I'll be back, he said. With that, he picked up his hand axe, shouldered the empty basket, and turned towards the forest. Bro, wait for me. A clumsy Tanjiro called out, scrambling to catch up. Ki, Tanjiro, and their grandmother watched them go, their figures shrinking into the vast, snowy landscape. The warmth of that small cabin, the simple feeling of family, lingered in Roy's heart. It was something he had never, ever felt in the cold halls of the Zoldyck estate. He savored it. He cherished it. For the first time, the thought crossed his mind that maybe, staying in this world wouldn't be so bad. Pant. Tanjiro finally caught up. Roy knew exactly what he was about to ask. He decided to cut him off. Tanjiro, he said, his voice calm. Do you believe that there are other worlds, beyond the ground we walk on? Really, bro? Tanjiro's eyes went wide. Roy led him through the deep snow, their footsteps the only sound in the quiet woods. I once had a dream, he began, his voice low and even. In my dream, I went to another world. In that world, I had a new family, new parents, new brothers. Our family business was killing people. I was trained as an assassin from the day I was born. When I woke up from that dream, I found that I knew things, skills for killing that no one had ever taught me. And I realized, that dream was real. Tanjiro's jaw dropped. A clump of snow fell from a birch branch above and landed on his head, but he didn't notice. It took him a moment to process it all. That's amazing. He finally breathed. It's like old man Saburo's stories, about demons in the world. No, Roy said, stopping dead in his tracks. Those are real. Tanjiro, not expecting the sudden stop, stumbled and bumped into his back. The boy grunted, rubbing his head. A second later, his nose twitched violently. His expression changed from confusion to alarm. Blood. Bro, I smell a lot of blood up ahead. I see it. Roy lowered the basket from his shoulders, planting the hand axe in the snow in front of him. He stood protectively before Tanjiro, his eyes narrowed to slits. Chapter 9, What is Strength X a Nen User's Battle? Chapter 9, What is Strength X a Nen User's Battle? In Roy's experience, demons were no more frightening than humans. In fact, humans were often far more vicious. But the demons of this world were different. They weren't just twisted people, they were physical monsters, magical beasts whose existence was tied to a single progenitor, the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji. Empowered by his blood, their physical bodies were vastly superior to any normal humans. But like a Nen ability bound by vows and restrictions, this great power came with great limitations. First, their lives were tied to the will of their king. He could destroy them with a single thought. Second, they were fatally vulnerable to sunlight. This weakness forced them to be nocturnal predators, which was the very reason old man Saburo had insisted Tanjiro stay the night, inadvertently saving him from the massacre that claimed his family. Third, they were hemophagic, subsisting entirely on human blood. Starvation would weaken them, but a fresh meal could restore them to their peak in an instant. Unfortunately for Roy, the demon before them was one that had just finished a full-course meal. It was at its absolute peak. And it's still daytime, Roy thought, marveling at his own good luck. A thick layer of clouds had completely obscured the sun, giving the creature the confidence to hunt in the snow-covered forest. Bro, what is that thing? Tanjiro's voice was a terrified whisper, his hand gripping the hem of Roy's haori. You said it yourself, Roy replied, his voice calm. A demon. A real demon. Then we have to run. Run. Roy didn't turn. Run where? You plan on leading it back to the house. He shifted his grip, hoisting the hand axe onto his shoulder and taking a deliberate step forward. Tanjiro, who had already started to turn, froze in place. His brother's voice cut through the cold air, leaving no room for argument. Stay here. In the next instant, Roy was gone. Using Shadow Step, he crossed the 300-meter distance in a series of explosive leaps, becoming a blur of motion, a gale of wind and snow that shot directly towards the creature. The demon sensed him coming. It tossed aside the half-eaten corpse of the woodcutter, its blood-red eyes fixing on the approaching boy. A grin split its face, revealing a row of sharp fangs. "Heh heh heh, perfect timing." It rasped. This old man's meat was stringy. "But you too, you'll be nice and tender." The demon let out a guttural laugh. Instead of retreating, it stomped a foot into the ground, kicking up a crater of snow, and launched itself forward like a cannonball. It met Roy's charge head-on, its claws, sharper than any knife, slashing down at his head. The speed was terrifying. Tanjiro screamed, "Bro, look out." A whoosh of air passed a hair's breadth from Roy's neck. At the last possible second, he had activated Rhythm Echo. His body flickered, leaving behind a solid afterimage as the real Roy reappeared at the demon's flank. He brought the hand axe around in a powerful, horizontal arc. Thwack. The blow landed with the sound of a cleaver hitting a side of beef. The demon howled in pain and surprise, rolling away to put distance between them. It didn't understand. How could a mere human move in a way that defied the laws of physics? It scrambled back to its feet, the gaping wound on its side already knitting itself shut, steaming in the cold air. Tanjiro, peeking from behind a tree, saw the wound regenerate in seconds. His heart sank. How could you possibly fight something that couldn't be injured? But Roy didn't seem to notice. He spun the hand axe in a casual flourish, a predatory smile touching his lips. He was becoming more and more excited. Notice, Combat Experience +1. Current level, Combat LV2, 16/100. Note, bonus experience may be allocated to Mastered Assassin Arts, Shadow Step, Rhythm Echo, Snake Awakens. This isn't a demon, Roy thought, his eyes gleaming. It's a walking experience farm. He gained a new layer of understanding of his own Nen ability. Absorbing nourishment wasn't just about learning. Combat was a part of it, too. So the only question is, do I kill it quickly, or do I play with my food for a bit? Roy already knew the answer. He pointed the head of his axe at the demon 10 meters away. The creature, seeing the taunt, felt an inexplicable shiver run down its spine. It didn't understand why it was suddenly feeling fear. The emotion infuriated it. In his human life as Sato Teikichiro, he'd never feared anyone. He'd even killed a samurai from a daimyo's court. To be turned into a demon, only to be intimidated by a child with an axe, if that man ever found out, he would be mercilessly disposed of for his weakness. "Heh heh heh, you're looking down on me, brat," Sato hissed, flexing his ankles. The initial exchange had told him everything he needed to know. The boy was fast and had some kind of weird movement technique. To win, he just had to be faster, more unpredictable. And fast and unpredictable were his specialties. Blood Demon Art Ricochet Carnage. Sato's body changed. The soles of his feet warped, bending into a concave, spring-like shape. With a light touch on the snow, he launched himself into the air as if propelled by a powerful spring. What happened next would be seared into Tanjiro's memory for the rest of his life. The forest was suddenly filled with dozens of afterimages of the demon. They ricocheted from tree to tree, each bounce accompanied by the stench of blood and a gust of wind, their movements a chaotic, three-dimensional storm of violence. It was so fast that Tanjiro rubbed his eyes, but he couldn't tell which one was real. All he could do was clench his fists in helpless terror. "Oh no, bro, it can make clones just like you." "No, it's not the same." Roy's eyes were coated in a layer of aura. He had activated Gyo. He could see what Tanjiro couldn't. The demon was using the reactive force from its spring-like feet, bouncing off the trees and the ground to generate phantoms through sheer, overwhelming speed. His own Rhythm Echo was an illusion that exploited the blind spots in an opponent's vision. In terms of raw velocity, the demon was far superior. But what Sato Teikichiro could never have imagined was that he wasn't facing some talented martial artist. He was facing a true Nen user, one whose aura nodes had been fully awakened. And what was a Nen user? A Nen user could use Gyo to see the flow of aura, to distinguish the real from the fake. A Nen user could use Ten to maintain a state of perfect mental calm. And a Nen user could use their aura to empower their attacks, strengthening their body and their weapon to an absurd degree. So, my foolish, dear little brother, allow me to teach you your first real lesson. Roy took a deep, steadying breath and raised the hand axe. His voice was perfectly calm. "Watch closely, Tanjiro. Because true strength is the one thing that will never lie to your eyes." And with that, he swung. Chapter 10 The Cunning of Demons X First Kill in a New World. Chapter 10 The Cunning of Demons X First Kill in a New World. The swing ended with a spray of crimson. A horrifying shriek tore through the silent forest. The phantom images vanished like smoke. The snow-laden branches ceased their trembling. As pristine white flakes drifted down, the demon's body crashed heavily to the ground. A severed arm flew through the air, landing with a wet thud at Tanjiro's feet. Notice, Combat Experience +1. Tanjiro's pupils dilated. He stared in stunned silence as the dismembered limb dissolved into black ash. A tidal wave of emotion, fear, shock, and overwhelming excitement crashed over him. He pumped his fist in the air. "You did it, bro!" he shouted, his voice filled with awe. From stillness to motion and back to stillness, Roy's attack had taken less than the blink of an eye. It was a simple, brutal motion, but the power contained within it sent a chill of pure dread down Sato Takehikaro's spine. "Are you, a pillar?" The demon snarled, scrambling back to its feet. Its eyes, burning with hatred and fear, were locked on Roy. In the demon hierarchy, the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps were the equivalent of the 12 Kazuki. Sato had once, from a great distance, witnessed the power of upper rank 1. That creature's every slash had unleashed a storm of crescent moon blades. He'd heard that in his human life, that demon had been one of the Demon Slayer Corps' legendary pillars. This was the third such monster he'd encountered, and this one was just a child. But Roy was no pillar. To earn that rank, a demon slayer had to either defeat one of the 12 Kazuki or slay 50 demons. But Roy, thanks to his knowledge of the story, knew the true requirement was a profound mastery over a breathing style. It was just like the world of hunters. The true measure of a top-tier nen user wasn't their raw talent, but the depth of their understanding and development of their own hatsu. Without proper guidance, even the most gifted individual could go astray. Narrator's note: a prime example is Castro of Heaven's Arena. A natural enhancer with immense potential, he squandered his talent by developing a conjuration hatsu, double, that was ill-suited to his nen type. This fundamental mismatch ultimately led to his defeat and death at the hands of Hisoka. So, this time in his dream, besides selling charcoal to improve the Kamado family's living conditions, Roy had a second, more critical mission: find a master and learn the fundamentals of total concentration breathing. The retired water pillar, Seikanji Yurokadake, was the closest and most logical choice. Roy dragged the head of his axe through the snow, carving a perfectly straight line. He ignored the demon's question, instead watching with detached curiosity as a new arm sprouted from its shoulder. "That demon blood of yours," he asked, "how many more times can it put you back together?" "More than enough to rip out your heart and liver." Sato spat back. Roy nodded. "Good, you'd better keep your word. Because now, nobody's leaving until you've done just that." Sato and Tanjiro both stared, utterly baffled. Tanjiro couldn't understand why his brother wasn't pressing the attack while the demon was still regenerating. Sato's mind, on the other hand, instantly went on high alert. And then, the demon bent down, scooped up a handful of snow, and flung it at Roy's face. Using the momentary distraction, Sato spun on his heel and fled, unleashing his full speed. Bounce, bounce, bounce. He ricocheted off the trees, each impact a small explosion of bark and snow. In the blink of an eye, he had covered over 100 meters. Tanjiro's jaw dropped. He was still trying to process what had just happened when he saw his brother's face darken into a thunderous scowl. "My walking EXP. My free experience points are getting away." Roy was genuinely, incandescently furious. A demon shouldn't be this cowardly. Was the entire point of his blood demon art to have a perfect escape tool? Seeing his target getting further and further away, Roy kicked out in frustration. A small stone shot from the snow, flying like a bullet after Sato's retreating figure. But without the use of Shu to imbue the projectile with nen, the stone lacked the necessary power. The demon, already on high alert, easily ducked under it. Well, that's not going to work. 200 meters, 300. Soon the demon would be out of his sight. Roy rolled up his sleeves. It was time. For the first time, he would truly unleash the breathing style. As if on cue, the wind shifted the clouds, and a single, brilliant ray of sun broke through, illuminating Roy's determined face. He held the hand axe like a longsword, his feet shifting into a wide, powerful lunge. He took a single, massive breath. It was like a switch had been flipped inside him. His blood began to boil, his heart hammered against his ribs, and the capillaries under his skin bulged, spreading across his entire body in a red web. The change was reflected on his system interface. The value under his physique stat exploded. Physique 10.051, physique 20.102. It had literally doubled. Sun-breathing burned aura as fuel. A divine fire seemed to ignite in Roy's eyes. Seizing the momentary, explosive boost in power, he lunged forward. Shriin. The axe head screamed as it tore through the frigid air. Tanjiro saw a flash, a flicker of something impossibly fast moving past him. When he looked again, his brother in the space of a single breath had crossed nearly 300 meters and was now airborne, directly above the fleeing demon. Then came the strike, a blade technique that fell from the heavens. Sun-breathing dance. Fwoosh. A circular slash of fiery light vaporized the falling snow, enveloping Sato in its arc. At first, the demon felt nothing. Then, as he found himself flying through the air, he looked down and saw his legs still running on the ground below. He had been bisected at the waist. His blood-red eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed a trembling, disembodied finger at Roy. You said you weren't a pillar." He shrieked. Then his world went dark. His torso crashed into the snow with a heavy thud. Blood pooled around him, a crimson stain on the white landscape. The pain, delayed by shock, finally arrived, and he began to howl. A figure in thick socks and wooden sandals, an axe resting on his shoulder, approached at a calm, unhurried pace. Sato's eyes widened in terror. He tried to regenerate, pouring all his remaining power into knitting his body back together. But this time, nothing happened. The wound sizzled with a strange energy, refusing to close. Panic, terror, and a cold, creeping dread filled him. He could feel his life force draining away from his filthy body. He looked up, his voice a ragged plea. What was that technique? Roy stopped, looking out at the vast, snowy mountainside, and sighed. You just had to break your promise, didn't you? You forced me to use sun breathing to kill you. He looked down at the dying demon. Are you satisfied now? Sato's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Who in the world are you? He screamed. Roy offered a gentle smile. He raised his foot. I am who I am, he said, and brought his heel down. Crunch. My name is Iakairo Kamado. 11. Chapter 11. Call me the king of the hunt x the Kamado's shock. Chapter 11. Call me the king of the hunt x the Kamado's shock. Without a head to command it, Sato Iakairo's body ceased its struggles. The cold mountain wind swept over the remains, and they disintegrated into dust. For a demon, there is no second death. There is only utter annihilation. It was a shame. It wasn't every day you stumbled upon a walking experience farm, and now it was gone. Roy's mood wasn't as celebratory as one might expect. Thankfully, the system notification, combat experience +10, cheered him up a bit. Bro, is it really dead? Tanjiro finally dared to emerge from behind the tree. The kid might have a hard head, but he wasn't stupid. He possessed a keen self-awareness and knew that with his current level of strength, he would have been nothing but a liability in that fight. So he'd stayed put, just as he was told. Roy processed his gains, immediately allocating the 12 new experience points to Shadow Step. Only then did he spare his brother a glance. What? He said, his tone dry. You wanted to go a few rounds with it. Tanjiro flinched and waved his hands frantically. He had seen the creature's power firsthand. If Roy hadn't been there, his fate would have been the same as the poor woodcutters. But still, I want to be able to fight with you, bro. Tanjiro lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the snow, his voice quiet but filled with a desperate longing. The raw earnesty in his tone made Roy pause. Right. In the original story, he was the big brother, the pillar of the family, the one his siblings relied on. He was driven by a need to be strong, to grow his wings so he could shelter his family from the storm. That unyielding spirit, that refusal to be weak, that was the core of who Tanjiro Kamado was. Roy reached out and ruffled his hair. You're a different kind of little brother, you know that. Are you talking about the brother from your dream? Yeah. What's his name? Illumi. Tanjiro repeated the name in his head, then said with conviction, he must really look up to you, bro. Roy let out a short, humorless laugh. He'd count himself lucky if Illumi didn't try to stab him in the back. He gave Tanjiro a light flick on the forehead. Did mother let you come along just so you could ask a million questions? Shut up and get to work. Ow. Tanjiro clutched his head, but his spirit was undeterred. He shouldered his basket, picked up the axe, and followed Roy deeper into the forest, towards the open pit coal mine. The forest was vast and ancient, a treasure trove for those who knew where to look. In less than half a day, the two brothers had filled both their baskets to the brim with high-quality charcoal. It was 3 in the afternoon, with another hour or so until sunset. Roy tossed Tanjiro 2 of the rice balls and washed his own down with some hot tea from a flask. Then, with a single, powerful leap, he shot up into the branches of a massive pine tree. He moved with a fluid grace that Tanjiro could only envy. Is bro even faster than before? The boy wondered, craning his neck to watch. Thanks to Sato Teikichiro, Roy's shadow step proficiency had indeed increased, making his body feel noticeably lighter. He broke off a sturdy branch, sharpening one end with his thumbnail. He then activated Gyo, flooding his eyes with aura. Peering through the dense woods, his enhanced vision quickly locked onto 2 small clumps of life energy. Swish, swish. He threw the sharpened branches with blinding speed. 2 sharp squawks echoed through the forest, followed by silence. The 2 clumps of aura vanished. Tanjiro knew the signal and ran over to investigate. He returned moments later, holding a fat pheasant in each hand. Bro, pheasants. He called out excitedly. These will be great for father and Nezuko. Roy didn't reply. He leaped from the tree, vanishing into the deeper parts of the forest. When he returned this time, he was carrying a roe deer over his shoulders. Whoa! Tanjiro's jaw dropped. He circled the deer, fascinated. He had never seen a creature like it, not up close. He was so absorbed that he didn't notice Roy toss the deer its neck cleanly broken at his feet before disappearing once more. 10 minutes later, a furious, guttural roar echoed from the woods. Tanjiro flinched, turning towards the sound. Roy emerged again, this time dragging a massive, bristly wild boar by its tusks. His foolish little brother stared, his eyes wide, blinking several times to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. It wasn't until Roy clapped him on the shoulder that he snapped out of his trance. It's getting late. Pack it up, let's go. Roy kicked the boar, expertly flipping it up onto his shoulder. He then hoisted his basket of charcoal, picked up the roe deer with his free hand, and nodded towards the axe and pheasants. You get those. He started walking back the way they came. In this era, with demons and wolves stalking the land, no sane person dared venture out at night. As a result, there were no hunters. The forest was teeming with game, a paradise for someone with his skills. It's a shame I only have Gyo and not En, Roy thought. With En, hunting would be child's play, but one step at a time. For now, mastering sun breathing and strengthening his body was the priority. The boy with deep crimson hair walked through the snow-covered world, a smaller version of himself trailing behind. They chased the setting sun, their two sets of footprints marking a trail through the wilderness. Tanjiro was quiet on the way back. Maybe it was the weight of the gear he was carrying, or maybe it was the shock of seeing a man eaten by a demon. Whatever the reason, he didn't say a word until the faint wisp of smoke from their cabin was visible in the distance. He hurried to catch up to Roy, his expression set with a new resolve. "Bro," he said, his voice firm. "I want you to teach me." "Teach you what?" "You know, the Haya, and the whoosh." Tanjiro demonstrated by swinging the pheasants around like swords. He nearly got a face full of feathers. Roy rolled his eyes. All right, I get it. You're always making things complicated." "Ha ha." Tanjiro grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. The pheasant in his hand slipped from his grasp and flopped onto the snow. His reward was a swift kick to the rear. He limped the rest of the way home, appearing before Ki, Tanjiro, and his younger siblings. "I'm back. Where's your brother?" "Right behind me." Tanjiro handed the pheasants to his mother and took off his shoes on the veranda. As he moved aside, the rest of the family saw the figure standing behind him. Roy stamped the snow from his boots and dropped the wild boar onto the ground with a heavy thud. He stood there, a roe deer in one hand, a full basket of charcoal on his back, and the massive boar at his feet. He smiled. "I'm home." The entire Kamado family stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. They now knew exactly how Tanjiro had been feeling for the past hour. Chapter 12, The Transparent World XA Father and Son's Talk. Chapter 12, The Transparent World XA Father and Son's Talk. "Whoa. That boar is huge. Brother Iyakairo, did you guys find a whole nest of them?" "Don't be silly, Shigeru," Takeo piped up, puffing out his chest. "Father said wild boars are dangerous and you should run if you see one. This one must have run into a tree and knocked itself out, right?" "Run into a tree." Roy only knew they had a habit of rubbing against them. He smiled and ruffled Takeo's hair. "You're the smart one, Takeo." Takeo beamed, looking immensely proud. "See, I was right." The proclamation earned him a slew of eye rolls from his siblings. Yeah, you're a genius." Nezuko, acting the part of the older sister, took charge, grabbing her little brother by the ear and playfully dragging him away from his moment of glory. Ki just shook her head with a fond smile. She came over and helped Roy with the heavy basket of charcoal. "You're not hurt, are you?" Roy shook his head and handed her the roe deer. He and Tanjiro brushed the snow off their clothes and stepped onto the warm veranda. A small stove burned in the corner, a pot of hot tea warming on top of it. Tanjiro sat beside it, wrapped in a thick blanket. He beckoned Roy over. Roy sat down beside him. A cup of steaming tea was passed into his hands. "You've worked hard, Iyakairo," Tanjiro said, his voice soft. "It was nothing." Tanjiro was a big help. Roy took a sip, deflecting half the credit to his brother. Tanjiro, who was busy making faces at baby Hanako in their grandmother's arms, looked up and scratched his head, embarrassed. "I didn't really do anything. It was all bro." An unspoken pact hung between the two brothers. Neither of them mentioned the demon, unwilling to bring that terror into their home. But Tanjiro's mind was as clear and sharp as a winter sky. He knew his son. Tanjiro was incapable of lying. Which meant the deer, the pheasants, and the man-sized boar were indeed all Roy's doing. A boy, barely a teenager, hunting a wild boar by himself. Tanjiro looked at Roy with a deep, penetrating gaze. The boy simply sipped his tea, his expression calm. He reached out a free hand to gently poke Hanako's cheek, enjoying a rare, quiet moment of peace. The moment was short-lived. Ki's voice called from the kitchen. "Iyakairo, Tanjiro, come help me butcher the pig." "Coming." The two brothers went, with two small shadows, Takeo and Shigeru, trailing close behind, chanting, "We wanna watch. We wanna watch." In an instant, the main room was quiet, leaving only Tanjiro, Nezuko, and their grandmother with the baby. The evening passed, and soon the rich, savory smell of roasting meat filled the small courtyard. For dinner, they had a feast. All pretense of table manners vanished. Everyone ate as if they were afraid the food would disappear, their bowls never empty. By the end, everyone except Roy had a round, tight belly. Even Tanjiro had a rare second helping. "Oof, I'm stuffed." "Takeo, you have to rub my tummy," Shigeru groaned, flopped on his back like a starfish. Takeo lay beside him in a similar state of blissful incapacitation. After dinner, Roy, at his mother's request, herded the younger boys off to bed. As he left, he saw Nezuko was already helping her mother clear the dishes. The night grew deeper. Takeo and Shigeru, after a brief wrestling match, fell into a deep sleep. Tanjiro, utterly exhausted from the most eventful day of his young life, mumbled a good night and was gone the moment his head hit the pillow. The oil lamp was blown out, plunging the room into darkness. Only Roy remained awake. He was waiting. And soon, the figure he was waiting for arrived. A familiar, soft cough came from outside. The shadow of Tanjiro appeared on the paper screen of the window. He stood there for a long time without making a sound, as if he had no intention of coming in. He was about to turn and leave when Roy's voice cut through the silence. "Father, don't you have anything you want to ask?" A boy his age couldn't possibly take down a boar that size. Roy could spin a lie for Tanjiro, telling him about the dream where he learned assassin techniques. But he knew he couldn't deceive Tanjiro. The man might seem frail, but he was the only non-swordsman in this world to have mastered the transparent world. Narrator's note: the transparent world is a legendary state of perception, a level of mastery that allows the user to see through an opponent's body, observing the flow of blood, the contraction of muscles, and the shifting of organs. It is, in essence, a perfect, biological form of Gyo, achieved without the use of Nen. Tanjiro's shadow froze. He was silent for a long moment before he chuckled softly. No, now it was Roy's turn to be silent. If he'd held any hope that his father hadn't noticed anything strange, that hope was now gone. He scrambled for an explanation, running through a dozen scenarios in his head, discarding them all. He finally decided to just come clean. "Father, you must be wondering how I was able to hunt that boar. I can tell you. I don't want to know." The quiet but firm voice cut him off. Tanjiro repeated himself. "I don't want to know." Silence fell again. Through the paper screen, Roy could see the thin, fragile silhouette of his father standing against the wind and snow, the sun-patterned earrings swaying gently. After a long pause, his voice came again, filled with an unshakable conviction. "Ieyakuiro, I know that you are my son. You love your grandmother, your mother, and your brothers and sisters. That is enough. As for your secrets..." Tanjiro slid the window open, his smile warm and gentle despite the cold. "When you are ready to tell me, then you can tell your father." A sudden warmth pricked Roy's eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but just then, his mother appeared from around the corner. The ever-gentle Ki swatted Tanjiro's hand away from the window, grabbed him by the ear, and dragged him away, her voice a fierce whisper, scolding him for bothering the children and letting the cold in. A gust of wind blew into the room, and it was, indeed, cold. Roy pulled the blanket up to his nose, leaving only his eyes exposed as he stared up at the dark wooden beams of the ceiling. Sometimes, a moment can be so good, so pure, it feels unreal. He wouldn't mind staying like this until morning. At least then, he wouldn't have to wake up to his other family. That grand, powerful family with its 100 servants who would die on his command. That family with the cold father, the psychotic mother, the twisted brothers, and the grandfather who killed for a living. So why am I here? And why do I have to leave? Roy asked himself the questions over and over. As he stared into the darkness, the answer finally came. That's it. I'm here to become strong. Strong enough to tear that other family down. To become its true master. 13, Chapter 13, First Encounter with Miluki X The Essence of Budo. Chapter 13, First Encounter with Miluki X The Essence of Budo. The boy's thoughts settled, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. This time, he dreamed of his past. He saw flashes, the crack of a whip soaked in salt water, the hum of an electroshock prod, the scuttling of venomous insects. His hands and feet twitched in his sleep, his muscles clenching reflexively. You can't know the unique agony of a water-soaked lash until you've felt it tear your skin. You can't comprehend 500,000 volts until you've had it course through your body. You can't understand the feeling of your guts churning in poison-fueled convulsions until you've been bitten. From the age of 3, as far back as his memory went, this was his daily training. It was Silva who had personally led him by the hand and thrown him into that personal hell, all under the guise of building the foundation for a competent assassin. And it was also Silva who, upon realizing Roy's limited talent, had gradually shifted his focus to Illumi, Miluki, and the other children yet to be born. Roy had no commentary on this. It was the Zoldyck destiny, the crucible every child born into the family had to endure. It was simply a fact of his life. But he was still a person. And as a person, Roy had always believed he had the right to choose his own path. The first step is to escape their control. Awooh. As dawn broke, Mike's howl echoed through the mountains, right on schedule. Roy's eyes snapped open. He was back in his familiar bedroom. Today, he allowed himself an extra minute in bed, savoring the memory of the previous night. The wild boar stew Ki had so carefully prepared, it had been delicious. On a whim, he ordered an extra side of bacon with his lunch. After eating his fill, he picked up Snowwalker. The morning's electric shock training was done. The afternoon was his own. Roy changed into a comfortable, loose-fitting training GI and walked down the quiet, ancient corridors of the estate. Through a large arched window, he saw a corner of the gardens. A woman whose face was half covered by a cybernetic visor was sitting with a small child, enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea. The child was pale and extremely pudgy, his limbs resembling stacked sausages. He was wearing a frilly little hat and an ornate, doll-like dress with knee-high socks and buckled leather shoes. At a glance, one would mistake him for a girl. In reality, he was just another victim of his mother's peculiar tastes. Roy himself had narrowly escaped a similar fate as a child, but had put a violent end to it by tearing the clothes to shreds. To this day, his mother still looked at him with a thinly veiled resentment, which suited Roy just fine. It meant she left him alone. "Young Master Miluki, you mustn't eat that. The pudgy child had caught a butterfly and was stuffing it into his mouth, giving a nearby butler a heart attack. The butler was too late. Half the butterfly was already gone, and the only way to retrieve it now would be to wait for it to come out the other end. Crunch, crunch. Miluki chewed with relish, a fine layer of colorful powder dusting his lips. At some point, he seemed to notice the gaze from the corridor. He laboriously tilted his round head, his eyes trying to focus. "Who's that?" "That is your elder brother, young Master Roy," the butler supplied, noticing Roy by the window. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. Roy said nothing. He didn't want to interrupt Miluki's few remaining moments of childish bliss. His gaze lingered for only a second before he turned and continued towards the training hall. As for his mother, if she was pretending not to see him, why should he bother approaching her? To her, he was just a failed product, after all. Roy gave a self-deprecating smirk, his hand resting on the hilt of Snowwalker. He pushed open the heavy doors to the training hall. Shing! The pure white blade seemed to despise grime. As Roy drew it, it flashed with a cold, blue light, its razor edge seeming to cut the very dust motes dancing in the sunbeams. Creak! Boom! The heavy doors closed. The boy centered his breathing, his fingers tracing the length of the blade. He began to dance. Sun-breathing dance. Sun-breathing blue heaven. Sun-breathing raging Sunday. Physique plus 0.05, plus 0.05, plus 0.05. At one point, the blade flashed. Snowwalker left Roy's hand, flying like a silver dart across the room. A small, hidden surveillance camera in the corner let out a faint whine and went dark. Simultaneously, in the master bedroom on the second floor, the monitor Silva was watching dissolved into a screen of static. The man, who had been lounging on the tiger-skin sofa with a glass of red wine, didn't move. A slow, amused smile spread across his face. He wasn't angry. He simply gestured to the injured Sabone, who was standing stiffly in the corner. She moved to turn the monitor off, but he waved his hand again, stopping her. Instead, he motioned towards the armory. Moments later, Sabone returned with a sheathed katana. Silva rose to his feet, taking the weapon in his hand. The moment he gripped the hilt, his entire presence shifted. He became a predatory beast, radiating a raw, untamable power that was terrifying to behold. Sabone instinctively took 2 steps back, melting into the shadows to give him space. Her face was calm, but her mind was a whirlwind. The master's interest in Roy had become excessive. When did it start? She wondered. It had been ever since the boy had started performing this strange dance. Whoosh! A blade of wind from a practice swing sliced past Sabone's face, snapping her back to reality. Silva had begun to move. He held the sword with both hands, mimicking Roy's dance. The blade became a living thing, lashing, thrusting, cleaving galls seamlessly integrated with the phantom-like movements of Shadow Step. For a moment, the entire room was filled with a storm of afterimages and glinting steel. When he executed the final form Dragon Sun Halo dance, the blade let out a sharp, resonant ring. Silva stopped, his feet planted, and exhaled a long, slow breath. A low, deep chuckle rumbled in his chest. He narrowed his eyes, a profound understanding dawning on him. "This is not a dance," he said, his voice quiet but absolute. "This is Budo." Sabone's eyes widened. Silva's words immediately brought to mind one person, a certain old man with a spiky ponytail who was fond of playing with a ball. The strongest human alive, a grandmaster who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts through a daily ritual of 10,000 punches of gratitude. What Silva had just felt was the essence of that pursuit. It was the spirit forged in the relentless quest to surpass one's own limits, to absorb the principles of the natural world, to revere life while accepting the cycle of death. And now, a glimmer of that same legendary essence had appeared here, in a training hall of assassins. It was unthinkable. "Take this," Silva said, tossing the katana to her. "Have it maintained." Sabone caught it mechanically, her mind still reeling from the display. She glanced back at the static-filled monitor, where only moments before she had seen the boy's graceful, deadly form. And a single sentence echoed in her mind. "Are you not a dog as well?" 14, Chapter 14, A Clash of Wills x Maha Zoldyck. Chapter 14, A Clash of Wills x Maha Zoldyck. Loyalty is not a blind absolute, it is always directed at someone. Sabone had dedicated her entire life to the Zoldyck family. From Zeno to Silva, and even to the yet unborn Killua, her service had always been to the true or designated heir. From her perspective, she had done nothing wrong. She had been acting in Silva's best interests. When the master, bound by pride, could not bring himself to ask something of his son, it fell to the servants to act on his behalf. But now, that was no longer necessary. Young Master Roy had dared to destroy a surveillance camera, and not only had Master Silva shown no anger, but he had even seemed intrigued. This meant it was time for her to reevaluate her approach. Sabone walked out of the master bedroom, the katana held carefully in her arms. The late afternoon sun slanted through the long corridor windows, its heat now a gentle warmth. Being a butler for the Zoldyck family was no easy job. It was a role paid for in blood and sweat. One had to manage the master's daily life, assist with their training and recovery, anticipate their every need, and, when necessary, even provide emotional support. In the entire Zoldyck estate, there were few whom Tsubone truly respected. Gota was one of them. And in the corridor leading to the armory, the old butler and the young one she respected had an unexpected encounter. She was going to oil the master's katana. He was returning from the armory, having just oiled Snowwalker. A fine blade is both strong and fragile. It must be regularly maintained to prevent oxidation and rust. It was ironic. These weapons usually sat in the armory for years, collecting dust. Now, this place was about to become a frequent haunt for the two most prominent butlers of the Zoldyck family. Gota emerged from the armory just as Tsubone was approaching. He gave her a slight nod, stepped aside to let her pass, and continued on his way. "I thought you would hate me." Tsubone's voice, raspy and low, stopped him in his tracks. Gota paused but didn't turn. "I thought," she continued, "that after I disrespected your master, you would do something. I have been waiting for you." The old saying, "Respect the master by respecting the dog," worked in reverse in the Zoldyck household. It was true when Gota had heard that Tsubone had demanded a reason from Roy, he had been filled with a cold fury. He'd been tempted to confront her, despite the throbbing pain in his eyes. But after he had calmed down, he'd made his choice. He gently patted the sheathed Snowwalker in his arms. "I chose to trust the young master," he said, his voice firm. "Just as he is willing to trust me, I will always stand by his side. I will not cause him any trouble." "His hair is not silver," Tsubone stated after a moment's silence, turning her head slightly. "He will never be the head of this family." "And what of it?" The younger butler adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of defiance in his eyes. "At least, the young master treats me like a person." With that, he walked away, leaving Tsubone to her own thoughts. The young master said he wishes to prepare his own meal tonight. Heavens above, what is he thinking? The kitchen is no place for him. Gota quickened his pace, his mind filled with worry. He reached the kitchens and peered inside. There was Roy, an apron tied around his waist, expertly wielding a wok spatula. On the counter before him were neatly arranged ingredients: minced ginger and garlic, peeled tomatoes, whisked eggs, ground meat, and pre-blanched eggplant. He was making two simple, home-style dishes from his past life: scrambled eggs with tomato, and eggplant with minced meat. It had been nearly a decade since he'd last cooked, and he wasn't sure how much he remembered. But driven by a craving for the familiar tastes of his past and a desire to prepare something similar for the Kamado family, he had thrown himself into it. He was performing an action no other Zoldyck, not Zeno, not Silva, not Illumi, not even the ancient Maha would ever dream of, stir-frying. Fwoosh! A plume of flame erupted from the wok. The chefs Roy had kicked out of the kitchen were now peeking through the doorway, their heads clustered together, whispering in disbelief. The sun must have risen in the west. A mouse must have paid a New Year's visit to a cat. There was no other explanation for why the eldest son of the Zoldyck family was in the kitchen, insisting on cooking his own food. He hadn't even let his personal butler, Gota, assist him. He moved with a practiced ease, finding his rhythm. The initial awkwardness gave way to a fluid confidence. The toss of the wok, the control of the flame, the timing of the ingredients, it all came back to him. With a final, expert flick of the wrist, the two dishes were plated. The aroma. I've never smelled anything like it. Look at the color, so vibrant, it must taste incredible. What are you talking about? It's his technique. The way he handles the wok, that final toss, that's not the work of a beginner. I'd bet even some of the world's most famous gourmet hunters couldn't cook with that much skill. The chefs murmured amongst themselves. Gota, standing by the door, was just as astonished. He had watched Roy grow up from infancy, and in all that time, he had no idea the young master could cook. It was a gross failure on his part. Before he could wallow in his self-reproach, Roy's voice cut through his thoughts, calling him in to get a bowl of rice. Good food was meant to be shared. The greatest joy for a cook is to see others enjoy their creation. Roy had no issue with sharing the meal with Gota, but the young butler, bound by his rigid sense of place, refused to sit at the table. As always, he served Roy his rice and then retreated to his post behind him, hands clasped. Roy sighed. It was a shame. Gota was missing a rare opportunity to taste the cuisine of another world. More for him, then. But just as he was about to take his first bite, a gust of wind swept through the kitchen. A figure appeared at the doorway. Before Roy could react, the stranger had stepped forward, plucked a piece of egg and tomato with a pair of chopsticks, and popped it into his mouth. Roy's brow furrowed. He looked up, and his eyes went wide. He immediately stood, bowing his head respectfully. Great-grandfather. 15, Chapter 15, on Shape Transformation X Maha the Food Guardian. Chapter 15, on Shape Transformation X Maha the Food Guardian. When the world speaks of the Zoldycks, two names come to mind: Zeno and Silva. They are the public faces of the world's #1 family of assassins, two top-tier masters of Nen known for their cold, ruthless efficiency. Their legendary track record has solidified the family's motto: there is no target the Zoldycks cannot kill. If a contract fails, it only means the client didn't pay enough. But the true insiders, the old guard of the Hunter Association, veterans like Chairman Netarothe, knew the truth. The Zoldyck family's unparalleled status in the underworld was not built by two men. It was built by one. The patriarch. The founder. The cornerstone of the entire dynasty. Maha Zoldyck. He was the family's deepest secret and its true, unshakable foundation. The old man seemed to materialize from thin air. His face was a roadmap of wrinkles, the skin hanging loosely from his bones. He looked ancient, mummified, a withered husk that could crumble to dust at any moment. But as Roy stood and bowed, there was not a trace of disrespect in his heart. He knew better than anyone that the frailty was a facade. The man's true age was a mystery, and his power was absolute. If he were ever to truly lose his temper, neither Silva nor even Isaac Netero himself could be confident of walking away unscathed. His own grandfather, Zeno, had once said it himself, "Of all the people who have fought my grandfather and lived, Chairman Netero is the only one." That single statement spoke volumes about the man's legendary power. Maha moved like a ghost. He drifted to the table and sat down, his eyes seeing nothing and no one. His chopsticks became a blur of motion. He ate with a slow, deliberate pace, yet his hands moved so fast they left after images. Seeing his hard-won meal disappearing at an impossible rate, Roy scrambled back to his chair and joined the fray. By the time he sat down, half the food was already gone. That speed. A jolt went through the boy. He quickly grabbed a piece of eggplant. By the time he'd swallowed it, 3/4 of the food had vanished. He took a hasty bite of rice, and with a clatter, 2 empty plates were dropped onto the table. All that remained were a few lonely slices of tomato. Apparently, they were too tough for the old man's teeth. Great-grandfather. Roy's hand, chopsticks still poised, froze in midair. The old man let out a satisfied burp, completely ignoring Roy's mournful gaze. He was gone as quickly as he had appeared, his voice echoing faintly down the corridor. "Ah, to be old, my teeth aren't what they used to be. I'll leave these tomatoes for my good grandson, for the vitamins." Roy and Gota were left in stunned silence. They looked at each other, speechless. The young butler finally cleared his throat. "Young master," he said tentatively, "perhaps, some cream of mushroom soup for dinner." Roy felt his stomach churn at the thought and waved the suggestion away. He took Snowwalker from Gota and walked back towards his bedroom. Tonight, the moon was a sliver, mirroring Roy's own mixed feelings. He was disappointed he didn't get to eat his own cooking, but his great-grandfather's reaction was undeniable proof of one thing: his skills hadn't faded. With a little practice, he could get them back. It would be more than enough to impress Takeo and Shigeru, at least. Feeling a bit more confident, Roy entered his bedroom. As he went to place Snowwalker on the sword rack Gota had prepared, his eyes swept the room and locked onto something new. A book he had never seen before was lying on his desk. Its pages, stirred by the night breeze coming through the open window, fluttered softly. Roy frowned. He knew for a fact it wasn't his. He walked over, and in the pale moonlight, he saw that the book was old, its pages yellowed with age. The title on the cover was faded and barely legible, but he could just make out the words. On the shape transformation of Nen. Shape transformation. Is this a technical manual? A thought struck him. He quickly left his room and hurried down the hall to the small bedroom he passed every day. The room was always dimly lit, the sound of cartoons playing 24/7. Peeking through the window, he saw the same withered old man, fast asleep in his rocking chair. Roy stood by the window for a long moment, clutching the book in his hand. He then bowed deeply in gratitude. The old man stirred, as if his body had gone numb from sleeping in one position for too long. He turned over, presenting a small, hunched back to the window. Only after Roy had left did he crack open an eye. He sighed softly and spoke to a dark corner of the room. "You can come out now." The shadows seemed to warp and twist, and a figure emerged. He had silver hair and a silver beard, with a metal ring around his neck. His robes were emblazoned with 8 stark characters, a kill a day / active for life. "Good evening, grandfather," Zeno said, bowing respectfully. The old man didn't bother to reply, the rocking chair creaking rhythmically. Zeno didn't seem to mind. He came here every day, a routine check-in. He walked behind the chair and began to gently massage Maha's shoulders. An assassin's hands, which could take a life in an instant, were also masters of the human body's every pressure point. "Grandfather," Zeno said conversationally as he worked, "why were you willing to part with father's notes?" He paused. "If I'd known a single meal could make you this happy, I would have learned to cook myself." "You?" Maha snorted. "If you cooked it, I wouldn't dare eat it. A bunch of fools who only know how to kill. Just like your dead father. All of you, arrogant to the bone." Zeno fell silent. His father, Sig, was a forbidden topic in the family. It was Sig who had accompanied Netero to the Dark Continent. It was Sig who had brought back a magical beast from that voyage. And it was Sig who, on his deathbed, had repeatedly warned them to beware of the curse. The beast was still kept on the mountain. The curse, however, had yet to manifest. Zeno's daily visits were a precaution, a way to monitor his grandfather's health, terrified that some unknown affliction from that dark place might one day claim him. But for now, Maha seemed stable. Today, he'd even had a good appetite. It was a positive sign. "I'm surprised," Zeno remarked. "Roy's talent may be lacking, but it seems he has a gift for cooking. I'll have to try it myself sometime. He is my grandson." Maha's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp and fierce as he glared at Zeno. "From now on, only I get to try it." Zeno was silent. 16. Chapter 16, Sig's Notes X leaving the mountain for the first time. Chapter 16, Sig's Notes X leaving the mountain for the first time. In the end, Zeno was unceremoniously ejected from the room. He didn't look displeased, merely surprised. He had never seen his grandfather act so possessive over a meal. The brief encounter seemed to have an effect on him. Instead of heading back to his own quarters, Zeno turned and walked in the opposite direction. He moved with his hands clasped behind his back, his footsteps making no sound on the ancient stone floor. His mastery of shadow step had reached a point where sound itself seemed to avoid him. He came to a stop outside Roy's window, a silent phantom in the night. Inside, the boy was completely absorbed, his attention fixed on the book in his hands. He was totally unaware of the figure watching him. Nen is not some mystical, unknowable force, the book began. The Shinjin-Ryu school defines the learning process with its own terms, point, tongue, ren, and release. The more commonly known principles are ten, Zetsu, ren, and hatsu. In truth, both are simply different ways to describe the same process of expression. The essence of Nen is this: through introspection, you give your life force your aura language. You then shape that language with your imagination, and finally, you release it. That is all there is to it. The advanced applications Shu, Ken, En, and are nothing more than deeper, more complex applications of that same imagination. For example, Zetsu, the art of concealing one's presence. All it does is pull the aura that naturally leaks from your body back inside. This lowers your presence to almost nothing, but it comes with a severe consequence. Without the protective shroud of Ten, your body is completely vulnerable to an attack from another Nen user. In conclusion, the path to mastering Nen is not about learning 1,000 different applications. It is about deepening your understanding of Nen itself. The two pillars upon which all true power is built are shape transformation and property transformation. These are what every Nen user must focus on. The night wind rustled the curtains. At some point, Roy finally pulled his eyes away from the book. He glanced out the window, but Zeno was long gone. In his place, a bright moon hung in the sky. For a moment, it felt as if the moon were looking back at him, giving him a new perspective on himself. This was the difference between guided instruction and fumbling in the dark. A systematic education might not guarantee greatness, but it would always prevent abject failure. A self-taught Nen user, unless they were a once-in-a-generation prodigy, would likely never even touch the level of a true master. Roy closed the book, a new understanding dawning on him. After a moment of thought, he took out a pen and paper and wrote down 3 words. Aura quantity. Application. Mechanics. Aura quantity was his raw power. Application was his skill in using that power. And mechanics represented the rules that governed it, vows and restrictions. For a complete Nen user, all 3 had to be honed to a razor's edge. So his current path strengthening his body to increase his aura quantity was, at its core, the correct one. Ding! The clock in the corner chimed 10, signaling it was time for sleep. To further master sun breathing and extend the time he could maintain total concentration, sleep was his most crucial training tool. Roy stretched, put away his notes, and threw himself onto the soft bed. The chirping of cicadas was a familiar lullaby. As the moon climbed higher, the Zoldyck estate was alive in its own strange way. A certain boy with empty eyes was digging a hole in the garden. A certain pudgy child, dressed by his mother in frilly nightmares, was dreaming of chicken legs. And on the second floor, a woman's shriek echoed, the monitor in the master bedroom fuzzy with static. Roy turned on his white noise app, folded his hands over his stomach, and cleared his mind. Soon, he was drifting down the kaleidoscopic tunnel, back to the sea of his subconscious. He stood once more before the countless wooden doors rising from the water. This time, instead of going straight to the Demon Slayer door, he took a moment to examine the others. One door was marked with a stylized whirlpool. Another had a folded paper insect pinned to it. A third was adorned with a single, unblinking eye. It looked familiar, and as he drew closer, he felt a wave of profound, vicarious pain. It reminded him of a tragic figure. Someone like him, who could not control his own destiny. A sad soul trapped by his own immense power, a prisoner of a fate he could not escape. So, I'm still not strong enough, Roy murmured to himself. True strength means imposing your will upon the world, so that its pain becomes your tool, not your burden. He turned away from that sorrow and pushed open the door with the Oni mask. The familiar sensation of falling. He opened his eyes to Tanjiro's face, the scar on his forehead looking just like a Demon Slayer mark. Bro, wake up. We have to go sell the charcoal in town today. To spend one day mining and one day selling was the rhythm of their lives. If you were fast, you could make it back before nightfall. If not, you'd have to camp in the mountains or find a kind soul to take you in for the night. Why are you so close? Roy grumbled, gently pushing Tanjiro's face away as he sat up. Takeo and Shigeru were still fast asleep. He got out of bed quietly, his smaller, overeager shadow following close behind. He pushed open the door and saw the familiar expanse of white, and the spot by the wall where his father had stood last night. The footprints were gone, but the memory of his words remained. As if sensing his thoughts, he looked towards the main house. On the veranda, Tanjiro was looking back at him. A simple breakfast was already laid out by the stove. Iyakairo, Tanjiro, come and eat. Coming. Tanjiro chirped, his earlier grumpiness forgotten as he ran ahead. Roy followed at a slower pace. In the main house, only Ki and Nezuko were up. Hanako must have been fussy last night, meaning their grandmother was still sleeping with her. They all spoke in hushed tones. For breakfast, they had rice balls and a miso soup made with the leftover pork from last night's feast. Knowing the boys had a long journey ahead, Ki had made extra for them to take on the road. As they ate, Roy noticed a neatly sewn patch on the sleeve of Nezuko's kimono. He took a sip of soup. This trip down the mountain might take a couple of days, he announced. First, I want to get some new clothes for Nezuko and the boys. And second, he added, his gaze distant, I need to make a trip to Saggery Mountain. The retired water pillar, Seikanji Urokadake, lived on Saggery Mountain, training new recruits for the Demon Slayer Corps. Roy had decided to pay the old master a visit. If he could receive his personal guidance, it would be the best possible outcome. 17, Chapter 17, The Kamado Brothers Depart XA Legacy of 1,000 Years. Chapter 17, The Kamado Brothers Depart XA Legacy of 1,000 Years. 2 days, that long. Bro, I don't need new clothes, Nezuko said with a gentle smile, her eyes curving just like their mother's. We should use the money to buy more food for the little ones. We're getting the clothes, Roy stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. And thanks to yesterday's hunt, we won't be lacking for food for at least 2 weeks. But still. Ki's face was etched with worry. Why do you need to go all the way to Saggery Mountain? The town at the foot of their own mountain was more than large enough to sell 2 days' worth of charcoal. To learn something, Roy said, taking a bite of his rice ball. Tanjiro is old enough to help out now. The family doesn't need 2 full-time coal miners. I thought I'd see if I can learn a trade to bring in some extra money. He couldn't mention the demon. He certainly couldn't mention the demon slayers. Not with Takeo and Shigeru right there. The lie, a skill honed by years of Zoldyck training, came easily. But it was a lie that Ki and Tanjiro, who knew their son, could see right through. And Tanjiro, who had seen the demon with his own eyes, knew it for what it was. Bro is lying, he thought, sneaking a glance at Roy, only to quickly look down at his soup when Roy's sharp gaze met his. You don't need to worry about that, Ki said softly. Nezuko and I can weave baskets. We can sell them in town for enough to buy new clothes. That's right, bro. Nezuko added, pulling a beautifully woven basket from under the table. I've gotten pretty good at it. The neat little patch on her own sleeve was a testament to her skill with a needle. You're amazing, Nezuko, Roy praised her, before his eyes shifted to Tanjiro, who had remained silent throughout the exchange. He then turned back to his mother, his resolve firm. No, I have to go. He played his final card. Maybe, I can find a way to cure father's illness down there. The words hung in the air, and Ki's objections died on her lips. Tanjiro's sickness was the shadow that loomed over their entire family. If there was even a sliver of hope. Nezuko and Tanjiro glanced at their father. Tanjiro, silent, reached into Nezuko's weaving basket and picked out a single, thin needle. He closed his hand around it and stood up. Ieyakuiro, he said, his voice gentle but firm. Come with me. The weight of the snow had bent the branches of the pines low. Tanjiro, wrapped in his thickest haori, led the way off the veranda and around to the back of the house. Roy followed in silence. The 2 sets of footprints they left in the fresh snow were erased by the wind moments after they were made. Hold out your ear, Tanjiro said, revealing the needle. This will sting a bit. Be brave. He deftly pierced Roy's earlobe. The pain was a sharp, brief prick, like a mosquito bite, and then it was gone. Roy watched as his father carefully removed the Hanafuda earrings, the legacy of Yoriaki Tsujikuni, from his own ears. He gently threaded one through Roy's newly pierced lobe. As a father, I don't have much to give you, he said, adjusting its position. But I can give you this. This is our family's inheritance. He stepped back, his voice a quiet prayer. May the god of fire watch over my son. May he keep you from sickness and harm, and grant you a safe journey. The earring dangled from Roy's ear, swaying in the cold wind. Tanjiro smiled, the same way his own father had smiled at him when he was a boy. It suits you, he said. You look strong. Roy's throat felt tight. He wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. All he could manage was a raw, heartfelt promise. I will find a cure for you, father. Tanjiro simply clapped him on the shoulder. Go on now, he said, turning to leave Roy with the sight of his thin, frail back. The boy stood alone for a moment, silent. A clump of snow fell from a branch above, sliding down the collar of his GI with a chilling touch. He took a deep breath and followed his father back. By 7 in the morning, the Kamado brothers were ready. The 2 pheasants, still too stupid to crow at dawn, were cooped in a basket. The boys had their own baskets of charcoal on their backs, flasks of hot tea, and a bundle of rice balls. Tucked into their belts were 2 sharp hand axes. Since Snowwalker couldn't be brought into this world, the axes would have to do for protection. Ki fussed over them, tucking in Tanjiro's collar, tightening the scarf around Roy's neck, her words a stream of motherly worries. Be careful on the road. If you see trouble, walk away. Don't stare at crowds. It's better to pay for an inn than to sleep in the mountains. Mother, it's okay. Tanjiro blurted out, too excited for his first trip down the mountain to be patient. We're not leaving forever. Don't worry. He patted the axe at his side confidently. If we run into any trouble, I'll protect bro. The best way you can help is by not getting in his way, Key said, giving him a fond but exasperated look. She turned back to Roy, her eyes filled with a deep, unspoken plea. Take care of your brother. Roy just nodded. His gaze swept over his family Key, Tanjiro, Nezuko and finally rested on his grandmother, who had just emerged holding a sleepy Hanako. The baby, her eyes still half closed, reached her little arms out to Roy. He walked over, unafraid of the sleep crust in the corners of her eyes, and planted a soft kiss on her cheek. I'll be back, he promised his grandmother. The old woman smiled and nodded, sitting down on the veranda to watch them go. As their small figures began to recede into the snow, she felt a hot tear trace a path down her wrinkled cheek. Key, she whispered, her voice trembling. I have this feeling, that the boy who leaves us today is not the one who will return. Key stood in the snow, wiping her own tears away with the back of her hand. I should go check on Takeo and Shigeru, she said, avoiding the old woman's gaze. They'll throw a fit when they realize their big brother left without them. She turned and disappeared into the house. The snow began to fall faster, harder. The vast courtyard, a gateway to the endless forest, was empty now, except for the solitary figure of Tanjiro. He stood in the falling snow for a long, long time, his eyes fixed on the path his sons had taken. Long after they had vanished from sight, he began to dance. The Hinokamai Kagura. Dance, blue heaven, raging sun. He moved like a spirit of fire in the heart of the blizzard, his form a swirl of grace and power. But this time, the Hanafuda earrings were no longer there to dance with him. That ancient symbol, the thousand-year bond between Yoriaki Tsujikuni and the Kamado family, had been passed on. It had a new master now, one who was embarking on a new journey. A journey that would carve a new path through history, one that not even the originator of the style could have ever foreseen. Chapter 18 Water Walking X A Leap of Faith. Chapter 18 Water Walking X A Leap of Faith. Bro, are we going to Saggery Mountain to learn how to kill demons? Tanjiro's voice was a mix of excitement and apprehension. I remember old man Takea from town talking about it once. He said there are real demon slayers there. Takea was a friend of their father's, a portly man with a magnificent beard who ran a clothing shop. He'd moved away years ago, but his stories had clearly stuck with Tanjiro. I am, Roy replied, not breaking his stride. They were walking alongside a wide, fast-flowing river. You are not. The river was called the Stillwater. Following it west was the fastest route to the town at the mountain's base. Why not? Tanjiro's voice cracked. He scrambled in front of Roy, blocking his path with outstretched arms. You promised you'd train me. You can't go back on your word. I said I'd train you, Roy thought. I never said I'd teach you a breathing style. Tanjiro's physical conditioning was still far too poor. By Zoldyck standards, he was practically useless. Mike the Beast Hound probably wouldn't even consider him a snack. Before he could even think about learning something as demanding as a breathing style, he needed to build a proper foundation. Roy would train him the only way he knew how, the Zoldyck way. Alright, Roy said. The foolish little brother had no idea what he was in for. Seeing Roy agree, he started beaming, practically dancing with excitement. His joy was short-lived. Bro, are you serious? Tanjiro's face had gone pale. Roy's first training assignment was simple: reach the town at the foot of the mountain before the morning rush ends. It was a journey that normally took 4 hours. Roy was demanding they do it in 2. How is that even possible? Tanjiro stammered. Run. It was the only answer. They would run the entire way, with full baskets of charcoal on their backs. There was no better way to build his stamina and strengthen his body. Roy did a few quick ankle rotations. You run on the bank, he said, turning towards the rushing river. I'll run on the water. He didn't look back. We have to make it on time. Run on the water. Tanjiro stared, certain he'd misheard. Then he watched in horror as Roy, basket and all, took a running leap towards the river. Bro! He screamed, lunging forward to grab his arm. I take it back. I don't want to train anymore, okay? Just come back. Tears streamed down the boy's face. A single, horrified thought repeated in his mind: it's my fault. I pushed him too far. This is all my fault. Tanjiro's kindness was his greatest strength and weakness. It was the same quality that would later make him hesitate to kill the demon attacking his sister, a hesitation that nearly cost him everything. Crying? Just so you know, Roy's calm voice cut through his panic. Crying counts against our time. Huh. Tanjiro looked up from his despair. And then he saw it. Roy had landed on the surface of the river. He wobbled for a second, then stood firm, the water rippling under his feet but not breaking. It was water walking, a small trick for mastering shape transformation detailed in Zoldyck's notes. By imagining his nen spreading out like the webbed feet of a duck, he could create a solid platform just beneath his soles. And it worked. The boy with the deep crimson hair and sun-patterned earrings stood on the rushing water, a faint shimmer of aura visible around his feet. He left a stunned Tanjiro on the bank and shot forward, carving a thin, straight line across the river's surface. Bro, wait for me. The iron-headed kid finally snapped out of his trance. Laughing and crying at the same time, he didn't even bother to wipe the tears from his face, letting the wind dry them as he sprinted along the riverbank, chasing after the impossible figure. Alert, Nen shape transformation, training activated. Shape mastery plus 0.05, plus 0.05, plus 0.05. The system notifications were a welcome bonus. According to the book, Roy thought, there are other exercises. Cliff walking, hookless fishing, the goal is always the same. To use the shape of your Nen to overcome the limitations of the natural world. In other words, to impose your will on reality. With that thought, he pushed off, incorporating shadow step into his movements. He became a blur, leaving a trail of afterimages on the water's surface, startling a flock of egrets into flight. Tanjiro watched, panting, a new fire in his eyes. I want to be that cool, too. He let out a determined yell and pushed himself to run even faster. Soon, through the trees, they could see the rooftops of the town below. The sounds of merchants calling out their wares and the braying of mules drifted up to them. With a final, graceful leap, Roy landed silently on the riverbank. Tanjiro collapsed behind him, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. Here, Roy said, tossing 2 rice balls to his brother. He was still his brother, after all. Even in a dream world, you couldn't work your family like a pack mule. After a short rest, they entered the town. Thanks to their father's good reputation, they sold both baskets of charcoal in no time. They used the money to buy new kimonos for Nezuko, candy for the younger boys, and a small rattle for Hanako. The afternoon passed quickly. Tanjiro stopped in front of a blacksmith's shop, his eyes lingering on the swords displayed inside. Bro, maybe we should use some of the money to buy you a proper sword. The image of Roy fighting the demon was still fresh in his mind. He couldn't help but think it would have been easier if his brother had been holding a real blade instead of an axe. Don't bother, Roy said, pulling him away. He'd already gotten directions to Saggery Mountain from a friendly shopkeeper. Normal blades can't kill them. Tanjiro's face fell, but he followed without another word. The mushroom lady said Saggery Mountain is just over that southern ridge, he said, his optimism returning. She said there's a shrine up there where we can spend the night. Yes, Roy thought, a grim smile touching his lips. A shrine that just so happens to be a demon's personal hunting blind. This should be interesting. He could already smell the faint, coppery scent of old blood on the wind. Chapter 19, Tanjiro's first battle x the price of arrogance. Chapter 19, Tanjiro's first battle x the price of arrogance. Tanjiro had always dreamed of building a proper shrine for the god of fire. But with a large family to feed and always being strapped for cash, it remained just that a dream. He would often tell the young Roy and Tanjiro that he was a poor excuse for a believer, and that he hoped one day they would have the means to give the fire god a place of shelter. Nothing grand, just a place that was clean and respectful. Standing at the bottom of the moss-covered stone steps, Tanjiro thought this shrine was perfect. It wasn't large or extravagant, but it had a quiet, solemn dignity. He was sure the fire god would love it. He adjusted the basket on his back. Bro, let's go in and pay our respects. If you were to stay the night in a shrine, tradition dictated you offer thanks to the spirits within. But Roy didn't believe in gods or ghosts. He had no intention of praying. Instead, he pointed a finger at the steps. The snow is falling hard. Why are these steps completely clear? It must have a caretaker. Tanjiro said, his face lighting up. He must be a very diligent person to be sweeping the snow this late. Bro, maybe we'll even get a hot meal tonight. We are the hot meal, Roy said, a smirk playing on his lips. Tanjiro's expression shifted. Before he could ask what Roy meant, the scent hit him. A sharp, coppery tang of blood. It was faint, but it was the exact same smell from the day they'd encountered the demon in the forest. Which meant, a demon. There's a demon in the shrine. The hairs on Tanjiro's arms stood on end. Roy gave him a sidelong glance. So he's not a complete idiot. He started up the steps. Let's go, he said casually. If we're late, we'll miss dinner. Tanjiro's face flushed. With a sharp shing, he drew the axe from his belt. He was a hothead by nature. Even in the original story, he had charged headfirst into this same shrine despite smelling blood. Courage was not something he lacked. Don't worry, bro. He declared, the glint of the axe giving him a surge of confidence. This time, I'll protect you. He swore to himself that he wouldn't hide behind a tree again. Okay, Roy said, and simply stepped aside, giving him a clear path. Tanjiro froze, not sure whether to laugh or cry. But he'd been put on the spot. He had to follow through. Steeling himself, he charged up the steps. Roy followed at a leisurely pace, a thin layer of nen already coating his eyes. With Gyo, he could see everything inside the shrine with perfect clarity. It was exactly as he remembered from the story, a low-level demon that used the shrine as a lure for travelers and merchants. The rash of disappearances in the area was undoubtedly its handiwork. It had no blood demon art, but its raw strength and regenerative abilities were more than enough to dominate the local countryside. Crunch, crunch. The demon was enjoying its meal. A unfortunate traveling merchant had stopped for a hot meal, all right. The man's body was slumped against a broken statue, his entrails ripped out. The demon was chewing on a long, bloody intestine with relish. And what do you want, my friend? The demon growled, turning its head. its bloodshot eyes fixed on the entrance. "This is my dining hall. It's rude to interrupt a meal." Tanjiro stood frozen in the doorway, his axe held high. He watched, horrified, as the demon took another bite. His stomach churned, and the rice balls he'd eaten for lunch threatened to make a reappearance. "Swallow it," Roy's voice said, firm and cold, from behind him. "Don't waste Mother's hard work." He stepped up beside his brother. The demon pushed itself to its feet, wiping its bloody mouth with the back of its hand. It grinned, revealing a set of jagged fangs. "Two of you, excellent. I do love winter. A never-ending supply of food." "You talk too much," Roy said, and gave Tanjiro a sharp shove in the back. "Go." Caught off guard, Tanjiro stumbled forward with a cry, charging on pure reflex. Bam! A brutal knee strike sent him flying back out the door. Even the weakest demon, empowered by Muzin's blood, possessed superhuman strength and speed. Tanjiro had seen Roy fight Sato, and it had looked so easy. Now, he realized how terribly he had misjudged both his brother and his enemy. This isn't something a human can fight. The impact felt like he'd been hit by a freight train. His whole body screamed in protest. As the demon loomed over him, he managed to twist in midair and swing his axe at its neck. His instincts, at least, were sharp. Slash. Blood sprayed from the wound. The demon staggered back, clutching a deep gash in its neck that had nearly decapitated it. An axe. It snarled, its eyes wide with disbelief. "Not bad, kid. But a scratch like this will heal in a second." As he spoke, the bleeding stopped, and the flesh began to knit itself back together. Tanjiro remembered Sato's arm regenerating. He knew that unless he killed it, any injury was meaningless. He forced himself to his feet, gripping the axe with both hands, his eyes locked on the demon. Whoosh! The demon vanished. It moved too fast for Tanjiro's eyes to follow, appearing in his blind spot and slamming him to the ground, its hand clamped around his throat. So fast. I can't even see him. Tanjiro managed to wedge the handle of his axe between the demon's claws and his neck, but the crushing force was overwhelming. His vision began to swim with black spots. "Heh heh heh, you won't get me a second time." The demon cackled. "Now, let's see if your neck will snap." It squeezed, and Tanjiro's world exploded into pain. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. What do I do? Should I call for bro? No. I said I would protect him. I can't go back on my word. But I'm going to die. If I die, it's all over. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Bro, help me. 20, Chapter 20, An Improvised Zetsu X Dahaihara's Last Stand. Chapter 20, An Improvised Zetsu X Dahaihara's Last Stand. A sigh cut through the tense air. The demon's senses screamed danger. It whipped its head around. The boy with the sun-patterned earrings had appeared out of nowhere, perched silently on its back. "Friend," Roy's voice was calm, conversational. "Could you do me a favor and let him go? My brother might be a bit of an idiot, but he's good-hearted. If you kill him, the meat will spoil, you know." When did he get there? Why didn't I sense him? Dahaihara's mind reeled. In his human life, he'd been a chef. Years in the kitchen had honed his sense of smell to a razor's edge. After being turned into a demon, that sense had been magnified tenfold. He could track prey not just by their physical scent, but by the unique aroma of their life force, their aura. But tonight, his nose had failed him completely. You have no scent," Dahaihara rasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you even human?" He swiped a clawed hand back at Roy. A gust of wind carrying the nauseating stench of old blood washed over Roy's face. He simply leaned to the side, sliding down the demon's arm as if it were a pole. In one fluid motion, he grabbed Tanjiro by the collar and lifted him from the ground. Cough, hack, cough. Freed, Tanjiro clutched his throat, gasping for air. His face was pale, and he couldn't bring himself to look at Roy, his heart sinking with shame. So useless. In the end, bro still had to save me. "Tanjiro, when are you going to get stronger?" With a flick of his foot, Roy scooped up the axe Tanjiro had dropped. Pretending not to notice his brother's despair, he shoved the weapon back into his hands. "Continue." Tanjiro stared. Huh. Before he could process it, another swift kick to the rear sent him stumbling forward, back towards the demon. "You wanted this fight," Roy's voice echoed in the silent shrine. "So you're going to be the one to finish it." The words were like nails on a chalkboard to Dahaihara. He was no fool. Years of cultivating this territory, so close to the demon slayers on Saggery Mountain, had taught him one thing: cunning. His initial clash with Tanjiro had told him everything he needed to know. The hot-headed kid with the axe was not the threat. The silent one behind him was. He focused 90% of his attention on Roy. With a burst of speed, he leaped directly over Tanjiro's head, his claws aimed straight for Roy's face. Roy slid to the side, the attack missing by an inch. Dahaihara twisted in midair, transitioning into a vicious sidekick aimed at Roy's head. But Roy simply arched his back in a smooth, almost lazy motion, and the blow whistled harmlessly over him. Damn it. I can't predict his movements. Why does he have no scent? The demon was completely baffled. 2 attacks, 2 effortless dodges. He leaped back, putting distance between himself and the brothers just as Tanjiro's retaliatory axe swing sliced through the air where he'd been. Narrator's note: Zetsu is the nen technique of shutting off one's aura flow, effectively erasing one's presence. Inspired by the water walking exercise from Tsig's notes, Roy had an idea. By imagining his nen not as a platform, but as a thin, flexible film, he could use it to manually seal his own aura nodes. It wasn't true Zetsu, but it cut off the outward flow of his aura and, by extension, his scent. It was a brilliant, if imperfect, improvisation. Bro, I can barely smell you either, Tanjiro whispered, his own supersensitive nose picking up on the strangeness. He stepped back beside Roy, sniffing the air. No, there's still a scent, but it's very, very faint. As expected of the boy with a nose like a bloodhound. He was right. Roy hadn't truly mastered Zetsu. He wasn't like Gon, who had grown up in nature and learned to suppress his presence instinctively. This was a crude imitation, a thin membrane of aura clinging to his skin. It wasn't a perfect seal, and it still leaked a trace amount of his presence, a trace easily masked by the overwhelming stench of blood in the shrine. Is this really the time to be distracted? Roy's voice was sharp. Two flames of nen ignited in his pupils as he activated Gyo, seeing the demon launch another attack. To your right. He grabbed Tanjiro's shoulder and pulled. As Tanjiro was yanked aside, he swung his axe on pure instinct, a wide, horizontal arc of steel. Slash. The blade tore through the night, slicing deep into the demon's abdomen. Blood and entrails spilled onto the floor. Dahaihara shrieked and leaped back again, his eyes blazing with pure hatred for Roy. Damn it. I'll never get to him with this other one in the way. Do I have to abandon my temple? He had heard that the great master, Muzan, had his own magnificent domain, the Infinite Castle. This shrine was Dahaihara's temple, his dining hall, the foundation of his existence. He would not give it up, which meant there was only one path left. This is why humans are such disgusting creatures, Dahaihara snarled, his wounds already beginning to heal. Always using the weak as shields. I was an honest man once, you know, until my boss made a mistake and framed me for it, so I ate him. He pointed a bloody finger at Roy, his voice dripping with scorn. And you, hiding behind your little brother. Are you a coward? Don't you dare face me one-on-one. Is bro being called a coward? Tanjiro thought, stealing a glance at him. By a demon? Roy's expression was unreadable. He remained completely unmoved by the taunt. As long as the system panel didn't tell him this fight would increase his combat experience, he had absolutely no reason to get involved. Besides, friend, Roy said, his voice calm and serious, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. He may look like an idiot, but in my eyes, my brother is very strong. Bro. A fire ignited in Tanjiro's soul. He raised his axe, two jets of steam blasting from his nostrils. 21, Chapter 21, The Head Pillars Debut X A World That Eats People. Chapter 21, The Head Pillars Debut X A World That Eats People. This is the first time bro has ever praised you. Tanjiro, you have to prove him right. A fire, hotter than any coal he'd ever mined, ignited in Tanjiro's chest. Dahaihara's taunt had failed. Seething with frustration, the demon let out a vicious snarl. Fine. Then I'll snap his neck and rip out his heart right in front of you. Since he couldn't get around the obstacle, he would simply smash through it. He swore he would make the arrogant human pay for underestimating him. Whoosh. Dahaihara exploded from his position, launching himself at Tanjiro. Roy remained leaning against the shrine's pillar, his hands stuffed in his pockets. His eyes, glowing faintly with Gyo, tracked the demon's every move. Left, he said, his voice calm. Tanjiro didn't hesitate. He swung the axe in a powerful upward arc, tearing open Dahaihara's chest from hip to shoulder. A spike of agony shot through the demon's mind, but he was a survivor. He knew that if he retreated now, the boy in the back would just keep calling out his attack patterns, and he'd be cut to pieces eventually. So he pressed the attack. Ignoring the grievous wound, Dahaihara activated his ability. His chest muscles, already regenerating, clamped down on the axe blade, trapping it. Then, with a vicious snarl, he whipped his head forward. His hair shot out, instantly growing and twisting into thick, rope-like tendrils that wrapped around Tanjiro's neck. Watch the hair, Roy called out, a fraction of a second too late. He could see it clearly, this wasn't a blood demon art. It was just a clever, high-speed application of a demon's natural regenerative ability. Anyone unfamiliar with demons would be caught completely off guard. Bro, you told me too late, Tanjiro choked out, already tangled in the living hair. His face, still soft with a bit of baby fat, began to turn a dusky purple. He blinked frantically at Roy, his legs kicking uselessly at the demon's chest. But Dahaihara's body, fueled by demon blood, was like a stone wall. The wound from the axe was already steaming, sealing itself shut. Heh heh heh, feel the pain, human. Dahaihara cackled, lifting Tanjiro into the air by his neck. He shot a triumphant, bloody grin at Roy. I told you I'd make you pay for looking down on me. Ghhk. Tanjiro clawed at the hair, his lungs burning. This time, his pride wouldn't let him scream for help again. Stubborn as a mule, Roy thought, shaking his head. He didn't move from his spot, his voice laced with a cold, practical disappointment. Are your hands and feet the only weapons you have? Is your head just for decoration? Bite him. Headbutt him. The words were like a lightning strike in Tanjiro's oxygen-starved brain. That's right. I still have my head. And then, the future legend of the Iron Head finally remembered his most famous and loyal weapon. Just as he had in so many battles to come, he lowered his chin and slammed his forehead forward. Crack. The sound of fracturing bone echoed through the shrine. Dahaihara's eyes rolled back in their sockets, his consciousness short-circuiting from the unexpected, concussive force. He went limp, his body crashing to the ground. The hair went slack. Tanjiro fell, gasping, but his instincts took over. He grabbed the axe, scrambled to his feet, and with a final, desperate yell, brought the blade down. The demon's head went rolling across the floor. Tanjiro collapsed, the axe slipping from his numb fingers. He sat there, chest heaving, and turned to Roy, a bloody, triumphant grin spreading across his face. Bro, he panted. It's finished. He had finally done it. He was no longer the coward hiding behind a tree. But to pop the champagne cork too soon is a mistake as old as fighting itself. A shadow fell over him. The headless body of Dahaihara staggered back to its feet, looming over him. Tanjiro's blood ran cold. A pair of sharp, clawed hands reached for his face. Normal blades can't kill them. Roy's words from the blacksmith's shop came flooding back. Just cutting off the head wasn't enough. And this is why you always confirm the kill. A blur of motion. In a flash of shadow step, Roy appeared beside the headless corpse. Before Tanjiro could even blink, Roy's hand, glowing with the dark light of Snake Awakens, plunged into the demon's chest and ripped out its heart. The organ was still beating in his palm. The sun-patterned earring swayed as Roy looked down at his stunned brother. This is what you call finished. Sorry, Tanjiro mumbled, his face turning a shade of red that would make a monkey's behind jealous. Roy snorted. He clenched his fist, and the heart dissolved into a shower of black ash. If all you can do is apologize, he said, his voice cold, then you can stop following me. The headless body finally crashed to the ground. But the surprise attack had bought the demon's head a few precious seconds. It had already sprouted two new, spindly arms and was scrabbling away into the darkness. That kid is too much. He has to be a pillar. Only a pillar could be that strong. The demon scrambled for its life. But just as it reached the tree line, it heard a sound behind it. It glanced back. Tanjiro was there. He swung the axe, pinning the demon's newly grown arms to the trunk of a tree. He stood over the head, panting, his mind racing. That demon was so cunning, it ran even without a body. Bro was right, I got careless. He picked up a heavy rock, his face a mask of shame and determination. He knew Roy was watching. He raised the rock over his head, but his hands trembled, hesitating. The demon, Dahaihara, looked up at him, its face no longer a mask of rage, but of tragic despair. You think anyone chooses to become a demon? It screamed, its voice cracking. I was a good man. I had a life. But this damned world forced my hand. My boss poisoned a customer with undercooked beans and framed me for it. He bribed the officials, and when I was already in jail, he paid the guards to kill me. So tell me, it shrieked, tears of blood streaming from its eyes. What was I supposed to do? Because I was an honest man, I deserved to die. 22, Chapter 22, A Brother's Quarrel X The First Appearance of Nen After Death. Chapter 22, A Brother's Quarrel X The First Appearance of Nen After Death. You talk too much. Squelch. Roy appeared in a flash, his hand chopping through the air and plunging into the back of Dahaihara's head, silencing the demon's pathetic monologue for good. He shook his hand clean, letting the gray matter splatter onto the snow. He turned, his eyes cold and hard as he stared at Tanjiro. Do you have any idea what you were just doing? I know. You know, then why did you hesitate? I don't know, Tanjiro stammered, unable to meet his brother's gaze. Roy moved. In an instant, he had retrieved Tanjiro's axe from the tree and pressed the cold steel against his brother's neck. The razor-sharp edge rested directly over his carotid artery. You don't know? Good. A humorless, angry smile twisted Roy's lips. In that case, rather than watch you get eaten by the next demon you meet, I think it's better if I just kill you now. At least this way, I can leave you a whole corpse. Sympathy for a demon? Who the hell do you think you are? In the original story, Tanjiro's hesitation had nearly cost him his chance with Urokodake. Now, Roy was beginning to think that the demon Dahaihara had been right about one thing. A damn bleeding heart like you deserves to have a knife at his throat. He seemed so pitiful. Was the man in the shrine, the one with his guts ripped out, pitiful? Roy's voice was a low snarl. What about all the other people he's eaten over the years? Were they pitiful? His anger boiled over. He spun the axe in his hand, and with a powerful, open-palmed motion, backhanded Tanjiro across the face with the flat of the blade. Bam! The blow sent Tanjiro flying 10 meters, his body crashing into a tree before slumping to the ground. Remember this, Roy's voice was ice. If there's a next time, and the demon doesn't kill you, I will. He slid the axe back into his belt, shouldered his basket, and walked back into the shrine, his figure framed by the warm, orange glow of the single oil lamp within. Tanjiro sat slumped against the tree, his right cheek already swelling to the size of a melon. He didn't feel the pain. He just stared, his eyes vacant, at his brother's retreating back. His father had always taught him to be kind, to help those in need. But tonight, he had shown kindness in the wrong place. A demon was a demon. A human was a human. A predator that sympathizes with its prey is already dead. The last remnants of Dahaihara's body dissolved into ash. The snow began to fall faster, harder. After a long time, sensation returned to Tanjiro in a wave of fire, his cheek throbbing with a deep, aching pain. He was lucky. Thanks to years of Zoldyck conditioning, Roy knew exactly how to inflict pain without causing permanent injury. Tanjiro staggered to his feet and knelt in the snow, facing the shrine. I was wrong. He cried out, his voice thick with shame. He was still young, his worldview still malleable. If he had been an adult, Roy would have killed him without a second thought rather than risk being dragged down by his weakness. Roy snorted from inside the shrine, not even bothering to look. Am I supposed to come out and carry you? Get in here. A wave of relief washed over Tanjiro. He scrambled inside and saw Roy starting to clean up the blood and gore with a broom. Let me, bro. He said, taking the broom. You go rest. I promise, I'll get this place spotless. There won't be a single trace of blood left. Roy trusted Tanjiro's dog nose. He let him have at it. A few minutes later, Tanjiro went to move the broken statue. And then he saw it. Behind the altar was a pile of human bones, stacked nearly to the ceiling. He finally, truly understood why Roy hadn't given the demon a shred of mercy. Every last one of these creatures deserved to die. And I actually believe that thing's lies. Tanjiro's face was pale with sickness and self-loathing. If he could, he would go back in time and slap himself for his own naive stupidity. Roy had already seen the bone pile with Gyo. He said nothing, a shadow falling over his heart. The Zoldicks were killers. His grandfather killed someone every single day. But their kills were clean, professional, painless. They were assassinations, not torturous feasts. He couldn't begin to imagine the horror these people had felt, being eaten alive. He walked past his basket, took out his hand axe, and went back outside. His father had told him the blade was getting dull, now it would have a different use. Tanjiro, seeing the axe, understood. He grabbed the oil lamp and followed. They found a clear patch of ground behind the shrine and, working together in the falling snow, they dug a large grave. They brought the bones out from the shrine and laid them to rest. The snow was coming down in thick, heavy flakes. Tanjiro stood over the grave, the lamplight casting a warm glow on his face. May the god of fire watch over these poor souls, he murmured. May they find peace, and be reborn into a better life. When the last of the dirt was piled on, he turned to Roy. Bro, he asked tentatively, should we go inside now? Roy stood leaning on his axe, his gaze fixed on the freshly made grave. Unseen by Tanjiro, a milky white film of Nen coated his eyes. An orb of pure white energy, like a will-o'-the-wisp, floated up from the grave mound. Roy bowed his head slightly. I apologize for meeting you under these circumstances, he said, his voice respectful. My name is Iakairo Kamado. May I ask your name? A faint, ghostly wind stirred the snow. My humble name is Hiro Minamino, a voice whispered, audible only to Roy. I am from the village of Uchida, at the foot of Saggery Mountain. Thank you, Master Iakairo, for avenging me. The wind swirled, and a flurry of snow hit Tanjiro's face. He rubbed his eyes, confused. Roy touched his brother's forehead. He channeled a thin, controlled stream of his own aura into Tanjiro's eyes. And then Tanjiro saw it. Standing right beside him was a faint, translucent figure. It was prostrating itself before Roy, its forehead pressed to the snowy ground in the deepest bow of gratitude. That's the man from the shrine. Tanjiro gasped. The demon. It was him, the merchant. And in that moment, for the first time in his new life, Roy was witnessing the phenomenon known only to the most powerful and obsessed. Nen after death. 23, Chapter 23 Minamino's Last Wish X Nen Property Transformation. Chapter 23 Minamino's Last Wish X Nen Property Transformation. Narrator's note, Nen after death. As the name implies, it is a hatsu that only activates after the user's death. This phenomenon is born from an incredibly powerful, lingering emotion or an unbreakable vow. Examples are numerous and terrifying. The Kaiken Prince Camilla's million-round-trip cat, which revives her by stealing the life of her killer Neferpitu's toy repairer, which reanimated its own corpse to continue attacking Gon even after death, and Krollo's stolen ability, Sun and Moon. Hisoka's own post-mortem revival is another famous case. Nen after death is characterized by its intense, obsessive nature, fueled by an overwhelming willpower that transcends the boundary of life itself. But the spirit before him was clearly not that. First, Hiro Minamino was an ordinary merchant, not a Nen user. Second, this was the world of Demon Slayer, a construct of Roy's own cognition. Without Roy's influence, it was impossible for a native of this world to manifest Nen, which left only one possibility. This was a remnant soul, a lingering echo of a person's consciousness, a non-physical manifestation of their spirit. When Tanjiro reached out to help the spirit up, his hands passed right through it, confirming Roy's theory. He's another kind of ghost, Tanjiro thought, his mind struggling to categorize this gentle spirit after his encounters with the monstrous demons. Hero Minamino, however, seemed to have come to terms with his state. Or perhaps, as a traveling merchant, he had simply learned how to talk to anyone or anything. Please don't worry, benefactor, he said with a kind smile. To be able to see this world one last time after my unfortunate end. I am already blessed. As he spoke, his translucent form flickered, thinned by the cold wind. Bro, he's fading. Tanjiro cried out, his heart aching at the thought of witnessing another life extinguish before his eyes. Roy said nothing. He coated his right hand in a thin layer of aura and reached out, mimicking Tanjiro's earlier gesture. To both Tanjiro's and Minamino's astonishment, Roy's hand made contact. He was able to grip the spirit's arm and help him to his feet. For a brief moment, it was as if the ghost had a solid, physical form. Thank you, benefactor, Minamino said, bowing again. I feel much better now. And it was true. Bro, he's more solid. Tanjiro said, circling the spirit with wide, curious eyes. Roy didn't respond. He could feel his aura being steadily drained. Minamino's continued existence was being powered by Roy's Nen. The moment he cut off the supply, the spirit would dissipate. Ultimately, Nen was a product of the mind, body, and spirit, filtered through the 6 major types. It was a reflection of one's emotion, willpower, and personality. In short, it was the power to impose your will on reality, governed by raw aura quantity and the rules you set for it. Is it because of Nen that I can touch a soul? As the thought crossed Roy's mind, the system panel flashed. Below the entry for Nen shape transformation, a new category had appeared. Nen property transformation. Roy blinked. Is this a reward for killing the demon? He remembered the book from his great-grandfather had mentioned property transformation, but it hadn't included any training methods. Perhaps Maha had felt it was too soon for him to delve into such an advanced topic. But Maha couldn't have known about his Hatsu, the gate of cognition. From his very first dream, Roy had been engaged in an intensive, practical application of his own Nen. Should I ask him for the second half of the notes when I get back? After a moment's thought, he decided against it. One step at a time. For now, his priorities were increasing his base aura quantity and mastering total concentration breathing. Roy pushed the thoughts aside and addressed the spirit directly. Don't thank me yet, he said, his tone practical, not cruel. You are still going to disappear. Minamino was not a Nen user, and his body was gone. There was no coming back from this. As I said, to see the world one last time is a blessing, Minamino repeated with a peaceful smile. But once you're gone forever. Tanjiro blurted out, unable to comprehend the man's acceptance. Quiet, Roy snapped, before turning back to the spirit, a hint of admiration in his voice. You are a remarkably optimistic man. If you have any unfinished business, speak now. If it is within our power, my brother and I will see it done. That's right. I can help too. Tanjiro added, before quickly covering his mouth and stealing a nervous glance at Roy. This time, Roy let it slide. There is one thing, Minamino said, his gaze turning towards the distant, snow-covered peak of Saggery Mountain. He knelt once more in the snow before Roy. Please, benefactor, allow me to see my daughter, one last time. That is all I ask. How old is she? 1.5 years. Does she know how to say, Dada? A look of pure, unadulterated joy lit up the spirit's face. She does, he said, his voice thick with love. She knows how to walk, too. Every time I come home, she crawls onto my stomach and just babbles, Dada, Dada, over and over, smearing drool all over my face. His voice became a soft, wistful stream of memories. I was thinking, when she gets a little older, I would tie pretty ribbons in her hair, take her to the capital to see the sights, to try the famous sweet dumplings. We'd go to the fancy dress shops, and I'd buy her a beautiful new dress, just to watch her twirl in front of the mirror. He spoke on, as if he had a lifetime of words to say and only a few moments left to say them. Roy listened in silence. Beside him, Tanjiro was openly weeping, tears streaming down his face. This damned world. Dahaihara's dying words suddenly echoed in Tanjiro's mind. The boy unconsciously gripped the handle of the axe at his belt. The moonlight caught the steel blade, reflecting a cold, unforgiving light. 24, Chapter 24, 1,000 Faces X Illumi's Gaze. Chapter 24, 1,000 Faces X Illumi's Gaze. Hero Minamino finally fell silent. He let out a long, regretful sigh, and the lines on his face seemed to deepen. Humans are emotional creatures. Who, in such a situation, could truly find peace? In his small, warm home, not only was his daughter waiting for him, but so were his wife, his mother, and a whole network of family and friends. Now, he was nothing more than a lost soul, a ghost clinging to the kindness of strangers. You are both fortunate and unfortunate, Roy said after a long silence. He reached out and helped the spirit to his feet. I accept your request. He then turned to his brother. Tanjiro, give me your water flask. Okay. Tanjiro didn't know what his brother was planning, but he obeyed without question, ducking back into the shrine to retrieve it. Roy held the spirit's hand, his nen wrapping around the remnant soul in a protective shroud, and followed him inside. He stepped over the high threshold and closed the heavy wooden doors, shutting out the wind and snow. The shrine, now cleaned of its gruesome stains, felt almost welcoming. They broke apart some of the rotten floorboards for firewood, and soon a cheerful blaze warmed the small space. Tanjiro returned with the flask. Roy unscrewed the cap, took out his own, and poured its contents into Tanjiro's, leaving his own empty. "Forgive the humble accommodations," he said to Minamino. "But for tonight, this will have to be your vessel. At dawn, we will take you to your family." "Thank you, Master Iyakiro," the spirit said, bowing deeply. He dissolved into a wisp of light and, guided by Roy's nen, flowed into the empty flask. With a soft pop, Roy sealed the cap. "It's no trouble," Roy said to the flask. "We were heading to Saggery Mountain anyway. This is on the way." The flask vibrated slightly, as if in response. Tanjiro peered at it, his eyes wide with wonder. He had never seen a person or a ghost stored in a bottle before. "Bro, can you really put people in there?" "Not people. Ghosts," Roy replied, gently pushing Tanjiro's curious hands away. He tucked the flask safely inside his GI, maintaining a thin, steady flow of nen to sustain the spirit within. The question, however, did bring to mind one of the 12 Kazuki from the story Gyoko, the upper rank 5, who could shrink himself down to live inside a pot. "Oh," Tanjiro said, visibly disappointed. "I thought maybe you could put me in there. Then I could be with you all the time." Roy just rolled his eyes and tossed 2 rice balls at his brother's head. "Does this idiot think it's some kind of magic gourd? That I can just call his name and suck him inside?" The night deepened, the blizzard outside showing no signs of stopping. The brothers ate their simple meal by the fire. Their blankets were the cloths Ki had used to line the charcoal baskets. A good shake was all it took to make them serviceable. Tanjiro lay down beside Roy, staring into the dancing flames. "Hey, bro, is the world always this cruel?" The woodcutter, the merchant, in the past 2 days, Tanjiro had seen more death than in his entire life. He couldn't sleep. He turned to look at Roy, his eyes wide and searching in the firelight. Roy simply closed his own eyes, feigning sleep. The world has 1,000 different faces. To some, it is hell. To Muzan and his demons, it was a paradise, a grand buffet of endless food. There was no single answer he could give. Tanjiro huffed in annoyance at being ignored and rolled over, turning his back to his brother. Roy let him be, cleared his mind, and fell into the dream. The familiar sensation of falling. He opened his eyes to his bedroom in the Zoldyck estate. The night had been both long and short. The clock in the corner chimed 4 in the morning. Time for his run. The air was thick and hot. Roy pulled on his running gear and set off. The lush, tropical scenery of Kukura Mountain a stark contrast to the snow-covered world he had just left. As he ran past the butler's villa, he saw lights on, the smell of baking bread already in the air. 1 kilometer, 2. My pace is faster than usual. Thanks to the breathing style and his improved shadow step, he could feel the difference. A quick glance at his system panel confirmed it. Physique, 10.05-10.55. It wasn't a massive leap, but it was progress. He had finally broken his plateau. A small, satisfied smile touched his lips. He reached the security station at the base of the mountain. "Morning, young master," said Zebro. He was younger here, his hair still present, though his receding hairline was already plotting a course for baldness. He tipped his hat to Roy. Roy smiled back. Just as he was about to turn and head back up the mountain, a thunderous boom echoed from the main gate. The testing gate, the symbol of the Zoldyck family's absolute power. The first 3 of its 7 doors had been pushed open. The first door alone weighed 2 tons, with each subsequent door doubling in weight. Pushing open 3 doors required a staggering 14 tons of force. "Welcome home, young Master Illumi." Zebro, who had just put his hat back on, quickly took it off again. He looked surprised to see both the young masters at the same time, at this hour. Boom! The massive gate swung shut. Illumi walked through, ignoring Zebro completely. His black, empty eyes locked onto Roy. "Just thought you should know," he said, his voice flat and emotionless. "I've had my nen awakened, too." 25, Chapter 25, Illumi's Defeat X Silva's Definition. Chapter 25, Illumi's Defeat X Silva's Definition. Roy could feel it instantly. A damp, cold aura clung to Illumi, unsettling and dangerous. It felt like a viper lurking in a dark, wet sewer, its tongue flicking, ready to strike at any moment. "Congratulations," Roy said without breaking his stride, and continued his run back up the mountain. Illumi watched him go in silence, his figure half hidden in the shadows cast by the security station's dim light. He stood motionless until Roy's back had completely disappeared from view, then he began to follow, his face a perfect, emotionless mask. "Congratulations?" He hadn't sensed a trace of sincerity in Roy's aura. A Nen user's aura is not a constant, milky white energy. Its color shifts with their emotional state. Anger manifests as a burning red. Malice and killing intent appear as a deep, abyssal black. A calm, balanced state is a tranquil green. But an emotional state of pure detachment, neither liking nor disliking, neither caring nor surprised, a state of habitual, distant observation manifests as a refined, cool gray. And gray was the color Illumi saw shrouding his brother. It meant that in Roy's mind, he was nothing more than a familiar stranger, someone to be kept at arm's length. Illumi's assessment was correct. The news of his awakening had caused no ripples in Roy's mind. It was as interesting to him as a weather report. The only thing of note was how quickly Illumi had learned to contain his aura. It meant that, like him, Illumi had mastered the basics of Ten within moments of his initiation. Narrator's note: Ten is the art of keeping one's aura nodes open while allowing aura to flow around the body in a protective shroud. It is the most fundamental of the 4 major principles of Nen. Sig's notes mentioned that mastering Ten was a good measure of raw talent. Zushi, a normal prodigy, took 3 months. Gon and Killua, 1 in a million talents, took mere minutes. Prince Tserednik of the Kaken Empire, a once-in-a-billion genius, mastered it in a single second. For Roy and Illumi, benefiting from the Zoldyck bloodline, mastering it almost instantly was not particularly surprising. The grandfather clock chimed 4:30 a.m. Roy, having finished his run and a quick shower, sat down at the dining table on schedule. Gota arrived with the breakfast cart. The usual: a beef burger, a side salad, and a tall glass of milk. The only new addition was a small plate of eggplant with minced meat. The head chef observed the young master in the kitchen the other day, Gota explained, noticing Roy's gaze. He attempted to replicate the dish and humbly asks for your critique. If you find it unsatisfactory, I will have him dismissed. Roy was already numb to the casual way the Zoldyck staff treated life and employment. He picked up his chopsticks, intending to give the dish a passing grade to save the chef's job. But before he could, a familiar, ghostly wind swept into the room. Maha Zoldyck was there. He plucked a piece of eggplant from the plate and popped it in his mouth. Too salty, the ancient assassin mumbled, his eyes closed. The sweetness is overpowering. And the eggplant isn't soft enough. Needs more work. He opened his eyes, dropped the chopsticks, and vanished. Roy and Gota stared at each other, speechless. The old man moved with such impossible speed, it was as if he just popped in to use the restroom. You heard him, Roy said, breaking the silence. Too much salt and sugar, the eggplant wasn't prepared properly, and it needed to be simmered on low heat to soften before finishing. Very good, young master. I will have him dismissed immediately. Roy shot him an exasperated look. Is firing people your only solution? His replacement probably won't be any better. I'll write down the recipe for him. And tell someone to buy a proper cast iron wok for the kitchen. That's an order. As you wish, Gota said with a bow. As he served Roy, he began his daily report of family happenings. The mistress was quite ill the other day. She believed she was with child, but a quick Nen scan revealed it was merely food poisoning. The butler in charge of procuring vegetables was disciplined, and then sent to Meteor City. Roy knew his mother, Kikyo, was from Meteor City. He took a bite of his burger, offering no comment. She was truly obsessed with having Killua. Also, Gota continued, adjusting his glasses. Young Master Illumi's 80-win streak at Heaven's Arena has been broken. The burger was a bit rare, but Roy chewed impassively. His opponent was an emitter who had apparently studied his matches and came down from a higher floor specifically to challenge him. The fight lasted nearly an hour before young Master Illumi was knocked from the ring by a precisely aimed Nen bullet. Gota watched Roy's face carefully. The young master has not competed at Heaven's Arena for some time. It is believed that young Master Illumi was attempting to break your own record of 81 consecutive wins. After having his Nen awakened yesterday, I hear he plans to seek out that emitter for a rematch. He doesn't want a rematch, Roy thought. He wants a kill. He finished the burger and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Enough gossip. What's my training schedule for today? Snow Walker, resting on its rack, seemed to hum with a restless energy, mirroring his own desire to return to the dream world and find Urokadake. He stood up, leaving the dishes for Gota. Actually, young master, the butler said, your morning training has been cancelled. The master has scheduled a session to determine both your and young Master Illumi's Nen types. He wishes to plan your future training accordingly. So, he's finally remembered he has another son. Roy picked up Snow Walker and walked towards the door. I won't be attending, he said, not bothering to look back. If my father asks why, you can tell him this. He was the one who taught me that a true assassin never shows his hand. Not to anyone. 26, Chapter 26, A Stubborn Father, A Stubborn Son. Chapter 26, A Stubborn Father, A Stubborn Son. Heh, the little bird's wings have gotten strong. In the dimly lit bedroom, Maha chuckled, his eyes glued to the cartoon playing on his small screen. For a split second, his ears seemed to stretch and grow to an impossible size, then shrink back just as quickly. On the screen, a cartoon father and son were having a screaming match over a toy, the argument escalating until the father reached for his belt. Creak. The door opened, and Zeno, his white hair a stark contrast to the shadows, pushed a small dining cart into the room. You seem to be in a good mood today, grandfather. He brought the cart to a stop and lifted the silver cloche. Alongside the usual beef bourguignon and a soup with torn bread, there was a small, fragrant plate of eggplant with minced meat. The kitchen staff developed a new recipe, based on something that boy Roy made, Zeno explained. Since you enjoyed it so much, I brought you a plate. He had tried it himself in the kitchen. The flavor was complex and delicious, unlike anything he'd ever tasted. Well, look at me, Maha rasped, not opening his eyes. Getting a personal delivery from a busy man like you. How important I must be. Zeno didn't react to the sarcasm. He ladled out a bowl of soup, methodically tearing the bread into it. He moved behind the rocking chair and began to massage his grandfather's frail shoulders. Kikyo was poisoned, he said, his voice low. It was one of the new butlers. Silva investigated. The man's background is clean, no grudge against the family. It was a complete accident. He paused, his long, slender fingers working the knots in Maha's back. As you know, grandfather, our family doesn't fear targeted attacks. What we fear are coincidences. Maha grunted in contentment as Zeno's massage hit a particularly sore spot. You're still worried about the curse, aren't you? He said, his voice a dry whisper. If it's coming, it's coming. Worrying is a waste of energy. Your wisdom is profound, grandfather. I'm not being wise. I'm just telling you that seeing your worried face annoys me. Does seeing Roy's face annoy you? He's my pride and joy. How can you compare? I'm your grandson, too. You. The old man tilted his chin towards the door. Get out. And so, Zeno was once again ejected. Grandfather is still grandfather, he thought, a faint smile on his lips. That was all he needed to know. He stood outside the door for a moment, then, with his hands clasped behind his back, he began to walk down the ancient corridor, his steps leading him, as if by instinct, towards Roy's room. Roy had just finished speaking with Gota and was heading out, snowwalker in hand. As he rounded a corner, he came face to face with his grandfather. He immediately bowed his head. Grandfather. The morning sun caught in the boy's dark hair, making it shine. For a fleeting moment, Zeno was transported back in time, to his own youth. Humph, he grunted, his eyes scanning Roy from head to toe, lingering for a fraction of a second on the white-sheathed katana. He then walked past him without another word. That's a fine blade. Zeno's voice drifted back down the hall. A shame its previous owner was a fool. He offered me 100 million jenny to kill his master. I decided killing him was better value. I hope it has found a better master this time. With a flicker of movement, Zeno was gone. Roy stood there for a moment, the sun warming the back of his neck. Then he turned and walked in the opposite direction, towards the training hall. Luke, the butler in charge of electroshock training, was already waiting. Seeing Roy enter, he swapped the 500,000-volt prod in his hand for the 1 million-volt model. The master has ordered that the young master's training intensity be doubled, starting today, Luke said, bowing respectfully. Roy looked at him, his face impassive. I was told my morning training was cancelled. Gota had just said so. Luke had to know. Only young Master Illumi's training was cancelled, sir. Yours is to proceed. Roy stared at the butler for a long moment. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he sensed a presence. He whipped his head towards the window. Silva was standing there, watching him. His massive frame was a dark silhouette against the rising sun, blocking out the light. And in that instant, Roy understood. His father had overheard his conversation with Gota. This was his punishment. Roy met his father's gaze without flinching. For a moment, the air between them seemed to crackle with an unseen energy. Luke, caught in the middle, remained frozen in his bow, barely daring to breathe. Finally, Silva spoke, his voice a low rumble. What did you call me? Father. That's not what you called me this morning. As you said, that was this morning, Roy replied, taking a slow breath. This is now. There was a long, heavy silence. Shock him, Silva said. Luke straightened up, a quiet, my apologies, on his lips. He pressed the prod against Roy's chest. 1,000,000 volts of electricity surged through him. The world exploded into white-hot pain. His muscles spasmed, his body twitching violently, but he locked his knees, refusing to fall, his eyes still fixed on his father's silhouette. He held the gaze until his world went black. 9 in the morning. Roy slowly came to. So, being electrocuted into unconsciousness doesn't trigger the deep sleep mode, he noted clinically. He was still on the floor of the training hall, not in the shrine. How long was I out? He rasped, his throat dry, as Luke helped him sip some water. 30 minutes and 3 seconds, young master. He looked towards the window. The sun was higher now, its heat baking the stone floor. Silva was gone. Roy tried to push himself up, but his limbs wouldn't obey. He staggered a few steps and collapsed back onto the floor. Young master, please be careful not to crush young Master Illumi, Luke said, rushing to his side. Roy looked down. His rear end was cushioned by something soft. Lying on the floor beneath him, his long, straight hair now a frizzy, electrified mess, was Illumi. What is he doing here? After young Master Illumi completed his N-type test, he came directly to the training hall, Luke explained. When he heard your training had been intensified, he insisted on receiving the same. I had no choice but to comply. And, well, you see the result. 27, Chapter 27, Instant Takedown X Silva's Test. Chapter 27, Instant Takedown X Silva's Test. Roy didn't spare Illumi a second glance. Even unconscious, his brother's dead fish eyes were wide open, radiating a stubborn defiance. I, Illumi Zoldyck, have never been second best. Roy could practically hear the thought that must have gone through his head when he demanded the stronger prod. He sat on his brother's chest for a moment, then gestured for Luke to dig a hole in the courtyard. They dragged Illumi outside and unceremoniously dumped him in. Young master, is this wise? Luke asked, his voice trembling as he watched Roy start shoveling dirt onto his brother. He was terrified of what Illumi would do to him once he woke up. Roy leaned on the shovel, gradually regaining control of his aching body. He left Illumi buried up to his neck. "Don't worry," he said casually. "He prefers to sleep this way." Luke didn't believe him. But as Roy patted down the last of the dirt, he noticed that Illumi's perpetually open eyes had finally closed. "Get me an umbrella," Illumi's flat voice instructed from the ground. "The sun is in my eyes." He would have preferred the dark, cool hole in his own room, but his body was still paralyzed. This would have to do. "Yes, young master." Luke scurried off, not daring to look back. Roy shielded his eyes with a hand and stuck the shovel in the ground. "Rest well," he said, and walked back to the training hall. Illumi's eyes opened again, watching his brothers retreating back. Just before Roy disappeared around a corner, his voice followed, quiet but firm. "Next time, I'll wake up before you." Boom. The heavy doors of the training hall slammed shut. "I hope so," Roy murmured to himself. He picked up Snowwalker and drew the blade. He didn't immediately begin practicing sun breathing. Instead, he stood in the center of the room, calming the lingering agitation in his spirit. He took a deep, centering breath, then moved, the blade cutting a diagonal arc through the air. Sun breathing, first form, dance. A wave of heat rolled off the blade, and a flicker of flame erupted from its edge, leaving a scorched black line on the stone wall. Not focused enough. His wrist snapped, and the blade reversed its arc, an upward slash that carved a second ring of fire in the air. Still not focused. Third form, Raging Sunday. Fourth form, Setting Sun Transformation. Fifth form, Solar Heat Haze. He moved through the forms, one after another, tirelessly chasing that elusive feeling of perfect concentration. When Gota came to call him for lunch, he sent him away. "Are you an enhancer?" Illumi was awake. He had dug himself out of the hole and was now leaning against the training hall window, watching Roy. He had apparently slept the entire day away. Sleeping under an umbrella in the garden isn't so bad, he thought, and walked into the room. "I think you need a sparring partner." He flexed his fingers, his hands stiffening into blades. The Nen awakening had clearly given him a surge of confidence. But in the next second, a black shadow blurred. Roy grabbed him by his frizzy, electrified hair and slammed his face into the floor. "I'm hungry," Roy said, his voice flat. "I don't have time to play with you." He sheathed Snowwalker, stepped over Illumi's prone body, and walked out. Illumi lay there, staring at the ceiling, his mind a complete blank. A moment later, Silva appeared. Illumi slowly pushed himself up. "He's an enhancer, isn't he?" Narrator's note: enhancers specialize in strengthening themselves or their weapons. Their Hatsu are typically focused on increasing their own attack and defense capabilities. The most famous enhancer is Isaac Netero, the strongest human alive. "I don't know," Silva replied, moving to the center of the room and beginning his stretches. "He has to be." Illumi insisted, getting to his feet. There was no other way to explain the explosive, impossible speed Roy had just displayed. "He didn't use Nen on you," Silva said, glancing at the corner of the room. The old surveillance camera had been replaced with a new one, this one encased in a thick, steel box. Then what was it? Shadow step. Illumi froze, his body going rigid. He stood there for a long time, then walked to the window, hoisted himself up, and dropped back down into the courtyard. Silva watched as his son found the hole he'd been buried in, jumped back in, and began to robotically pull the dirt back over himself, as if only the embrace of the earth could offer him any comfort. "Weak. You're too weak, Illumi." Though they were separated by a long corridor, the same thought echoed in both brothers' minds. Roy, meanwhile, was walking back to his room. A system notification popped up, Physique plus 0.05. He glanced at his stats. Shadow Step, Proficient, 89/100. He was close to reaching the next level of mastery. "It must be because my base physique has improved," he reasoned. He couldn't wait to go to sleep and continue his training. But he knew a harsh night of training likely awaited him. He decided to eat and take a medicinal bath first. He found that Gota, with the intuition of a long-serving butler, had already prepared the bath. As Roy soaked in the steaming, herb-infused water, Gota stood by, pouring hot water over his back and giving his report. "The master was informed of your refusal to attend the Nen-type test. He said nothing, but he has issued a new directive." "And what's that?" "In 2 weeks' time, he will test the results of your training." "What training?" Gota polished his fogged glasses, his expression grim. "Your mastery of Zetsu," he said. "The master said that if you can withstand 3 lashes of his whip, you will have passed." Roy stiffened. The memory of the 1,000,000-volt prod seared through him, and his chest began to ache all over again. 28, Chapter 28, Off to Saggery Mountain x Minamino's Gratitude. Chapter 28, Off to Saggery Mountain x Minamino's Gratitude. An electric shock's intensity can be controlled. Silva's whip, however, was an entirely different beast. How much force he would use, whether he would imbue it with Nenet was all a complete unknown. "Whatever makes him happy," Roy said, a note of resignation in his voice. They were all stubborn, him and his father. Neither would ever back down. That was the Zoldyck way, a house full of immovable objects. Gota, ever the professional, said nothing more. His job was to handle the logistics, to free the young master from the burden of trivialities. Ding! The clock in the corner chimed, signaling less than an hour until Roy's scheduled sleep time. After helping Roy out of the medicinal bath, Gota gathered the used clothes and was about to leave when Roy stopped him. Two things. First, I need you to book appointments with the top specialists in pulmonary disease. Second, I need you to find me all available information on conjurer-type Nen users. Specifically, any with a documented record of using reverse conjuration. I need to consult with them. He hadn't forgotten about Tanjiro. The most direct solution he could think of was to use a conjuration ability to bring modern medicine from his world into the world of Demon Slayer. He instinctively reached up to touch the sun-patterned earring, but his hand found nothing. Right, he wasn't in the dream yet. The first task is simple, Gota said after a moment's thought. The capital city's hospital is world-renowned for its respiratory department. With enough Jenny, we can secure an appointment with the best. As for the second, Gota spread his hands helplessly. Young master, as you know, I do not have the clearance to access the family's intelligence network. Roy knew the Zoldicks had their own private intelligence agency, but without Silva's direct authorization, not even he or Illumi could use it. I understand, Roy said, dismissing him. He had time. Nearly 2 years before Tanjiro's health would critically decline. He'd find a way. If all else failed, once he'd mastered sun breathing and the basics of Nen, he would take the hunter exam. A hunter license would grant him access to the Hunter Association's private network, which would open up a world of possibilities. The night wind rustled the curtains, revealing Snowwalker resting on its rack. Moonlight streamed through the window, bathing the boy's face in a soft, silver light. He lay down on the bed, his hands folded over his stomach, and closed his eyes. The familiar sensation of falling. He walked through the kaleidoscopic tunnel and emerged onto the shore of his subconscious sea. He stood there for a moment, letting the waves wash over his bare feet, clearing his mind. Then, he pushed open the door to the world of Demon Slayer. Bro. A shivering Tanjiro, wrapped in a blanket, poked him awake. I just went for a pee, it's freezing out there. He looked at Roy with a mixture of awe and admiration. After everything they'd been through, his brother could still sleep like a rock. There's a cloth bundle under the axe, Roy mumbled, still half asleep. Rice balls inside. Heat them up by the fire. Roy went outside, washed his face with a handful of fresh snow, and returned to the now crackling fire. He took out the water flask and uncapped it. Tanjiro, while heating up their breakfast, scooted closer, hoping to bask in the faint warmth of Roy's aura. Roy ignored him and opened his aura nodes a little wider, feeding more Nen into the flask. A wisp of white smoke curled out, coalescing into the upper half of Hero Minamino's spirit. Good morning, benefactor, the spirit said with a bow. Tanjiro, seeing the spirit's lower half trailing off into smoke inside the flask, leaned in closer. Hey, mister, are you okay in there? A sharp chop to the head from Roy sent him scurrying away, nursing the new lump. Please excuse my brother's lack of manners, Roy said to Minamino. If you're ready, we can leave as soon as we've eaten. Minamino smiled warmly at Tanjiro. The boy's earnest, pouting face reminded him of his own daughter. There's no need to trouble yourself, Master Iyakairo, he said. But there is one small matter, if you'd be so kind. When the demon attacked me, he explained, it knocked my traveling pack aside. It shouldn't be too far from here. Inside, you'll find some gifts for my family, and a small purse of money. Please, take the money as a token of my gratitude for avenging me and taking me home. Simple enough, Roy said, then looked at Tanjiro. You heard him. Keep your nose sharp on the way down. After a quick breakfast, they left the shrine. It didn't take long for Tanjiro to find the pack, half buried in the snow under a pine tree. Inside was a bolt of cloth, a wooden toy horse, and some official-looking documents. That's it, Minamino's voice whispered from the flask. The cloth is for my wife and mother. The toy is for my daughter. The money, please, Master Iyakairo, it is yours. Roy picked a single copper coin from the snow and pocketed it. The rest, he had Tanjiro bundle back up and place in the pack. Minamino started to protest, but Roy simply picked up the pack and started walking towards Saggery Mountain. In this world, a man is the pillar of his family, Roy said, not looking back. You may be gone, but your family still needs to eat. This money will help them get by. That's right, mister. Tanjiro added, smiling at the flask. More money means more candy for your daughter. Minamino let out a long, shuddering sigh, and bowed his head in profound, silent gratitude. They reached the foot of Saggery Mountain and saw a small village nestled in the valley below. As they got closer, a familiar sound drifted up to them on the wind, the sound of a child's voice. Mama, when is Papa coming home? 29, Chapter 29, Soul Shock X The Color of the Spirit. Chapter 29, Soul Shock X The Color of the Spirit. At the eastern edge of the village, a small cluster of cabins was enclosed by a simple wicker fence. Inside the yard, a woman and a little girl were building a snowman together. The girl, bundled in a floral padded jacket, was trying to wrap a purple scarf around its neck. Her mother, her own head covered by a scarf, lifted the girl up so she could place a worn hat on the snowman's head. From a distance, the lopsided figure bore a striking resemblance to Hiro Minamino. "Shizuka, do you miss Papa?" "I do." The hat was crooked, making the snowman look comical. The little girl giggled. "Look, Mama. Papa looks so silly." The woman smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. As she laughed, she glanced towards the fence and saw them. Roy and Tanjiro, standing silently in the snow. Her expression immediately shifted. She gently moved her daughter behind her, her posture becoming wary. "Can I help you?" The village at the foot of Saggery Mountain was already remote. In the dead of winter, visitors were almost unheard of. Roy held up the water flask and looked at the spirit of Hiro Minamino. The man's ghostly face was streaked with tears, his lips trembling. He stared, transfixed, at his wife and daughter, unable to speak. "Bro." Tanjiro couldn't bear to watch. He turned his face away. He couldn't imagine the despair he would feel if he ever learned that his own father was gone. But in this world stalked by demons, such tragedies were a daily occurrence. After a moment, Roy stepped forward. "Ma'am," he said, his voice respectful. "We're friends of Mr. Minamino. We were just passing through and wanted to drop something off for him." He placed the merchant's traveling pack on the ground. The woman recognized the pack instantly. She had woven it herself from the reeds that grew on the mountain. Her posture relaxed. She opened the gate and let them in. "Naoko, who is it?" An elderly woman's kind voice came from inside the house. "Friends of heroes," the woman, Naoko, replied. "They brought something from him." "Oh, well, don't just stand there in the cold. Invite the boys in for some hot tea." "Yes, mother." Naoko turned back to Roy and Tanjiro, giving them a grateful bow. Roy nodded politely and stepped into the yard, with Tanjiro dragging the pack behind him. "Mama, who are they?" The little girl, Shizuka, whispered, peeking out from behind her mother's legs. The spirit of Hiro Minamino could no longer contain himself. He floated from the flask and reached out to embrace his daughter. A cold, ghostly wind swept through the yard. Minamino's spiritual form passed right through the little girl's body. Shizuka blinked, her small body shuddering for a fraction of a second. The change was almost imperceptible, but Roy, his eyes sharp, saw it clearly. "Her spirit is still too fragile," Roy communicated to the ghost, using his nen as a medium. "A direct shock from a soul as strong as yours could displace it. You must not touch her." With his Gyo active, Roy could see the girl's aura flicker and recoil as the ghost passed through her. For a terrifying instant, her body's energy field seemed to mistake Minamino's soul for its own rightful owner. So the soul is the true source, the color of one's nen. Sig's notes, and everything Roy knew about the world of hunters, stated that nen was the body's life energy. Without a physical vessel, that energy should have no anchor and would dissipate. But Minamino's existence proved that a soul, a concentration of that same life energy, could persist, at least for a short time. "My fault. Shizuka, I'm so sorry, Papa was too hasty." Minamino's spiritual form wavered, and he began to slap himself in anguish, his form growing fainter with each blow. "Self-harm won't solve anything," Roy said, his voice cutting through the spirit's despair. He reached into the pack and pulled out the small wooden horse. "Shizuka, right," he said with a warm smile. "Look what your papa bought for you. He said you can play with this for now, and when he gets back, he'll be a big horse for you to ride. And candy," Tanjiro added, pulling out the sweets and offering them in his open palm. "Mama." The little girl looked up at her mother, her eyes wide. Naoko gave her a reassuring pat. "It's all right, Shizuka. They're your papa's friends. You can call them Big Brother. The little girl took a hesitant step forward, then another, until she was standing right in front of Roy. She reached out and took the toy horse. As she did, Roy channeled a thin, stabilizing stream of his own nen into her through the wooden toy. He watched as her flickering aura settled, the foreign energy from her father's touch receding, her own life force reasserting itself. The vacant look in her eyes vanished, replaced by the bright, innocent spark of a child. Minamino saw it all. As a spirit, his senses were far more attuned to such things. He sank to his knees, his gratitude too profound for words. Roy ignored him. He and Tanjiro each took one of Shizuka's hands and followed Naoko inside. The cabin was warm, a small stove glowing in the corner. An elderly woman, her hands red and raw from washing clothes in the cold, poured them each a cup of steaming tea. After thanking her, they got to the point, laying out the contents of the pack. "Mr. Minamino bought this cloth in town, for you and your mother. The toy and the candy are for Shizuka. And this is the money he sent back." "Child," the old woman's voice was quiet, but it cut through the room, silencing all other sound. "Did Hiro say when he would be coming home?" 30, Chapter 30, Hiro Minamino's Gift X the Life Energy Column. Chapter 30, Hiro Minamino's Gift X the Life Energy Column. Roy sipped his tea in silence. Tanjiro sat beside him, squirming, the unspoken truth a stone in his throat. The two women's faces grew pale. At first, Naoko didn't understand, but then the realization dawned on her. Her hands twisted in her lap, her fingers digging into the fabric of her kimono. After a long, heavy silence, the old woman let out a sigh that seemed to age her another 10 years. "Hiro was a stubborn man," she said, her voice trembling. He treasured that pack more than his own life. He always said, the only way it would ever return without him, is if he were gone. The pack was here. The man was not. The meaning was clear. Child, the old woman said, her voice cracking, her formidable willpower the only thing holding her back from collapsing into grief. Tell me the truth. My hero, he's not coming back, is he? The air in the small cabin grew heavy, colder than the blizzard raging outside. Tanjiro turned a desperate, pleading gaze to Roy. Roy glanced at the little girl, Shizuka, who was looking from her mother to her grandmother and then to the two strangers with wide, confused eyes. He nodded at Tanjiro, who understood immediately and coaxed the girl outside to have a snowball fight. Neither woman objected. Once they were alone, Roy set his teacup down. To be honest, he said softly, I think it would be better if Mr. Minamino told you himself. The women stared at him, uncomprehending. Roy placed a hand on the table. He channeled a gentle, controlled stream of nen, using the wood as a conduit. A warm energy flowed into the two women, a temporary glow that allowed them to see what he could see. And then they saw him. A third figure in the room, familiar and beloved. Their son, their husband, Hiro Minamino. Hiro. Mother. Naoko. Roy closed his eyes, giving them their space. He could feel his nen, the energy connecting them, fluctuating wildly with their overwhelming emotions. If everyone in this room had been a nen user, the cabin would have been filled with a swirling storm of gray, sorrowful aura. Through the window, he could hear the sound of a child's laughter. Shizuka was chasing Tanjiro, pelting him with snowballs. Tanjiro, forcing a smile, dodged and weaved, letting her win. After a long time, the quiet sobbing inside the cabin subsided. The kettle on the stove began to whistle. Naoko and her mother, their faces streaked with tears, knelt before Roy, prostrating themselves in the deepest bow of gratitude. Thank you, Master Ieyakuiro, they said in unison, for avenging our hero. It was nothing, Roy said, helping them up. We were just defending ourselves. You are too humble, benefactor, Minamino's voice whispered. He explained to his family how Roy had toyed with the demon, how he had used the fight to train his younger brother. That creature was no match for him. He could have ended it in an instant. Roy didn't deny it. He had finished his tea, delivered the message, and completed his task. It was time to leave. The two women pleaded with them to stay, but seeing the fresh grief in their eyes, Roy gently but firmly refused. He and Tanjiro went back out into the yard. Naoko, her mother, and a now tired Shizuka followed them to the gate. There, in front of them all, Roy handed the water flask to Minamino's mother. This is where he rests now, he said quietly. Keep it, so you have something to remember him by. The old woman clutched the flask to her chest, fresh tears streaming down her face. Don't cry, mother, Minamino's voice came, gentle and reassuring. All men must die. Just think of it as me moving on to a better place. As he spoke, his spiritual form, its purpose fulfilled, began to waver and dissipate. No, don't go. His wife and mother cried, reaching for him, their hands passing through his fading form. Roy watched in silence. Do you want to say goodbye to Shizuka? He asked the spirit through their nen link. Minamino looked at his daughter, who was now trying to comfort her crying mother and grandmother, her small hands patting their cheeks. A look of infinite love and longing passed over his face, and he shook his head. Master Ieyakuiro, the spirit's voice was growing fainter. I have rarely thanked anyone in my life, and never bowed to any man but my own father. But for you, thank you. Thank you for bringing me home, for letting me be content. But, with a final, loving gaze at his daughter, the spirit of Hiro Minamino dissolved into a cloud of shimmering motes of light. The motes swirled and then shot towards Roy, merging with his body. Notice, you have guided a lingering soul to peace. By accepting his final wish and bearing his karma, you have received his final gift. Life energy +1. This energy can be allocated to your physique stat. Roy flinched. He felt a sudden, immense weight in his pocket. The single copper coin he'd taken now felt as heavy as a block of lead. He took a deep breath to steady himself. So this was his real gift. He stood in the snow for a long moment, then called to his brother. They bowed one last time to the grieving family and turned towards the deep woods of Saggery Mountain. Goodbye, brother Tanjiro. A small voice called out from behind them. Goodbye, Shizuka. And goodbye, Hiro Minamino, Roy added silently. The sun-patterned earring swayed in the wind as the two brothers walked away, their figures soon swallowed by the swirling snow. 31, Chapter 31, A Physique Increase X Sabito and Makomo. Chapter 31, A Physique Increase X Sabito and Makomo. Hiro Minamino was an ordinary man, a single speck of dust in a world of billions. No one, save for his family, would have ever mourned his passing. But now, there was one more. Walking through the deep, silent woods of Saggery Mountain, Roy clutched the single copper coin in his pocket. He opened his system panel and allocated the point of life energy to his physique stat. Notice. Physique 10.55-11.55. A wave of intense, searing heat flooded his body. Steam began to rise from the crown of his head. Tanjiro, trudging through the deep snow behind him, looked up. For a split second, he saw his brother's frame seem to expand, his muscles swelling against his clothes. He blinked, rubbing his eyes, and when he looked again, Roy was back to his normal size. Strange. Am I just seeing things? Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. He hurried to catch up, his brow furrowed with concern. You okay, bro? Okay, far from it. Every cell in his body was screaming. It took every ounce of his willpower just to keep walking. The instantaneous increase in his physique was forcing his body through years of natural growth in a matter of seconds. Cells were furiously dividing, his bone density was increasing, his blood vessels were thickening, and his muscle fibers were being torn apart and rebuilt at an accelerated rate. It was a deep, cellular agony. He finally had to stop, leaning against a tall cedar for support. Here, drink some water, Tanjiro said, uncapping his flask. Roy took a long swallow, the cool water doing little to quench the internal fire, but it was enough. He patted his brother's back, glanced at the sky, and pushed himself to keep moving. Saggery Mountain was famous for its perpetual fog. In the dead of winter, the sub-zero temperatures turned the mist into a clinging, crystalline hoarfrost. Tanjiro's nose was bright red, and he had to keep wiping ice from his eyelashes. He couldn't imagine what kind of person would choose to live in such a desolate place. Bro, does anyone really live up here? He asked, his teeth chattering. There's no sun, no green things, it's even colder than our mountain. Greatness is forged in hardship, Roy said, his gaze sweeping the fog-shrouded woods. His eyes, enhanced by a subtle gyo, locked onto something high up in the branches of a birch tree. Two figures, a boy and a girl, sat perched there, their faces hidden behind fox masks. Hey, Sabito, the girl whispered, her voice soft as falling snow. Do you think he saw us? She was small, dressed in a flower-patterned kimono, her fox mask askew on her head. Impossible, the boy replied, his voice calm and steady. He was older, with long, peach-colored hair, wearing a haori patterned with geometric shapes over his white robes. A scar ran down the side of his own fox mask. No one can see us unless we choose to be seen. You're right. Not even Master Urokodake can, the girl, Makomo, said, her voice tinged with sadness. She had tried so many times, standing right beside her master, watching him eat, sleep, carve his masks, but he never once acknowledged her. Don't lose hope, Makomo, the boy, Sabito, said, gently patting her head. Someone has come seeking his guidance. That's a good sign. But, Master doesn't want any more students, she whispered, her green eyes dimming with sorrow. He's too heartbroken. He doesn't want to see anyone else die because of him. That monster, it's gotten too strong. Even you. Yes, Sabito said, finishing her thought, his voice heavy. Even I was no match for it. He fell silent, watching as Roy and Tanjiro passed beneath their perch. A moment later, both he and Makomo vanished into the mist. Roy's hearing, enhanced by his nen, had caught their whispered words. Pure souls, he thought, crying out from beyond. He adjusted the basket on his back and pulled Tanjiro out of a snowdrift he'd just stumbled into. As they ventured deeper, the fog began to thin. A sliver of morning light pierced through the canopy, illuminating a small clearing. In the center of the clearing, an old man sat on a tree stump, a tengu mask covering his face. He was carving another mask, the rhythmic scrape and tap of his tools the only sound in the quiet woods. He didn't look up as they approached, completely absorbed in his work. Bro, there's someone there, Tanjiro whispered. I see him, Roy replied, holding up a hand to stop his brother from calling out. They would not disturb him. Roy set down his basket, cleared a patch of snow, and started a small fire. Tanjiro, learning from his brother, filled his flask with clean snow and set it by the fire to melt. Why aren't they going in? Makomo had reappeared. She now sat on the porch of the small cabin behind the old man, her chin resting in her hands as she watched them with curious eyes. Sabito stood beside her. And behind them, a dozen other figures slowly materialized from the mist, all wearing the same fox masks. They were the ghosts of Urokodake's fallen students. Some watched their master carve. Others dozed against the doorframe. One boy, a mischievous glint in his eye, tried to snatch a sparrow out of the air. Another, named Shinsuke, drifted over to Roy and Tanjiro, circling them curiously. He waved a translucent hand in front of Roy's face. Roy, who was peeling a rice ball, glanced up. The ghost yelped and stumbled back, nearly falling into the fire. Ha, don't be an idiot, Shinsuke, another ghost laughed. You really think he can see you? I'm not being an idiot. Shinsuke shot back, scrambling to his feet. He cautiously waved his hand in front of Roy's face again. This time, Roy didn't react, his attention focused on his food. The ghost let out a sigh of relief. See, Fukuda, I told you. He said, and playfully tackled his friend, the two of them wrestling like children in the snow. 32 Chapter 32 Roy's Speed x Urokodake's Invitation. Chapter 32 Roy's Speed x Urokodake's Invitation. The playful shouts of the ghosts echoed in the clearing, a private concert for an audience of one. The water in the flask began to boil. Tanjiro quickly poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to his brother. Bro, he whispered, I don't know why, but I feel like we're being watched. Tanjiro, their father, was the first Kamado in 1,000 years to reach the transparent world. Perhaps it was his bloodline, or a blessing from their ancestors, but that legacy had manifested in Tanjiro as a preternaturally sharp sense of smell. It was this same sense that would one day allow him to smell the intent behind Sabato's sword strikes, a sign that he himself was on the verge of touching that same profound state of perception. So for him to feel something here, even if he couldn't explain it, was not surprising. "What do you smell?" "I don't know. It's kind of like the scent Mr. Minamino had." As he spoke, a dozen ghostly figures swirled around him, drawn by his words. This kid's senses are sharp. Just like Master. He could always track a demon's location, and even tell how many people it had eaten, just by the smell. Maybe, he has more potential than Jiu. The spirits chattered excitedly, circling above Tanjiro's head, but none dared to pass through him. They knew the danger of a soul shocking a living being. A sudden chill ran down Tanjiro's spine. Why did it get so cold all of a sudden? He shivered and huddled closer to Roy for warmth. Roy, however, was focused. He finished his rice ball and washed it down with the tea. His gaze swept past the curious ghosts, past the surprised faces of Sabato and Makomo, and settled on the old man carving by the cabin. Urokodake was a study in stillness. He seemed to merge with the landscape, to be both present and not. If you weren't looking for him, you would miss him entirely. It was a state remarkably similar to Zetsu. The difference was that one relied on sealing one's nen, while the other was a state of being born from decades of discipline and mastery. Tap, tap. The sound of carving stopped. Urokodake's knife had slipped. Perhaps the new tool was unfamiliar, or perhaps the presence of strangers had disturbed his concentration. The fox mask he was carving now had a crooked, mocking smile. "Master." Makomo whispered, her heart aching for him. Urokodake stared at the ruined mask for a moment, then set it aside and picked up a fresh block of wood. He began to carve again, as if he hadn't noticed them at all. Tanjiro fidgeted. "Bro, should I go and knock?" "Knock on what?" Roy thought. "There's not even a gate." He drank the last of his tea. "If you're getting restless, go hunt for something to eat." "No, I'm staying here with you," Tanjiro said, shaking his head. "Fine, I'll go." Roy stood up and, in a flicker of shadow step, vanished. He moved so fast he left an afterimage, a perfect silhouette of himself sitting by the fire. Every ghost in the clearing whipped their heads around, but they were a fraction of a second too late. All they saw was the faint ripple in the air where he had been. "That guy is fast," one of the ghosts exclaimed. In the next instant, Roy was back, two freshly killed rabbits dangling from his hand. The ghosts were stunned into silence. They now swarmed around Roy, their curiosity piqued, trying to figure out how a human could move like that. They kept their distance, however, parting for him as he walked. At the end of that spectral path stood Sabato, his hand resting on the hilt of his wooden sword. "If you'd had that kind of speed," Makomo said to him, her eyes shining as she looked at Roy, "you wouldn't have died." Sabato was silent. Even with that speed, could he really have run? What would have happened to Jiu, who in those days was still a crybaby who could barely hold his sword? He shook his head, a sad smile on his lips. "This time," he said to Makomo, his voice filled with a new hope, "I really think this one has a chance." Roy and Tanjiro roasted the rabbits over the fire. The smell of cooking meat soon filled the clearing. Without any spices save for a little salt Tanjiro had in his pack, the meal was simple, but it was enough to attract a crowd of hungry ghosts. "Hey, Sabato," Makomo whined, her eyes glued to the sizzling rabbit in Roy's hands. "Think of something. I want a bite." "What am I supposed to do?" Sabato thought, exasperated. "You're the one who said we should just watch them eat." He fell silent, but then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something that made him go still. "Rabbit tastes gamey if you don't season it first," a deep voice rumbled from beside the fire. Seikanji Urokodake stood there, his Tengu mask hiding his expression. The ruined fox mask he had been carving lay discarded on the tree stump. "If you two don't mind," he said, his voice like the grinding of old stones, "come inside. I'll prepare it properly." 33, Chapter 33, A Fireside Chat X Roy's Detachment. Chapter 33, A Fireside Chat X Roy's Detachment. Patience. I must have more patience. Urokodake thought. If only he had kept them with him for a few more years, helped them perfect their breathing styles, polished their techniques, perhaps things would have turned out differently. He led the way in his cloud-patterned Haori, Roy and Tanjiro following at a respectful distance. Behind them, unseen, trailed a procession of ghosts, their spectral eyes fixed on the newcomers. The scene was surreal, a silent parade of the living and the dead. As Tanjiro passed her, Makomo darted forward and tried to lick the roasted rabbit he was carrying. Her tongue passed right through it. "I have never hated being a ghost more than I do right now," Sabato said, seeming to read her mind. He fell into step beside Roy, studying him. The boy carried himself with a maturity and poise that belied his age. Each step was measured, precise. "He's had harsh training," Sabato concluded. "And judging by his speed, his physical conditioning is already far beyond what mine was. He might even be approaching Jia's level. An expert sees what an amateur misses." And Urokodake saw far more than Sabato. "Master's interested," Makomo whispered happily. "He won't be so lonely anymore." "And neither will we," Sabato added, his hand resting on the hilt of his wooden sword. But don't get your hopes up, they still have to pass the test. The mountain was riddled with traps. Speed alone would not be enough. Urokodake pushed open the door to his small cabin and placed his carving tools on a shelf. Roy and Tanjiro followed him inside, handing him the rabbits. A master swordsman may not be a great chef, but he will always have a master's knife skills. In Urokodake's hands, the half-cooked rabbits were expertly butchered in seconds. He seared the meat with a splash of sake, stir-fried it with a dark, savory sauce, and laid it over a bed of wild greens. He then set a clay pot over the hearth to simmer. Makomo knelt by the fire, her nose twitching, her eyes glued to the pot. Roy and Tanjiro sat opposite her. Sabito and the other ghosts drifted in through the walls, filling the small cabin with a strange, silent warmth. As the stew bubbled, Urokodake finally turned his attention to the two brothers. They had a family resemblance, but their presence was worlds apart. Roy, perhaps bolstered by the life energy he'd absorbed from Minamino, sat with the unshakable stillness of a mountain. Tanjiro, next to him, was a bundle of earnest, youthful energy, trying to imitate his brother's stoic posture. He's not ready, Urokodake said, his gaze falling on Tanjiro. He is too young for the training. Send him home for 3 years. I'm not too young. Tanjiro protested, flexing a non-existent bicep. I've already helped my brother kill a demon. The word hung in the air. Every soul in the room, living and dead, snapped their attention to him. You fought a demon. One of the ghosts, Shinsuke, exclaimed, zipping over to circle Tanjiro's head. A cold draft washed over the boy, making him shiver. Under Urokodake's intense, unblinking stare, Tanjiro swallowed hard. Well, the one in the mountains, I wasn't much help with. But the one in the shrine last night. I definitely pulled my weight. And I almost got myself killed for hesitating, he added silently, the memory of his brother's anger still stinging his cheek. Urokodake said nothing, his gaze boring into Tanjiro. Then he turned to Roy. The crowd of ghosts turned with him. Tanjiro had said everything and nothing. What did he mean? He wasn't much help. The ghosts were dying to know. If the kid wasn't lying, it meant the silent boy sitting before their master had killed a demon, alone, without having learned a breathing style. Whoa, he might be even more amazing than you, Sabito, Makomo whispered, finally tearing her eyes away from the bubbling pot. He might be more amazing than Jiyu, Sabito corrected in his thoughts, his respect for the boy growing. Roy placed a calming hand on Tanjiro's back. Demons eat people, he said, his voice calm and even as he met Urokodake's gaze. So people kill demons. My brother is a straightforward person. Please forgive his bluntness. Urokodake studied him. This boy was nothing like Sabito or Jiyu. He was too calm, too composed, with a maturity that was frankly unsettling in someone so young. I hate to admit it, Urokodake said after a long silence, his voice a low rumble. But you are a child of incredible talent. Perhaps, you might actually be able to kill it. Roy glanced at Sabito. He knew what it was. The Hand Demon. The monster trapped on Final Selection Mountain, the one that had killed every single one of Urokodake's students, Sabito and Makomo included. The living symbol of the old man's failure and grief. Urokodake stirred the stew. You have patience, talent, and a good head on your shoulders, he said, his back still to them. Any other trainer would have accepted you without question. But I am different. He put the lid on the pot and turned, his Tengu mask fixing Roy with an unreadable stare. Tell me your resolve, he commanded. What is it that drives you to kill demons? Roy smiled. It was a thin, detached smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Honestly, he said, his voice devoid of any heroic passion, I think that's a stupid question. He met the old master's gaze without flinching. They chose to eat people. Therefore, they have forfeited their right to exist. Killing them is not a matter of resolve. It is a matter of course. Oh. Makomo breathed, her eyes sparkling. She leaned over to Sabito. This guy is even cooler than you. Sabito didn't reply. But behind his fox mask, a fire had been lit. 34, Chapter 34, Hands in Pockets, I knew no equal x Urokodake's compromise. Chapter 34, Hands in Pockets, I knew no equal x Urokodake's compromise. Does killing demons really require a reason? Sabito thought. It was a matter of survival. You kill or you are killed. It was the same lesson he had drilled into Jiyu all those years ago. Now, it seemed, a glimmer of hope had finally returned. Urokodake was silent for a few seconds, and then a low, rumbling chuckle escaped from behind his mask. Arrogance? Or is it the supreme confidence of youth? It had been over a decade since anyone had spoken to him with such bluntness. If everything in this world were as simple as you say, the old water pillar rumbled, the demon slayer core would not have been locked in this struggle for 1,000 years. He poured a cup of tea and pushed it across the table. Tanjiro, still full from earlier, politely declined. Roy, however, his body still recovering from its forced growth, was ravenous. He accepted the tea and drained it in one gulp. In my opinion, Roy said, pushing the cup back for a refill, the only reason the struggle has lasted so long is because neither side is strong enough to achieve a decisive victory. The pillars against the 12 Kazuki, the grunts against the grunts. The balance of power, a stalemate held in place by Musen's lingering fear of Yoriaki Tsujikuni and the sun-breathing style he represented. Urokadaki slid the whole teapot over to Roy, clearly unwilling to continue the debate. He went to the kitchen, returned with a few potatoes, and began to peel them, dropping the chunks into the simmering pot. "Every student of mine must pass a test," he said, his back to them. "After we eat, you will run the length of Saggery Mountain and return. If you can make it back by sunset, I will accept you as my student." "Heh, this is gonna be good," one of the ghosts, Shinsuke, whispered, zipping around his friend Fukuda. The other ghosts chuckled. After Sabato's death, a heartbroken Urokadaki had made the mountain's traps exponentially more deadly, a subconscious effort to ensure he would never have to take on another student. The mountain was now a death trap of hidden pits, swinging logs, and razor-sharp bamboo spikes. Furthermore, it was winter. The days were short. Urokadaki was giving Roy far less time than he had given Tanjiro in the original story. "Apologies," Roy said, standing up and walking to the door. "But I'm in a hurry. I'll go now." "You're not going to eat." "Who said I'm not eating?" Roy's voice drifted back as he disappeared into the blizzard. "I'll be back by the time the stew is ready." "Whoa, this guy is arrogant." Shinsuke and Fukuda exchanged a look of disbelief. The entire ghostly entourage flew out after him, eager to see the show. "Hey, Sabato," Makomo whispered, "shouldn't we go too?" "What if?" "There is no what if," Sabato said, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. "A man is responsible for the words he speaks. If he fails, that is his own business." He paused. "Besides, with Shinsuke and the others following him, he won't get himself killed." But just as he said it, a gust of wind swept through the cabin. The ghosts who had just flown out all came tumbling back in, panting as if they'd just run a marathon. "Damn, he's too fast. We couldn't keep up." "They lost him." Sabato stared at the open doorway in disbelief. Beside him, Makomo covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. A man should not fall into the same trap twice. It was a lesson Roy had learned from two fathers. Silva's version was just a bit more absolute. An assassin who makes a mistake only makes it once. If Roy hadn't been moving with his senses pushed to their absolute limit, he would have been tripped by the hidden wire and sent tumbling into a pit lined with sharpened stakes. In the 5 minutes since he'd left the cabin, he had already navigated 7 blade deadfalls, dodged 10 swinging logs, and sidestepped 8 tripwire traps. The mountain was a symphony of death. It was a miracle the cannon Tanjiro had survived. Shink. He shattered the last swinging log with a Snake Awakens hand chop. Notice, Snake Awakens +1. He brushed the snow from his shoulders and walked back into the clearing, appearing before the stunned audience of Urokadaki and his ghostly students. He had been gone for less than 20 minutes. He sat back down by the fire, where a teary-eyed Tanjiro was waiting. "Bro, don't leave me alone again." The boy wailed, clearly spooked by the ghostly presence he could feel but not see. "All right. You'll go home tomorrow morning." Tanjiro's heart broke. But his brother was already ignoring him, his attention focused on the pot of stew. The meat was tender, the potatoes perfectly cooked. It was ready. "Master," Roy said with a smile, the sun-patterned earring swaying gently. "May we eat now?" Urokadaki stared at him, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. After a long moment, he nodded. "What is your name, boy?" "Iyakairo Kamado," the boy replied. "But you can call me Iyakairo." 35, Chapter 35, First Conjuration X Silva's Reminder. Chapter 35, First Conjuration X Silva's Reminder. Urokadaki's training methods were, as expected, unconventional. The first step was simple: hug a tree. "Everything in this world breathes," the old master had explained. "Every flower, every blade of grass." The first step to learning a breathing style is not to swing a sword, but to understand what breathing truly is. "You will start with this birch tree. Only after you understand how a tree breathes will I allow you to hold a blade." With that, Urokadaki had left Roy at the base of the tree and walked away. A squirrel peeked down from a branch, watching the strange human curiously. The boy stood there for a moment, then wrapped his arms around the tree trunk. A few minutes later, he was fast asleep. Abstract: how does a person become a tree? The familiar sensation of falling. Roy sat up in his soft bed, the image of himself hugging the birch tree still fresh in his mind. Urokadaki had said he needed to become the tree to feel its life, its breath. But there was a fatal flaw in that training method, at least for him. He'd become so immersed he'd simply passed out. Ding! 4 in the morning. Time for his run. The boy splashed some water on his face, pulled on his running gear, and headed out into the pre-dawn gloom. The mountain air was thick and humid, a world away from the crisp, cold forests of his dream. As he ran, he could feel his body was lighter, his strides longer and faster. The point he'd received from Hero Minamino had made a significant difference. Shadow Step, Proficient, 89-99. Rhythm Echo, Proficient, 67-84. Snake Awakens, Novice, 83-98. The system panel clearly showed the qualitative leap a single point in physique could make. Even without specific training, his assassin arts were improving through raw stats alone. "I need to complete that tree-hugging exercise as soon as possible." Sweat dripped from his hair. He wiped it away, and his fingers brushed against something dangling from his ear. He stopped dead in his tracks. It was light, swaying gently in the breeze. He reached up and touched it. The sun-patterned earring. The one inherited from Yoriaki Tsujikuni, the one his father, Tanjiro, had given him. When did this happen? How did I conjure it into reality? A loud boom from the mountain base snapped him out of his reverie. He'd reached the testing gate. The small side door had been kicked open, and 3 massive, brutish men were swaggering through. Behind them, Zebro was smiling nervously, a key ring dangling from his hand. "Good morning, young master," the gatekeeper said, tipping his hat. The gesture drew the attention of the intruders. "A Zoldyck kid. Perfect. Grab him. He's gotta be worth a fortune." They have no idea, Roy thought. Mike's getting a nice breakfast this morning. A monstrous howl tore through the air. A blur of white fur and teeth descended upon the men. They were gone in an instant, swallowed whole. A moment later, Mike spat out a few shredded pieces of clothing and trotted off. Zebro began his practiced routine of sweeping the area clean. Roy watched for a moment, then turned and continued his run up the mountain. The family's reputation always attracted fools and gamblers, men who thought they could make a name for themselves by challenging the Zoldicks. They always ended up as dog food. As he ran, his mind raced. The earring's appearance could only mean one thing. A conjurer's hatsu is often born from their deepest, most formative memories and obsessions. Kurapika's chains were forged from his clan's massacre and his burning desire for revenge against the phantom troop. Shizuka's vacuum cleaner, Blinky, was a manifestation of her own forgetfulness. My physique was enhanced by Minamino's gift, and my father, Tanjiro, entrusted me with his family's legacy. My subconscious must have fixated on the earring and conjured it without my knowledge. He ran past the butler's villa, past the ancient, silent trees, the family estate looming ahead. He ducked behind a large banyan and tried to reverse the process, to will the earring back into the dream world. A faint shimmer of nen enveloped it, but it remained stubbornly attached to his ear. It seemed that conjuration was a one-way street. This was not good news for his plan to help Tanjiro. The fundamental law of mass energy equivalence might not apply in the bizarre world of nen. He stepped out from behind the tree and continued back to the main house. It was 4:25 a.m. Gota would be arriving in 5 minutes. Roy was doing some stretches on a windowsill when a tall, imposing figure rounded the corner. "Father," Roy said, dropping his leg. Silva stopped, his gaze sharp and cold. "What day is it?" "Tuesday." "When is your test?" "Next Sunday." "See that you remember," Silva said, and walked away, his hands stuffed in his pockets. 36, Chapter 36, Self-Hypnosis Training X Illumi's Moving Goalposts. Chapter 36, Self-Hypnosis Training X Illumi's Moving Goalposts. He followed it up with a final, quiet remark. "Nice earring." Then he turned and walked away, disappearing up the stairs. An assassin's perception is second to none. A top-tier assassin's senses are a seamless extension of their environment. Silva was like that. Zeno was like that. If he chose to, nothing within a 300-meter radius could escape his notice. After all, the range of his eye was far greater than that. Roy had never intended to hide the earring from him. He simply wore it openly. "Young master, your breakfast is served." At 4:30 a.m., Gota arrived with the cart. "The kitchen staff has followed your instructions and prepared a new version of the eggplant dish. They hope it meets your satisfaction this time." "Take it to my great-grandfather," Roy said, not even looking at it. He had no habit of eating stir-fry for breakfast. He sat down and started on his bacon sandwich. Gota returned a few minutes later with an empty plate. "The old master says it was an improvement, but still not as good as yours." The primacy effect, Roy thought. The first time you experience something is always the most memorable. He said nothing, simply listening to Gota recite his training schedule, his mind still preoccupied with one question: how do I become a tree? Regarding the master's test, Gota began, "I took the liberty of compiling some of my own notes from when I was learning Zetsu. I hope they might be of some assistance." He presented Roy with a small, leather-bound notebook. Roy took it, sipping his milk. "How long did it take you to learn Zetsu?" 1 year and 2 months, Gota replied, adjusting his glasses. Subone said I have no talent. It took me 3 months for 10 and 9 months for Ren. Of the advanced techniques, I have only managed to learn Shu. Shu, the art of extending one's aura to an object. For Gota, that object was his signature weapon, a set of supercharged coins. "Don't sell yourself short," Roy said. Nen wasn't some common skill. In the entire world, there were only 600 or 700 officially licensed Nen users. Even a prince of the Kaiken Empire hadn't known what Nen was before being taught. Gota had talent, it was just dwarfed by the monstrous standards of the Zoldyck family. He flipped through the notebook. It could be summarized in one word: brute force. Gota had learned through sheer, mind-numbing repetition. "Wait, I forgot about the book my great-grandfather gave me." Roy finished his sandwich, pulled Sig's notes from his desk drawer, and found the section on Zetsu. The instructions were even more abstract. The entire training method was summed up in 2 words: self-hypnosis. Use hypnosis to deepen your imagination. Convince yourself that you are one with nature. Your aura will then naturally follow. Is this what it's like to be a genius? Roy could almost hear Sig's dismissive tone as he wrote it. What's so hard about Zetsu? Anyone with hands can learn it. He silently put the book away. 5 in the morning. Time to head to the training hall. This time, Roy didn't take Snow Walker. Urokodaki had forbidden him from holding a blade until he'd mastered the first step. He would obey. The 1 million volt prod was waiting for him. After his recent physique increase, he was curious to see how long he could last. 1 minute and 35 seconds. That had been Illumi's time. When Roy pushed open the door, he saw his brother, his hair a frizzy, electrified mess, just as he was collapsing. Illumi had held on just long enough to see him arrive, a stubborn, defiant look in his eyes before they rolled back in his head. Roy understood. This time, I'll definitely wake up before you. He took off his shirt. My apologies, young master, Luke said, and pressed the prod to his chest. This time, it was different, more manageable. He didn't cry out, and his body remained steady, not twitching uncontrollably. Huh. Luke looked down at the prod, thinking he'd grabbed the wrong one. But the 1M was clearly visible on the side. It's only been a day, how can he have improved this much? Young master, don't push yourself, the butler advised. The master said that lasting 2 minutes is considered a pass. 2 minutes? Roy thought. I refuse to be a 2-minute man. He grit his teeth. Continue. 1 minute passed. 1.5. The stopwatch in Luke's hand ticked past the 2-minute mark. Finally, at 2 minutes and 35 seconds, a puff of black smoke escaped Roy's lips, and he collapsed into the butler's arms. The hot afternoon sun woke Illumi. He was back in his hole in the garden. He groggily opened his eyes and saw Roy, methodically shoveling dirt back on top of him. He closed his eyes again in defeat and called for Luke to bring him some water. It doesn't matter if I woke up later, he thought, his internal goalposts shifting. At least I'll drink more water than he did. Roy ignored him, using the repetitive motion of shoveling to regain control of his numb limbs. When the feeling had finally returned to his body, he stuck the shovel in the ground, walked over to a nearby cypress tree, and wrapped his arms around it. Illumi stared, a single, uncomprehending question mark hanging over his buried head. 37, Chapter 37, Miluki's debut ex Urokodak is hope. Chapter 37, Miluki's debut ex Urokodak is hope. What are you doing? Hugging a tree. Why? To hug the tree. A vein throbbed on Illumi's forehead. He closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. The midday sun beat down, but the two Zoldyck brothers had found their own versions of comfort. One was shaded by the cool leaves of a cypress tree, the other by a large parasol. The scene was bizarre, to say the least. Young Master Miluki, slow down. A chubby toddler waddled into the garden, chasing a butterfly, a frantic butler trailing behind him. Spotting his prey, the 3-year-old launched himself forward in a surprisingly agile belly flop, crushing the insect. He scooped it up and popped it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. A smear of green juice trickled from the corner of his lips. Satisfied, he looked up and saw them, a figure plastered to a tree and a head sticking out of the ground. They both looked familiar. He toddled over to the hole, peered at Illumi, then wandered over to the tree and stared up at Roy. Then, without any warning, he pulled down his pants and began to pee. Roy's eye twitched. He glared down at his youngest brother. Miluki met his gaze without a shred of fear and puffed out his chest, the stream arcing dangerously close. From his hole, Illumi's lip curled in what might have been a smirk of amusement. The sound drew Miluki's attention. The toddler turned, and a hot, steaming stream of urine rained down on Illumi's head. Miluki let out a sigh of pure, unadulterated relief. But before he could even pull his pants up, a hand shot out of the ground and grabbed him by the collar, hoisting him into the air. Illumi was out of the hole, his face a mask of cold fury. 3 years old, he said, his voice flat and devoid of warmth. Old enough to begin training. We'll start with electroshock. He strode off, dangling the pudgy child like a misbehaving cat. Roy watched them go, then calmly detached himself from the cypress tree and found a new one. Calm your mind, he told himself, leaning against the cool bark of a willow. It has nothing to do with you. Adjust your breathing. He began to chant in his mind. I am a tree. I am a tree. Before long, he had drifted off to sleep. Bro, wake up. This time, a voice was calling him. He opened his eyes to the familiar, snow-covered world of his dream, a shiver racking his body. From the furnace into the freezer. Tanjiro was there with a flask of hot tea. Bro, it's already dark. We should head back. The warm liquid helped. Roy looked at the sky. It was pitch black, the landscape visible only by the pale light reflected off the snow. He had been asleep, hugging that tree, for hours. And he'd learned nothing. Let's go. As they walked back towards Urokodaka's cabin, a few ghostly figures trailed them through the woods. The hardest part of a breathing style is the breathing, a voice whispered in the wind. Master had him start with the tree, not the sword. That means he sees his potential. Big deal. If you had passed the test in less than half an hour, he would have seen your potential too. Shinsuke and Fukuda, the bickering ghosts, were at it again. High above them, in the branches of a tall birch, Sabito and Makomo watched in silence. They knew this night would be the Kamado brothers' last together for a while. Tanjiro walked behind Roy, his heart heavy. His father was sick. The family needed him. The money, the clothes, the candy, it all had to go home. He was a responsible boy. He knew that after Roy had been accepted as a student, he couldn't stay. The family needs you, and I need this. But I'll come back to check on you. I promise. The lights of the cabin were visible through the trees. Roy had stopped, turning to face him, a gentle smile on his face. Tonight, I'll write up a training plan for you. Take it home and practice. I'll be back once a week to check your progress. If you slack off, don't blame me for what happens to your backside. I won't let you down. Tanjiro said, his voice thick with determination. Tell father I haven't forgotten my promise, Roy added, his voice softer. And tell him and mother to take care of themselves. I will, Tanjiro said, his eyes welling up. He took a deep breath. The family needs me, but the world needs you. Roy blinked. Who told you that? Father did, Tanjiro explained. He said, your heart is too big for one mountain. That you were meant to see the world. He said he was holding you back, and that you shouldn't worry about us. You should just walk your own path. The wind rustled through the trees, stirring the boy's hair. Roy reached up and touched the sun-patterned earring, his gaze lost in the direction of his distant home. After a long silence, he simply said, I will. The next morning, he watched his brother walk away. You're in a hurry, Urokodaka said, appearing beside him. He watched Tanjiro's small figure, turning back every few steps to wave. A day only has so many hours. Once you account for eating, sleeping, and other necessities, you have less than 8 for training. Rushing will not change that. The old master was right. A human is not a machine. But he couldn't know the truth. Roy's day could be 24 hours long. He could train in his own world during the day, and then, through sleep, come here to train at night. Laws can be broken, master, Roy said with a confident smile. Perhaps I will grasp the secret of breathing faster than you think. Tanjiro's figure finally disappeared over the ridge. Roy turned and walked back into the misty forest. Urokodaka stood there for a long moment, the expression behind his Tengu mask unreadable. Then, a quiet chuckle rumbled in his chest. Then I will be watching. 38, Chapter 38, The Mantree Theory X Maha's Guidance. Chapter 38, The Mantree Theory X Maha's Guidance. How many days has it been? 8. Still early, then. It took me half a year to get the feeling. Sabito sat on a high branch, Makomo beside him, both of them watching the figure below. Roy was still hugging the tree. He was doing better, at least he'd managed to stay awake for a few hours this time. Half a year is fast, Makomo said, idly drawing circles on the branch with her finger. Master always said I was the quickest to learn after you, and it still took me almost a year. Your talents lie elsewhere, Sabito said with a smile. He gazed out at the endless sea of fog. Besides, he added, a nostalgic tone in his voice, the fastest was Jiu. He had true talent. Learned the basics in 3 months and split the boulder in 3 years. A shame he was such a coward back then. What about him? Makomo's bright eyes were fixed on Roy. I think he's more amazing than any of us. He might even beat Jiu's record. Sabito stroked his chin, lost in thought. Could he? This boy, Iyakairo, was a complete enigma. A few hours later, Roy's concentration finally broke. He slumped against the tree and fell asleep. The familiar sensation of falling. The boy was back on Kukuru Mountain. He went through his morning routine with practiced efficiency, run, eat, electroshock therapy. Then he returned to the garden and started hugging the willow tree again. Illumi woke up in his hole, as usual. After days of waking up after Roy, he seemed to have gone numb to the humiliation. He didn't even look at his brother. Once the paralysis from the shock wore off, he climbed out and left. It was time to settle the score for his broken winning streak. He would personally rip out that emitter's heart to celebrate his Nen awakening. Of course, compared to the infuriating person currently attached to the willow tree, that emitter was just an appetizer. If he could rip out Roy's heart, the thought made Illumi tremble with a strange, dark excitement. Could you rein in your malice? Roy's voice, muffled by the tree bark, was laced with annoyance. It's disgusting. Illumi's shoulders began to shake with silent, repressed laughter. Is that so? He hissed, his long black hair seeming to writhe like snakes. You had better pray you never have a moment of weakness. Because when you do, I will cut off your head and use it as a pillow. With that, he turned to leave. Watch your step, Roy added, not opening his eyes. You're about to step in Miluki's crap. Too late. Illumi froze, a look of indescribable disgust on his face as he lifted his foot. Well, what did you expect? Roy thought. You're the one who personally ended his happy childhood and designed his own personal hell of training. A little revenge poop is the least you deserve. Still unable to find that feeling of becoming one with the tree, Roy decided to clear his head by cooking. He had Gota prepare the ingredients, and soon the kitchen was filled with the sizzle of stir-fried beef and the aroma of steamed fish. He didn't kick the other chefs out this time. He let them watch, even offering a few tips. Half an hour later, 2 perfectly cooked dishes were on the table. Roy didn't start eating right away. He had Gota set a second place at the table, and a moment later, a familiar, ghostly wind swept through the room. Great-grandfather, Roy said respectfully, and then immediately dug in, having learned his lesson from the last time. The old man's eyes narrowed. The boy wasn't playing fair. Their chopsticks became a blur of motion, a silent, high-speed battle for every last bite. After the meal, Maha, for the first time, didn't leave right away. He had Gota bring him a cup of coffee. "So, my boy," he said, picking his teeth with a toothpick. "How's the tree humping?" "It's hugging, great-grandfather," Roy corrected, a vein throbbing on his forehead. "What's the difference?" Maha shot him a sidelong glance. "I haven't hugged your great-grandmother as much as you've humped that tree. You planning on marrying it?" Roy fell silent. Maha sipped his coffee. "A man is a man. A tree is a tree," he said, his voice a low rasp. "If you try to treat a man like a tree, he won't be happy. If you try to treat a tree like a man, the tree won't be happy either. So how can a man become a tree?" Roy listened intently. Maha finished his coffee and walked to the window, looking out at the willow tree in the garden. "You don't need to treat a tree like a person, and a tree doesn't know how to be one. To force it, is to be unnatural. The man will be confused, and the tree will be displeased. Then what should I do? Don't you already know the answer?" The old man turned, a sly, knowing smile on his wrinkled face. "Just let it be natural. Let it be natural." Roy mulled over the words. Was his great-grandfather telling him not to deny his own humanity by trying to force himself into the mind of a tree? But if a man can't become a tree, how is he supposed to become one with nature? He looked up, a dozen questions on his lips, but Maha was gone. "Coffee, young master?" Gota asked, offering a cup. Roy drank it, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He went back out to the garden and sat down, his back resting against the willow tree. The bark was rough against his shirt, and the hanging branches tickled his neck. He decided to take the old man's advice. He stopped thinking. He didn't think about trees, or people, or Zetsu, or breathing styles. He just relaxed. The hum of cicadas and the gentle rustle of the leaves became a soothing lullaby. His eyelids grew heavy. As he drifted off, an image flashed in his mind. A man and a pregnant woman, digging a hole in this very garden. They plant a small sapling. It symbolizes new life, the man says, his voice full of hope. Years pass. The tree grows. The man leads a small child to it, teaching him how to water it. More years pass. The child is a young man now, defiant, yelling about a place called the Dark Continent. The man drags him to the tree and beats him senseless. 39, Chapter 39, Mastering Zetsu x Castro. Chapter 39, Mastering Zetsu x Castro. The boy's friend couldn't watch anymore. He tried to intervene, but the man threw a punch at him, roaring, "And you so-called, strongest human. If you try to lead my son astray again, I'll tear down your precious Hunter Association brick by brick." The friend, a man of considerable skill himself, easily dodged the blow and beat a hasty retreat. Years passed. The boy became a man, and the man grew old. He now sat by the willow tree with his son's son, teaching the small child how to water it, just as he had once taught the boy. Then, a butler came running, his face pale with panic. The man, his son, had gone rogue during a mission, abandoning his post to venture into the Dark Continent. The old man was silent for a long time. Then he let out a heavy sigh. He had always known. When a person grows too powerful for the world to contain, they will inevitably seek out the forbidden places. He himself had done the same, so long ago. He'd left full of confidence and returned a broken man. "Father," the boy had whispered, his body ravaged by things unimaginable. "I have no regrets." He had left his life in the Dark Continent, but he had brought back calamities, a magical beast, a forbidden object, and a curse. Many more years passed. The man's hair thinned, and he would often sit and watch his grandson teach his own son how to water the willow tree, his mind lost in memories. The images shattered like a broken mirror. Roy's head snapped up. He reached out and caught a single willow branch that was dangling in front of his eyes. A profound sense of understanding washed over him. "Are you telling me," he whispered to the tree, "that you are my family, too?" The branch swayed, shielding his face from a ray of hot sun. "That's it," he thought. "A person is not the only witness to history. It can be a tree, a stone, a river. We are a part of nature, not separate from it. How can one merge with something they have never left? It's not about merging. It's about empathizing." The aura that naturally leaked from his body suddenly reversed its flow, pouring back inside him. He had closed all his aura nodes. He was in a state of Zetsu. His 5 senses, no longer dulled by the shroud of 10, became razor-sharp. He could hear the chirping of crickets in the grass. He could smell the faint, lingering scent of coffee on his clothes. His vision sharpened. His intuition flared. He looked up at the second-floor balcony. A tall, powerful man stood there, his arms crossed, looking down at him. "Father," Roy said, a smile touching his lips. He just witnessed a memory of his grandfather Zeno holding a baby Silva up to pee on this very tree. The man's intimidating presence suddenly seemed a lot less intimidating. In just 10 days, he has mastered Zetsu. The young master is even more gifted than the master believed. Subone, who was giving Silva a report, also noticed the change. To her senses, Roy had simply vanished. His aura was gone. "Congratulations, master," she said with a deep bow. The mediocre eldest son was finally living up to his potential. She then remembered her other duty. "Mistress wished for me to inform the master that her fertile period has passed. I'm busy, Silva cut her off. His next target was on the Aegean continent. The round trip by airship would take at least 10 days. He might not even be back in time for Roy's test. He waved her away. Your sword, young master. It was 5 in the evening. Gotha brought Snowwalker to the training hall. Roy, who had been maintaining his state of Zetsu, had sensed the butler's approach long before he arrived. He took the blade, the cold steel a familiar weight in his hand, and drew it. He held the sword in a two-handed grip, his body lowered into a lunge. He closed his eyes, centered himself for 5 seconds, and then inhaled sharply. Sun breathing, first form, dance. Concentrated. The blade flashed. He immediately transitioned into the next move. Second form, blue heaven. Not concentrated. He stomped his foot, spinning into the next form. Third form, raging sun. Concentrated. He flowed through the rest of the forms, one after another, chasing that perfect state of total concentration. When he finished the 12th and final form, dragon sun halo dance, a fresh scorch mark decorated the wall. He sheathed his sword and took a deep breath. A new notification on his system panel, physique plus 0.1. He was making progress. He could now occasionally touch upon the state of total concentration, constant, the art of maintaining the breathing technique at all times, even while sleeping. This is the advantage of having a master, Roy thought, which in turn made him think of Castro. The prodigious fighter from Heaven's Arena, the one who had developed the Tiger Bite Fist, had apparently been asking about him. Indeed, Gotha said, as if reading his mind. A message came from Heaven's Arena. Castro has officially challenged the young master to a rematch. 40, Chapter 40, a message from Wing X the Shock of the Ghosts. Chapter 40, a message from Wing X the Shock of the Ghosts. I decline. Castro was a decent opponent. They had fought a year ago, and Roy had defeated him, another stepping stone on his path to 81 consecutive victories at Heaven's Arena. But a year had passed. Castro was still Castro. Roy, however, was no longer the same boy. The moment his nen had been awakened, they had ceased to exist in the same world. It's not just Castro, Gotha continued, consulting his notes. There is also a message from Wing. After his defeat at your hands, he disappeared for nearly a year. It is said he has now developed his own nen ability and has reached the 200th floor. He sent a message a few days ago, wishing you well. Disappeared? Roy thought. More like he was kidnapped by a certain ancient nen master with a penchant for cute young boys and forced into a master-student contract. Now that he'd resurfaced, he had likely been molded into the perfect weapon Biscuit Kruger desired. What did he say? Roy asked, his face a perfect mask of indifference. He said he hopes to see you in the heavens. The heavens. Roy let out a small, humorless chuckle. Even if he becomes a floor master, that doesn't guarantee him a place in the heavens. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. Besides, the Wing I know would never say something so arrogant. He was likely forced to send it. Ah, the Shinjin Ryu school versus the Zoldyck family. A clash of prides. Should I reply, young master? Gotha asked, his phone in his hand. Have the appointments with the specialists been confirmed? Roy asked, changing the subject. 2 are confirmed. We are still attempting to contact a third. The 4th is quite far, but his clinic is, coincidentally, very close to Heaven's Arena. Then we'll pay him a visit on our way to see the doctor. As you wish. Roy handed Snowwalker to Gotha for its daily maintenance and went to his room for a shower. Before dinner, he took a moment to review his progress. Name, Roy Zoldyck. Physique, 11.75, average, adult 1. Nen ability, the Gate of Cognition. Shape transformation, novice, 10/100. Property transformation, not yet activated. Breathing style, sun breathing, novice, 30/100. Combat experience, LV2, 35/100. Swordsmanship, LV1, 10/100. Assassin arts. Shadow step, proficient, 99/100. Rhythm echo, proficient, 84/100. Snake awakens, novice, 98/100. Title, budding nen user, a sprout reaching for the sun. From a fledgling to a sprout. Was that significant progress? He wasn't sure. But he knew his focus had to remain on 2 things, nen and breathing. One was his foundation, the other was his power. Both had to be honed. His shadow step and snake awakens were on the verge of breaking through to the next level of mastery. With his newfound mastery of Zetsu, he could now sense the trajectory of an attack by reading the disturbance in his opponent's aura. But dodging it still came down to raw speed. He would not simply endure 3 lashes from his father. That night, after dinner, he closed his eyes and returned to the world of Demon Slayer. The snow was still falling. Tanjiro was gone, and the small cabin felt emptier. Urokodake was already up, a pot of porridge simmering over the hearth. Roy opened his eyes to find a pair of beautiful green ones staring intently at his face. Makomo, stop it, Sabato's voice chided from the doorway. The girl waved a hand in front of Roy's face. Seeing no reaction, she sighed in boredom and floated over to join her friend. He really can't see us, she said. Is this the first time you've realized that? Roy ignored them, went to the kitchen, and found Urokodake peeling potatoes. He leaned against the doorframe. Master, he said. I would like to practice with a sword today. Swordsmanship was the other key to mastering a breathing style. It was time to begin his 10,000 practice swings. Have you forgotten what I told you? Urokodakis said without turning around. No, Roy replied, setting 2 bowls on the small table. You said I was not to touch a blade until I had understood the meaning of breathing. And now, I have. He smiled and activated Zetsu. In an instant, his presence vanished. He simply ceased to exist. If Sabito and Makomo hadn't been watching him, they would have had no idea he was even in the room. He's merged with nature. Fukuda, did you see that? The ghosts, who had been dozing in the rafters, all came zipping down, their spectral eyes wide with shock. They swirled around Roy, a silent, ghostly tornado. How many days has it been? He learned breathing in just 10 days. Sabito and Makomo exchanged a look of pure astonishment. Hey, Makomo whispered, nudging her friend. 10 days. Sabito let out a shaky, disbelieving laugh. 10 days. He'd been fast, but not that fast. If Jiya knew, he thought, the look on his face would be priceless. Perhaps as priceless as the look on his master's face now. The hand that was peeling the potato had gone completely still. 41, Chapter 41, 10,000 Swings x the Zoldyck Constitution. Chapter 41, 10,000 Swings x the Zoldyck Constitution. A sword is an extension of the arm. Your stance is wrong. Straighten your back. Keep your eyes level with the tip of the blade. When you strike, channel your power through the edge. Maximize the force of the cut. Wrong. Higher. Your elbow is dropping. Eyes forward. You're exposing your chin. Straight down. You'll break the blade like that. 1, again. Put some force into it. 2, again. 3, 4. If you don't complete 2,000 swings by sunset, you don't eat. In a small clearing deep within Saggery Mountain, Urokodaka tirelessly corrected Roy's form. After observing him for an hour, he set the day's task 2,000 swings and then vanished. The ghostly students watched from the trees. In their experience, a beginner who could manage 1,000 swings without collapsing was a success. 2,000, this was going to be brutal. Master is being hard on him, Makomo said, perched on a high branch, watching Roy practice his cuts with a focused intensity. It's not that, Sabito corrected her. It's that Master has never had a student as gifted as him. 10 days to grasp the essence of breathing, it was unheard of. He watched Roy's fluid, powerful movements, and for a split second, he saw an image of a young Jiyu, another dark-haired boy with prodigious talent. How many swings could Jiyu do when he started? Makomo asked. Him. Sabito chuckled. He could barely manage 800. Master had to physically guide his arms for the last 200. He paused, a nostalgic look in his eyes. But he got stronger. At his peak, he completed 3 full sets of 10,000 swings in a single day. That was the day Master finally took him to the waterfall to begin his real training. 3 sets. I only ever did 2, Makomo pouted. And you were amazing, one of the other ghosts, Shinsuke, chimed in. Fukuda here maxed out at 1800. Hey, and how many did you do? Fukuda shot back, grabbing Shinsuke in a headlock. 1900, don't act so high and mighty. The two of them began to wrestle, a familiar, chaotic routine. Sabito ignored them, his attention fixed on Roy. He was curious to see what this boy's limit would be. I can't be worse than Tanjiro, Roy thought, his arms beginning to ache. In the original story, Tanjiro's first day had been 1,500 swings. Urokodaki had added 500 to that. A clear test. But 2,000 was still too low. With a physique 10 times that of a normal person, as long as his form was correct, he was confident he could complete a true 10,000 swings. The blade cut through the snow-filled air with a sharp whoosh. From morning to noon, and from noon to dusk, he didn't stop, pausing only for a quick drink of water and the 2 rice balls Urokodaki had left for him. 9,001, 9,002. The easy confidence of the morning was gone. His arms were on fire, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. The ghosts had fallen silent. He's a monster, Shinsuke whispered, his earlier bravado gone. He has to be a demon. He's trying to trick Master, and then he's going to eat his brain. Are you an idiot? Fukuda slapped him on the back of the head. What demon can walk around in the daylight? Even so, 10,000 swings on the first day, it was beyond belief. Sabito stared, his mind reeling. He felt a tug on his sleeve. It was Makomo, her eyes shining. We can be free, she whispered. Free. The dream they had all been clinging to for so long. Yes, Sabito said, his voice thick with emotion. We can. In the clearing below, the boy gathered the last of his strength and took a final, decisive step forward. The blade descended. Slice. The thick log split cleanly in two. 10,000. Notice, swordsmanship plus 10. A long, steamy breath plumed from his lips. Roy stood there, leaning on his sword, his bangs frosted with frozen sweat. He smiled. Master, he called out to the empty woods. Is dinner ready? A figure emerged from the deep mist behind him. Urokodaka stared at the boy's small, unyielding back for a long moment. Tomorrow, he said, his voice a low rumble, we'll add 2,000 more. He turned and walked away. A low chuckle escaped Roy's lips. It grew into a full-throat, unrestrained laugh that echoed through the silent, misty mountains. Excellent. The sound startled a flock of birds from the trees. One particularly clumsy snow owl, in its panic, flew straight into a branch and knocked itself out cold. 42 Chapter 42 Mastering Shadow Step X Zeno's Question. Chapter 42 Mastering Shadow Step X Zeno's Question. 4 in the morning. The familiar chiming of the clock. Roy's eyes snapped open. He was back on Kukuru Mountain, a profound mental exhaustion weighing him down. The 10,000 practice swings hadn't taken a toll on his body, but on his mind. It was the first time he'd ever felt this kind of fatigue from his dream training. Normally, a Nen user follows a linear path, Ten, Zetsu, Ren, and finally Hatsu. Only at the end of that path do they develop an ability that aligns with their personality and innate potential. But Roy was different. Thanks to his transmigration, the system had granted him the gate of cognition the moment his nodes were opened, bypassing the traditional progression. It was similar to a specialist who awakens their Hatsu spontaneously due to unique circumstances. So, if I get injured in the dream world, will that negative status carry over to reality? He allowed himself a rare 5 extra minutes in bed, rubbing the ache from his temples. The thought led him to the one unbreakable law of Nen, vows and restrictions. The greater the rule you impose upon yourself, the greater the power you can unleash. By that same logic, if he was reaping the rewards of his dream training, he must also accept the risks. Never allow yourself to be put in a truly dangerous situation, he thought, a cold resolve settling in his mind. Not in this world, and not in the other. At 4:05 a.m., the last of the mental fog dissipated. He got up, but instead of heading out for his run, he went straight for Snow Walker. He wanted to see if Urokodaka's instruction had made a difference. The blade sang as he drew it. He went through the forms of the sun breathing. At this hour, a certain boy with empty eyes was on an airship, heading for Heaven's arena. A certain pudgy child was having ointment rubbed on his electroshock burns. On the second floor, a certain woman with a fiery temper was smashing furniture, muttering threats about what she would do when her husband returned. And in a dimly lit room on the first floor, a certain old man's ears twitched as he listened to his cartoons. The boy's sword work, it's gotten sharper, Maha mumbled to himself, then rolled over and went back to sleep. Roy finished the 12 forms. He could feel the difference. His movements were cleaner, more fluid. The only issue was the weight. After a full day of practicing with a simple training sword, the masterwork Snowwalker felt unfamiliar in his hands. But the most important change was that he could maintain a state of concentration for longer. The result, another plus 0.2 to his physique stat. This in turn had a cascading effect on his assassin arts. Shadow Step, Proficient, 99/100, Master, 1/1000. Snake Awakens, Novice, 98/100, Proficient, 1/100. Shadow Step had broken through to the Master level. Snake Awakens had reached Proficient. An unexpected but welcome surprise. Evening. Roy sheathed his sword, his face impassive. Less than 5 days until his test with Silva. He'd gone to the Aegean continent. The round trip should take at least a week, but knowing his father, most of that time would be travel. He'd be back soon. A small goal, then, Roy decided. Double the 10,000 swings within 5 days. Urokodaka wanted to add 2,000 per day. Fine. He would meet the challenge. He tossed Snowwalker to Gota and walked out of the training hall. The sunset over Kukura Mountain was a brilliant, fiery spectacle, a stark contrast to the pale, snowy skies of his dream. As he walked down the long, ancient corridor, he rounded a corner and stopped. A stooped figure was walking towards him. White hair, white beard, and the 8 stark characters on his robes, a kill a day/active for life. Grandfather, Roy said, bowing his head. Zeno grunted, his sharp eyes scanning Roy from head to toe. You've grown, he observed, his gaze lingering on the boy's slightly too short training GI. Tell your butler to get you new clothes. You look ridiculous. It's my fault, not his, Roy replied. I'll have him take my measurements tomorrow. Zeno said nothing, turning to look out the window at the blood-red sunset. As Roy walked past him, his grandfather's voice, quiet and thoughtful, stopped him. You've had your Nen awakened, Zeno said, his eyes still on the horizon. You've officially begun your training. Have you thought about what you want to do with it? Roy paused. The memory of his conversation with Tanjiro, of his promise to find a cure, came to mind. He smiled. Freedom, grandfather, he said, his voice clear and steady. I want to earn my freedom. I want to climb, one step at a time, to the very top, so that I can do what must be done, and fear nothing. 43, Chapter 43 Roy's Limit X Silva's Return. Chapter 43 Roy's Limit X Silva's Return. To be a servant of the Zoldyck family is a source of pride. To be a Zoldyck is an even greater one. Once, Zeno had also considered himself a proud man, and that had remained true from the past to the present. But looking at the boy before him who, aside from his hair color, was practically a mirror image of his younger self, he had to admit he had been far too modest. Ha ha ha. Zeno stared intently at Roy, his voice a low chuckle. Freedom, that is a very expensive thing. Most people can only dream of it, he continued. I hope you get what you wish for. I will do my best. Is that so? Zeno gave him a deep, meaningful look. Your best isn't enough. You have to be willing to die for it. With that said, he clasped his hands behind his back and glided past him. His toes never seemed to touch the ground. His figure flickered, once, twice, as if he were teleporting, and he quickly vanished from the long corridor. Roy stood rooted to the spot, silently watching for a moment as the setting sun draped over him. Then, he lifted his foot. In the same manner, he flickered, once, twice, gliding toward his bedroom in the opposite direction. The path to the pinnacle begins with the mastery of Shadow Step. 17,812. 17,813. Hey, Sabito. I can't keep count anymore. In the snowy landscape of Roy's Gate of Cognition, Makomo complained, sticking her little tongue out. Beneath the birch tree, the boy swinging his sword down again and again was like a tireless machine, shattering her perception of what was possible with each strike. Then don't force yourself. Sabito understood. Ghosts weren't human, they had no physical form, so they couldn't exactly hold a pen to keep a record. He understood Makomo's feelings. Forget swinging a sword over 10,000 times, just counting that high was a true test of will and concentration for any normal person. The only one to blame was that guy, Iyakairo. He was just too unnatural. No, I have to keep going. We're almost at 20,000. The little girl patted her cheeks, cheering herself on. Since she was determined to persevere, Sabito tactfully refrained from persuading her otherwise. After all, compared to those other spirits like Shinsuke and Fukuda, who had long since grown numb, Makomo already possessed incredible willpower. 18,888. 19,999. 20,000. The blade sank into the wooden post, splitting it cleanly in two. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting Roy's slightly steaming face and giving him an extraordinary, martial air. 6 days. From 10,000 to 20,000. Roy had achieved the small goal he had set for himself, completing the 10,000 swings exercise twice in a single day. And this still wasn't his limit. Add another 2,000 tomorrow. Seikanji Urokadaki emerged from the dense woods, saying the same thing to Roy as he had for the past several days. The old man's expression was hidden beneath his Tengu mask, but Sabito and Makomo, who had spent their days with him since childhood, could faintly sense the truth from the way he clenched his fists behind his back. His heart was not as calm as he appeared. Master wants to see where Iyakairo's limit is, Makomo whispered. Don't you? I do, but I won't be able to count any higher. Makomo whined at Sabito. Sabito just smiled and shook his head. This time, the thought of Jiya didn't cross his mind. 3,000 swings at his peak couldn't be compared to 20,000 swings from someone who hadn't even reached their limit yet. Sabito was almost certain, once a guy like Iyakairo was unleashed upon the world, he would shock everyone, be it demon or demon slayer. Perhaps that's what Master is hoping for, too. Sabito thought, glancing silently at Seikanji Urokadake. The old water Hashira tossed out a simple time to eat, and turned to leave. His back, as if unable to withstand the erosion of time, showed the faint signs of a stoop. Notification, Swordsmanship plus 17. Another night passed. With the chime of the wooden grandfather clock in the corner, Roy, nearly drained of all energy, had a quick dinner with Seikanji Urokadake before climbing into his warm bed. He slept until dawn. When he opened his eyes again, he was back on Kukura Mountain, and felt that familiar wave of apathy, that feeling of not being interested in anything. Fortunately, after a few days of adjusting, he had learned to laze in bed for a while longer, waiting until the lethargy completely faded before getting up for his run. Thanks to his mastery of Shadow Step, Roy's speed had become faster and faster. Even when he deliberately controlled his pace, he still managed to pass the old castle and the butler's quarters, arriving at the testing gate at the foot of the mountain before the red sun breached the horizon. Good morning, young master. Zebro saw him from a distance, removing his hat and giving him a bow. Roy nodded at him. His gaze went past the man's high, receding hairline, and just as he glanced out, he heard a tremendous boom. The testing gate, known to the outside world as the Gates of Hades, was pushed open through the third gate, and a figure walked out. Good morning, young Master Illumi. Zebro, who had just put his hat back on, took it off again. Illumi walked straight past him, a human head clutched in his hand. With a casual toss, he threw it. Mike, drawn by the scent, rushed over and swallowed the head in a single gulp. Barely a snack. Mike shot Illumi a dissatisfied glare, as if in complaint. It had arrived in a flurry of motion and left full of disappointment. Illumi paid it no mind, treating its resentful gaze as if it were air. His eyes locked onto Roy, who had already turned back. As of today, Illumi said, I also have 81 wins. Evidently, the head he had just fed to Mike must have belonged to the emitter who had blocked his progress at the Heavens Arena. A pity. It's not a winning streak. Roy gave him a faint glance, kindly reminding him of that fact. Then, with another step, he flew up the mountain. A vein bulged on Illumi's forehead. He stared daggers at Roy's retreating back and shouted, You just wait. His hands quietly clenched into fists. Ha! The only response was Roy's soft chuckle and his rapidly vanishing figure. Whether you come for me or not, I'll be right here. We live under the same roof, what's this nonsense about waiting? If you've got the guts, then bring it on. As Roy took off, his earrings trailed behind him. He arrived back at his bedroom 2 minutes faster than expected. After showering, he sat down at the dining table, waiting for Gota to serve his meal. Today's sandwiches were cheese-flavored. He flipped through the notes from his great-grandfather while listening to Gota report on the day's training schedule. It was only when he heard Gota use the title, The Master, that he closed the book and looked up. The Master called. He will be home tonight and wishes to test you first thing tomorrow morning, young master. The young butler pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, his voice laced with concern. Therefore, I suggest that you cancel today's training schedule to rest and conserve your strength for the day. The training schedule was set in stone. Unless Silva himself said otherwise, who would dare cancel it? Roy finished his sandwich, pulled out a napkin, and wiped his mouth deliberately. That won't be necessary. Tell Luke to wait for me in the training room. It's not a given that he'll be able to knock me out with electricity today. As he spoke, he glanced at his system panel. Physique 12.05 13.05. After several days of practicing the sun breathing, he had successfully raised it by 1 full point. That was equivalent to the constitution of a whole other ordinary person. He figured he could endure for much longer now. 44, Chapter 44, A Tale of Two Rivals x the Second Clash of Two Stubborn Bulls. Chapter 44, A Tale of Two Rivals x the Second Clash of Two Stubborn Bulls. 1 minute and 42 seconds, young master. You're just 18 seconds shy of passing. By the time Roy finished his breakfast and pushed open the door to the training room, Illumi had already beaten him to it and was undergoing his electroshock therapy. Hearing the noise, the boy, his hair standing on end in a perfect afro, forced himself to stay upright, as if he was holding on just to get a single look at him. The moment he saw Roy, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, stiff as a board. From 1 minute and 35 seconds to 1 minute and 42 seconds, one had to admit, Illumi was making progress. But compared to young Master Roy, Luke felt like his eyes had truly been opened these past few days. All he could say was that the passing standard set by the family head was a complete insult to this young master's rate of improvement. It was like he could fly, constantly shattering Luke's understanding of what was possible. Roy said nothing, simply striding over Illumi's corpse. He swiftly removed his tank top, revealing lean, well-defined muscles with an aesthetic grace. My apologies, young master. Luke bowed deeply, though his hands moved without hesitation, thrusting the electric baton forward. A flash of electricity erupted, flowing like liquid mercury through Roy's body. The piercing pain and numbing sensation shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his skull, as if trying to jolt his very soul from his body. But, it feels like it's nothing special now. Roy held his breath, clenched his jaw, and stubbornly refused to let his consciousness slip away. Gradually, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 3.5. As the timer ticked toward the 4-minute mark, Luke hurriedly switched off the baton. It's been 4 minutes, young master. We can't continue any longer. Luke was scared. The Zoldicks were the absolute authority for every butler in the family. He had never anticipated a situation like this even in Silva's instructions, such a possibility had never been mentioned. As a result, with Roy enduring for so long, Luke had no contingency plan and lost his composure, unsure of what to do next. Continue. Since Luke had no answer, Roy gave him one. Seeing Luke shrink back in fear, Roy simply snatched the electric baton from his hand, flicked the switch, and began electrocuting himself. It's coming. He could feel it. Soon, his body would adapt to this intensity. Then, he would become immune to the current, and the fainting would stop. Events unfolded exactly as Roy had predicted. The heart-piercing pain began to weaken. The numbness coiling around him started to recede. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Finally, after 10 minutes had passed and he was certain his body had fully adapted, Roy tossed the baton back to Luke and sat down squarely on Illumi's chest. NNGH. Illumi let out a muffled groan, his body twitching. Roy pretended not to notice, waving a hand for Luke to bring him a bottle of water. He drank half of it himself before pouring the rest all over his seat. Dig a new hole and bury him. The little brother may be a jerk, but the older brother couldn't shirk his duty. That little bastard Miluki had been defecating in the other hole again. It was a good thing Illumi could still be moved. Roy regained full control of his body and stood up, making way for Luke. Yes, sir, Luke replied respectfully. He lifted Illumi and retreated. When Illumi groggily awoke, he didn't find Roy, hugging a tree, in the garden. Only Luke was there, fanning him with a large leaf. The boy swallowed to moisten a throat that felt like it was about to emit smoke. How long was I out this time? He asked. 1 minute and 43 seconds. That 1 second you spent looking back at young Master Roy counts, too, Luke added silently in his head before giving the honest answer. And him. Young Master Roy didn't pass out this time, Luke said, glancing cautiously at Illumi. The boy was visibly stunned. It took him a long moment to recover. Finally, he just closed his eyes, grabbed a handful of dirt, and buried half his face in the pit, leaving only his nostrils exposed to the air to maintain his breathing. If the world already has an Illumi, why did it need a Roy? He used to be so ordinary. Illumi felt utterly betrayed. He forced himself to calm down, recalling his father's words, even the strongest person has a weakness. If they can be killed, they will die. And even if they revive through some strange means, you just have to kill them again. So, be patient. Be calm. He was younger, which meant he was fated to have more time and room to grow. The earth seemed to concur with Illumi, as if comforting him. It was as if the ground, not Kikyo, was his true mother. A gentle breeze rustled through, pushing a wave of heat through an open window toward the boy in the training room, who was currently practicing the sun breathing. With a single, setting sun transformation, Roy sliced the heatwave in two. Notification, physique plus 0.2. Now, as the sun set in the west, the gains from 2 sessions of 10,000 swings were clearly visible. As his swordsmanship increased, Roy let out a breath. He formed a sword with his fingers and traced the length of Snow Walker, from the hilt guard along the spine to the very tip, lost in thought. A swordsman's blade is not an inanimate object. It is an extension of their limbs, their lover, their everything. Just as Seikanji Urokodaki had warned him before he began his training, one must temper the blade, cultivate a bond with it, and never abandon it in the wilderness unless one's life is lost. Roy decided that from this day forward, he would oil Snow Walker himself. After all, it made no sense to hand your wife over to someone else for maintenance. At 7 in the evening, the sun officially made its exit, and the night made its grand entrance. After instructing Dota to prepare dinner, Roy, with a plan in mind, took Snow Walker and began a leisurely stroll down the long corridor, heading unhurriedly toward the storehouse. Kowal, a few crows flew overhead, dropping several black feathers. As he passed the main entrance of the castle, Roy paused. He squinted at the man walking toward him and called out respectfully, "Father." Silva was dressed in a sleek, black combat uniform, his long, silver-white hair flowing down his back. From a distance, he looked like a lion with a magnificent mane under the moonlight, exuding an effortless and imposing authority. He strode closer, looking down at Roy from his superior height. "What day is it today?" he asked. "Saturday." "And the test?" "Sunday." "You remember well." "I wouldn't dare forget." "You want to become the strongest. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do?" "Before I defeat you, father, I must be cautious." "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Silva's low chuckle grew louder, eventually erupting into a wild laugh. His white hair danced wildly in the air. With his hands in his pockets, he said no more. He stepped past Roy, yet it felt as though everything had been said. He reached out and caught the woman who leaped toward him, sweeping her into his arms in a single motion before vanishing in an instant. In the now silent corridor, only a few faint wisps of restless energy remained, serving as a reminder to Roy. He would need to wear earplugs tonight if he wanted to get any sleep. That night, he pushed open the gate of cognition, the one adorned with a demon's head. Roy arrived once more in the world of Demon Slayer. Taking the standard-issue training blade that Seikanji Urokodaki had prepared for him, he headed deep into Saggery Mountain to practice his swordsmanship, just as he always did. The wind was strong, the snow heavy. Undaunted by the hardship, Seikanji Urokodaki corrected the finer details of his stance, footwork, and the angle of his swing every day. But today, he noticed that the disciple who had rekindled his desire to teach was making far more mistakes than usual. He decisively pressed down on Roy's hands, and with a flick of his wrist, took the training blade into his own grasp. The old water Hashira stared intently at Roy. "Is something wrong? If your mind is not at peace, you shouldn't be training. Nothing escapes your sharp eyes, master." Roy didn't deny it, offering a small smile. "I was just about to ask for a day off to rest and recover. The reason? I need to save my spirit for a fight." "With whom?" The boy took a deep breath, his expression more serious than ever before. "With my invincible father." 45, Chapter 45, Expectations X. Let me measure your ren. Chapter 45, Expectations X. Let me measure your ren. Seikanji Urokodaki nodded. He said nothing and asked nothing more. All he said was, "We're eating well today." He went to the cellar and brought out a wild boar's leg. Once cured, the boar's leg was easy to preserve. Sliced thinly, it was an excellent choice for either a hot pot or sukiyaki. It was a shame the conditions on the mountain were so harsh there was no wok in the wooden cabin. Otherwise, stir-frying the cured meat with some wild vegetables foraged from the mountain would have been a delicacy. Bubble, bubble. A hot pot simmered on the heated table. Master and student sat opposite each other, eating in silence, surrounded by a circle of hungry ghosts. Slurp Makomo crouched right beside Seikanji Urokodaki, watching him savor his meal, bite after unhurried bite. Her mouth watered uncontrollably. "It smells so good, Sabito. Think of something, quick. I want some." "I know it's delicious, you don't have to say it every single time," Sabito thought, shrugging helplessly. Without physical bodies, there was truly nothing they could do. "If you ask me, Master is too biased." Shinsuke leaned against a wooden beam, his legs dangling, as he shot a jealous glance at Roy. "That Iyakairo guy asks for a day off, and he gets it. Not only does Master agree, but he even makes him a special meal. Is he afraid that if he sneaks home, he won't come back?" "What, invincible father?" When that honest kid, Tanjiro, was still here, he'd practically spilled his entire family's history. It was precisely because their father, Tanjiro, was frail and sickly that the Kamado brothers had to go out and sell charcoal for a living. And now, Ieyakuiro was using a battle with his father as an excuse? Was he afraid his father wasn't dying fast enough? You're just jealous. Fukuda made no attempt to hide his disdain for Shinsuke. Can't a guy go home to visit? He's still so young, it's normal to be homesick. I never said he couldn't go back, I just think his excuse is ridiculous. Even if he just told the truth, no one would have said anything. I mean, who doesn't get homesick? I don't have a home, Sabito said suddenly. This is my home. Me too, Makomo added. I was adopted. Me too. And me. Same here. Roy shoveled a mouthful of rice, listening in silence. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the man across from him. Seikanji Urokodake was completely focused on his meal, as if nothing else mattered in the world but the food before him. Only after the meal was finished did he brew a pot of tea, handing a cup to Roy. Are you confident? He asked. Steam curled up from the teacup. Roy's expression was grave. He rubbed the cup, not speaking right away, nor giving a definite answer. A test, after all, never had 100% guarantee of success, especially when his own father was the one administering it. It seems your father is quite a handful, Seikanji remarked with a knowing sigh when he saw Roy's silence. That makes sense. There are no geniuses in this world, not really. Only a formidable father can raise a formidable son. Aren't you curious, master? Roy didn't comment on the statement. He took a sip of tea and looked at Seikanji with a meaningful glint in his eyes. You must have heard about my family situation from Tanjiro. Aren't you worried that I might slip up and kill my ailing father? Will you? No. Then what is there to be curious about? Seikanji Urokodake stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked to the window. He gazed out at the endless expanse of the snowy landscape and said softly, people lie, but swords do not. Your training blade has already told me that everything you've said is true. Including the fight, and your invincible father. The old water Hashira turned back, looking at Roy with hope in his eyes. Stand tall, Ieyakuiro. Even if he is your father, you must treat him as an enemy and defeat him fair and square. I will. Roy raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp. The next day, filled with a sense of anticipation, he leaped out of bed. Dawn the grandfather clock chimed. 4 in the morning. The boy gently caressed Snowwalker by his pillow, pulled on a tank top and shorts, and began his morning run. 4:20, run finished. 4:25, stretching. 4:30, shower. Afterwards, he sat at the dining table and ate his breakfast at a steady, unhurried pace. Knowing it was your test today, young master, the kitchen specially prepared a strawberry cake to wish you success. Sandwiches, milk, salad, and cake. Gota, that's very thoughtful of you all. You are too kind, young master. It is merely our duty. Gota placed his right hand over his chest and bowed. Roy nodded, accepting the gesture completely. He didn't waste a single bite, eating everything before wiping his mouth, grabbing Snowwalker, and heading out the door with his head held high. Today was a brilliant, sunny day. The morning glow chased after the boy, stretching his shadow long behind him. As he passed by the dimly lit room, Roy paused and bowed. The old man lay on his rocking chair, listening to cartoons, seemingly oblivious. After Roy had left, he rolled over, turned his back to the corner and grumbled, "What are you standing there for? Get over here and massage my back." A shadow stirred, and Zeno's figure emerged. A man in his 60s, still being summoned and dismissed like a grandson. There was no trace of displeasure on Zeno's face as he walked over to Maha's side and began to knead his back. "I heard from the kitchen that you didn't want to eat breakfast, grandfather, so I came to check on you. I'm not dead yet." The old man grumbled irritably. "You raised a fine son. Can't even sleep in the middle of the night. What is he doing, trying to tear the house down? His wife squeals louder than a pig. Might as well have him breed with a sow. A crude, boorish enhancer." Zeno was suddenly reminded of his grandfather's evaluation of Netero for luring his father, Sig, away. It seemed the description fit his grandfather just as well. He could only brace himself and defend his son. You know how it is, they haven't had any results yet. Silva and Kikyo are anxious. Anxious? Is that why he's been hiding away? This old man isn't deaf or blind. I'd say he's just weak, Maha said slowly, tapping his fingers together. Why not just make Roy the head of the family? That kid is diligent and pragmatic. He looks stronger than both of you. That kid Roy cooked a few dishes for you and you're already this smitten. You must be joking, grandfather. Let's wait until he passes Silva's test first, Zeno said, turning his head to glance out the window. Across the long corridor, the boy stood, Snowwalker in hand, his sun and mountain earrings glinting as he walked with confidence. He stopped 10 meters from the training room. Vum. His killing intent was so tangible it nearly distorted the space around him. The boy tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes measuring the distance. Inside the training room, separated by a single door, a man sat imposingly on a stone stool, casually playing with a soft whip in one hand while resting his chin on the other. He looked over with an air of relaxed confidence. His powerful, unrivaled rin surged wantonly through the room, nearly blasting Illumi, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, clear across the floor. My foolish, dear little brother formed a hand blade and stabbed it fiercely into the wall, digging his fingers in to hold his ground. He looked up again. The door to the room swung open, revealing Roy's perfectly calm face. 46, Chapter 46, The First Clash X Roy's Psychological Warfare. Chapter 46, The First Clash X Roy's Psychological Warfare. You're here. Yes, I'm here. You seem confident. And what if I wasn't? Roy unsheathed his sword, looking deeply at Silva. Would you go easy on me because of it, father? No, I would only be harder on you. The hand Silva had been using to toy with the soft whip paused. He rose to his full height, and with his movement, a torrent of killing intent, like a raging ocean, roared and surged toward Roy. Roy gripped Snowwalker with both hands, remembering Seikanji Urokodake's teachings. His feet were rooted to the floor as if they had grown into it, unmoving, while his thick black hair was blown back, flying wildly in the gale. He could barely keep his eyes open. ZZZT an electric arc flickered. The security camera in the corner glowed with a red light, quickly transmitting the feed. Early that morning, Kikyo was propping herself up by the waist as she got out of bed. With Tsubone attending to her, she was having her morning tea. A few meters away, outside the window, Miluki was dressed in a Lolita skirt, lying on his back in the garden with his belly exposed. An attendant butler was diligently applying ointment to him. A few curious butterflies fluttered by. As they neared the training room, they slammed into what seemed to be an invisible wall, dropping one after another to the ground. Illumi saw it clearly. They had been stunned unconscious by the overwhelmingly powerful killing intent. At that moment, the wind rushing into the room ceased. The shadow of a whip cracked, shattering the air with a deafening snap, as it lashed out abruptly toward Roy's chest. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that Illumi had only glanced away at the butterflies for a second, and by the time he looked back, the whip was already upon Roy. Snake Awakens? With his improved physique, Roy's own Snake Awakens had officially entered the proficient level. He had activated Gyo the moment he stepped into Silva's field of killing intent, so he could faintly see that this strike from his father's whip carried a trace of the Snake Awakens technique. Or perhaps, just as Seikanji Urokodake had said of swordsmanship, the blade is merely an extension of the arm. In the same way, the whip was an extension of Silva's arm. A flick of the whip was a hand blade strike. If it connected, it would do far more than just tear off a layer of skin. Closer. Roy could already smell the grim, murderous aura emanating from the whip. He remained calm, telling himself to hold his nerve. Gripping Snowwalker with both hands, just as he did for his daily 10,000 swings in the snowy world, he assumed an Ijutsu stance. At the precise instant the tip of the whip was about to strike his chest, he brought his blade down in a furious vertical slash. Clang! The tip of the blade scraped against the air, letting out a piercing shriek. Snowwalker carved a perfect arc, striking faster despite being launched later, and accurately intercepted the soft whip, keeping it from his chest. Boom! A mountainous force crashed into him. The assault didn't pause for a single moment despite Roy's block. It was only interrupted for a fraction of a second before the force slammed heavily into his chest. Roy felt as if he had been hit by a 100-ton truck. Snowwalker was nearly ripped from his grasp as his entire body was sent flying backwards, crossing the nearly 10-meter-long corridor and smashing solidly into the stone wall at the corner. Crack, crack. The stone wall fractured in a spider web pattern with him at the center. Intense pain washed over him. As Roy slid down the wall, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. It was clear, with a single blow, his internal organs had been damaged. Why didn't you dodge? The subject of today's test was Zetsu. The primary strength of Zetsu was to conceal one's aura and enhance the 5 senses. Using Zetsu to evade attacks was exactly what Roy should have been doing. Why should I dodge? Roy wiped the blood from his lips and tightened his grip on Snowwalker, retorting, since you are testing me, father. It's only natural that I measure you in return. It's a basic courtesy. Liar, you just want to fight back. Illumi shrewdly retreated deeper into the corner. He thought of himself as a venomous snake, coiled in the shadows, his 2 empty eyes locked onto Roy. He appeared expressionless, but his mind was in turmoil, far from the calm he projected. From a young age, they had been taught that an assassin is not a brute. You only accept jobs you can complete, you turn down the ones you can't. To foolishly accept a mission beyond your capabilities was to seek death. And in Illumi's eyes, Roy was seeking death. Do you think you're immortal? Or do you think that just because you are my son, I won't use lethal force? Silva had noticed it too, his gaze on Roy turning ice cold. Roy remained silent. In truth, he simply hated the feeling of being hit without being able to strike back. When facing an enemy, even if it is your father, you must defeat him fair and square. Roy had to admit, he had deceived Seikanji Urokodake. He knew that at his current stage, he was no match for Silva. But the thought of scurrying around like a cornered rat was something he could never accept. At the very least, I have to try and touch the hem of his clothes. Ignoring both Silva's question and Illumi's presence, Roy activated Zetsu. By closing his aura nodes and heightening his 5 senses, he focused his eyes, and with a step of his mastered shadow step, he abruptly vanished before Illumi's very eyes. Whoosh! A whirlwind suddenly kicked up in the training room. When he reappeared, dozens of Roys, each holding Snow Walker with their Sun and Mountain earrings swaying, leaped before Silva and brought their blades down in another vertical slash. Sun breathing, first form, dance. Whoosh! The tips of the blades ignited from friction with the air, carving dozens of circular rings of fire as they sliced downwards. Silva's nostrils flared. He could practically feel the wave of heat on his face. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold arc. Combining Zetsu with Shadow Step and Rhythm Echo is indeed a decent choice. However, only your Shadow Step is barely passable. The man was as immovable as a mountain. With no discernible movement other than a flick of his wrist, he lashed out with the whip again. This time, it was accompanied by numerous howling gusts of wind, faster and more ferocious than the first strike. In an instant, countless after-images of the whip appeared, so many that Illumi's eyes blurred trying to follow them. Thwip, thwip, thwip. One after another, the images of Roy were whipped away into nothingness. Only one remained, and he was sent flying backwards once again, crashing through a window and landing in the garden below. Miluki, who had been playing dead, was jolted awake. He shot up into a sitting position and stared blankly at Roy, who had collapsed on the ground. A line of snot dripped unceremoniously from his right nostril. Young master. The butler, ever perceptive, scooped him up and scurried to the side. Back in the training room, Silva stood with his back to the shattered window. Continue, he said in a low, resonant voice. At that moment, Illumi peered out again. Underneath the willow tree that had witnessed the rise and fall of several Zoldyck generations, a figure was staggering back to its feet, using a sword for support. He was a battered mess. His forehead had even been cut by the glass, leaving a nasty gash from which fresh blood gushed, staining half of his face red. Cough, cough. That was a heavy one, father. How about we make a deal? You surrender voluntarily, and we'll just call it even this time. Heh heh, a cunning little brat, trying to play mind games with his own old man. In the dimly lit room, the old man rocked back and forth in his chair, thoroughly enjoying the show. Beside him stood Zeno, his N fully activated. 47, Chapter 47, Psychological Games X Illumi the Innocent Bystander. Chapter 47, Psychological Games X Illumi the Innocent Bystander. Psychological Warfare. Provoke your opponent, make them lose their reason in an instant, and find a sliver of possibility where none existed. If he weren't facing Silva, he might have had a chance. Zeno added his own commentary after his grandfather's. As men who had grown old and cunning, their insight was naturally extraordinary. Just as Maha and Zeno said, an elephant never cares about the provocations of an ant. If it gets annoyed, it simply crushes the ant underfoot. Silva was completely unmoved. His towering figure stood within the training room, his face an emotionless mask as he watched Roy. A mocking smirk played on his lips. It was unconcealed and painfully sharp. A clumsy taunt. Illumi voiced Silva's thoughts in his own mind. My foolish, dear little brother peeked at Roy from the cover of the corner. Leaning on his sword, Roy gasped for breath, having already anticipated this outcome. If his invincible father were the type to be easily provoked, he wouldn't have reached his current position as the head of the world's #1 family of assassins. But isn't the meaning of life found in trying? Even if you fail, you just try again. Roy wiped the blood from his face to keep it from obscuring his vision. He took a deep breath, raised Snow Walker, and readjusted his stance. The tip of the blade and his gaze formed a single line, aimed directly at Silva. From the garden to the training room takes 3 seconds. Using Shadow Step will shorten that by 2 seconds. Activating Zetsu will cut it by another 0.5 seconds, and swinging the sword takes 0.01 seconds. So, I only have 0.51 seconds to attack. And in that 0.51 seconds, I have to discern his nen, dodge the whip, and find an opportunity to strike. Roy narrowed his eyes, a self-deprecating smile on his face. He thought to himself, this is one hell of a task. At that moment, the wind rustled the willow tree, its thousands of branches swaying like silk threads. With his back to the tree, Roy closed his eyes, sealed all the aura nodes in his body, and began to regulate his breathing. Besides reducing one's presence, making it ideal for tailing someone, Zetsu also had the effect of gathering aura within the body to eliminate fatigue. The weakness from blood loss was gradually setting in. Roy couldn't ignore it. He did his best to stabilize his condition. When he opened his eyes again, he lunged forward, his feet shifting into a bow stance. To the naked eye, a flash of light streaked forward. Roy aimed a straight thrust at Silva's chest. This time, he abandoned the slash. A slash required raising one's arm, but a thrust did not. Roy made full use of the maximum arm extension principle. He closed the distance to Silva, and without a sound, shot his blade forward. Shweafe. The tip of the blade pierced the air, trailing a plume of fire. Silva's pupils reflected the boy's relentless charge. A flash of approval glinted in the depths of his eyes, only to be whipped into ashes by his rising lash. Telling him to surrender? Dreaming of freedom? Wanting to walk step by step to the very top? Rebellious son, there is only one path ahead of you. Come back to the family, where you belong. Crack. The air exploded as the whip, moving faster despite starting later, struck Roy's body with immense force. Snowwalker flew from his grasp. With a cry of pain, Roy was knocked down by the whip, collapsing in a heap at Silva's feet. It's over. Illumi watched the scene with a blank expression before turning to leave. To challenge a force so far beyond one's own, this was the price for not knowing one's place, for daring to fight back. He turned without the slightest hesitation, but just as he took his first step, whoosh! A cold gleam of light flashed past, grazing his cheek. It sliced a single strand of Silva's silver hair in midair before embedding itself in the south wall with a sharp thunk. Illumi froze, his eyes instinctively looking up. He saw. The pure white katana was pinned to the wall. A thin thread was tied to its hilt, and the other end of that thread was wrapped around a raised middle finger. Haha, not so tough after all. The owner of the finger coughed up blood, his head pressed against the floor. He gave a cold laugh, and then his head slumped down, his middle finger falling with it. In that instant, the wind seemed to stop. The atmosphere in the training room froze solid. How did he do that? The boy wondered. The answer came in the form of a soft chuckle. The little brat actually managed to land a hit. In the dimly lit room, Maha slapped the armrest of his chair, kicking his legs with a grin. He gestured for Zeno to stop staring and get back to massaging his legs. Zeno was visibly stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he shook his head and deactivated his N. Using the loose thread from his cuff to connect to the hilt, to think he could come up with something like that, Zeno muttered to himself. As it turned out, right at Silva's feet, a wisp of Nen attached to the thread quickly dissipated. It was this strand of Nen, channeled through the thread, that had guided Snowwalker to curve in midair. It had taken advantage of the moment when both Silva and Illumi were off guard to fly past their faces. With 3 strikes of the whip, the test was over. That precise moment was when anyone would let their guard down. A sudden attack at that time was difficult even for Silva to handle. He could only rely on his superhuman instincts to tilt his head and avoid it. The result was a single lock of his hair, cut and pinned to the wall. Did you understand? Silva fingered the severed strand of hair. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked Illumi. Illumi, having processed what happened, gave a stiff nod. Explain it to me. Telling you to let him surrender was bait. He deliberately raised your guard, so that when the test was truly over and your guard was down, he would have his one and only chance to strike. And what? Illumi looked at Silva, confused. His answer was a whip lashing down at his head. Instantly, he joined Roy on the floor, knocked unconscious. And strength. He could take 3 of my strikes. Can you? Silva tossed the whip, hanging it on the south wall right next to Snowwalker. He shoved his hands in his pockets and walked away, his face a cold mask. The strand of silver hair swayed gently in the breeze, just as Illumi's consciousness faded, plunging into complete darkness. Strength. The boy's head lolled to the side, and his eyes closed. The butler, Luke, had been waiting outside the door the whole time. Seeing Silva emerge, he bowed deeply. Silva said, "Dig a hole and bury them." "Yes, sir." Luke was a professional at this. It was just that. Young Master Roy didn't seem to like sleeping in holes. Luke grumbled silently but didn't hesitate. He shouldered his shovel and carried out the order. A short while later, 2 heads woke up in the garden, looking at each other with mutual disgust. "Who buried me here?" Roy glanced at Luke. "It was the master, sir." "Roy. Dig me out." "Yes, sir." After some rustling, Roy was lifted from the pit and laid down next to the willow tree. A gentle breeze blew past, and the shade from the tree made him feel a bit more comfortable. "Hey." At that moment, a deeply unpleasant, ghostly voice shattered the beauty of the sunset. Illumi stared at Roy with his vacant eyes and said meticulously, "I will not lose to you." Roy simply closed his eyes, pretending not to hear. Illumi stubbornly repeated, "I will not lose to you." Roy rolled over, turning his back to him. Illumi opened his mouth wide. "Did you hear me? I said, I will not lose to you." "So annoying." Roy exploded, throwing a slipper that smacked Illumi squarely on the head. Finally, peace and quiet. 48, Chapter 48, A Call from Wing X, The Divide Between Humans and Ghosts. Chapter 48, A Call from Wing X, The Divide Between Humans and Ghosts. The Master knows how to control his strength. Your aura protected you, so even though you sustained some internal injuries, you'll recover after a few days of rest. The night was heavy and dark. Gota had taken over for Luke, carrying Roy back to his bedroom. The boy had a bandage wrapped around his forehead and several fresh bloody marks on his back. The young butler knelt by the window, carefully applying medicine to the wounds. A lamp was already lit on the desk against the wall. Its light mingled with the moonlight, casting a soft halo around the room. Roy lay on his stomach, staring blankly. He seemed to be admiring the moon, but in reality, his mind was racing, replaying the day's battle. Without a doubt, there was a massive power gap between him and Silva. It had nothing to do with the application of Nen abilities. Silva hadn't even used Nen in his attacks. He had achieved absolute dominance through sheer, overwhelming, power, and speed that was impossible to react to. Ultimately, the difference is in our physical bodies. His father was in the absolute prime of his life. His body, tempered through countless trials, had already reached a level that was difficult for others to even comprehend. If I want to even touch him, I'll need to be able to fully open the testing gate, at the very least. Each leaf of the Zoldyck family's testing gate weighed 2 tons. The first gate was 4 tons, the third was 16 tons. To open all 7 gates completely required an absolute strength of 256 tons in both arms. The limit for an ordinary adult male was somewhere between 400 and 800 pounds. Converting that to a physique value. In other words, Silva's current stat had to be at least 500. Roy wouldn't ask the exact number, and Silva would never tell him. All he knew was that for the next phase, he would first have to grind his physique up to a baseline of 500. Young master, please bear with it. This may sting a little. The ointment wasn't particularly gentle, it was quite irritating. Very Zoldyck. The moment Gotha finished his warning, Roy sucked in a sharp breath, all his plans vanishing from his mind. Fortunately, enduring pain just makes it hurt more. Roy decided to distract himself, asking Gotha, "Have you contacted that doctor who lives near the Heavens Arena?" "I had someone inquire. He's available on Thursday." "Then book the tickets for Wednesday." Tanjiro's illness could not be delayed. The sooner he was treated, the better. On the other hand, the question of whether a conjured object could be deconjured was a vexing problem. Roy wondered if, after learning the 4 major principles, he should get a hunter license to access the official hunter website and look it up. Just as Gotha finished applying the medicine and began wrapping the bandages, he brought up another matter. "That man, Wing, called again. He's inviting you to watch his match on August 17th. He said that he will cover the ticket costs and all travel expenses. As long as you are willing to come, young master, nothing is a problem." "What day of the week is August 17th? "Next Saturday." Gotha pushed up the glasses on his nose and said in a low voice, "That man probably hasn't given up on the idea of fighting you. He's harassing you repeatedly." "Perhaps I should. I could kill him." Gotha finished his sentence with a throat-slitting gesture. Roy didn't look down on him, nor did he underestimate him, but he was certain of one thing: if Gotha dared to make a move, this time next year, Roy would be bringing a bouquet of his favorite violets to his grave. There's no need for killing. Besides, he's not alone. There's an old monster backing him. Roy replied casually. The thought of a certain blonde, twin-tailed loli came to mind. If she got angry and powered up, the entire Heavens Arena probably wouldn't be enough for her to tear down. Furthermore, Roy had every reason to suspect that her stats were also at least 500 or more. "Shall I refuse him then?" Gotha asked tentatively. Roy pondered for a moment. "Forget it," he said. "Since he's extending a sincere invitation, I'll go and have a look. It's been a year. I'm actually curious to see how much he's grown." It said his opponent is a veteran transmuter. "If you're interested in watching, young master, you could certainly learn a few things." The Heavens Arena had already released information about the fight. Anyone who was interested could find it online. Roy gave a non-committal hum. Once Gotha had finished with the bandages, he waved a hand, dismissing him and asking him to prepare a file on the match for the next day. That night, he slept soundly, lying face down on his bed. After an arduous battle, Roy drifted off once more. He found himself in a multicolored tunnel, which he passed through to enter the familiar sea of cognition. He rolled up his pant legs and walked into the water from the soft sand, letting the waves crash against his body as he let out a huge shout, "Ah!" He emptied his heart of all the disappointment, frustration, dejection, and other negative emotions. Only then did he rub his face and push open the gate to the Demon Slayer world. He stepped inside. The familiar sensation of falling washed over him. Roy awoke again, nestled by the heated table, lying on the bed. His eyes opened to see Makomo, her big, beautiful eyes staring at him with curiosity. The ghosts had all assumed that after taking a day off and eating the special hot pot Seikanji Urokodaki had prepared, he would have begun his journey home to thrash his father. They never expected that Roy would do exactly as he said. He spent the entire day resting in the cabin with Seikanji. When he did go out, it was only to hunt some game on Saggery Mountain, which he gave to Seikanji to cure as provisions for the coming winter. Only late at night, after the two had blown out the oil lamp and wished each other good night, did Roy mention that he was going off to fight. At the time, his master said nothing, and the ghosts were all confused. It was the big-mouthed Shinsuke who, letting his imagination run wild, shouted, "Don't tell me he's going to fight in his dreams." This sparked a heated debate among them. Some complained that they'd been tricked by Iyakairo, that it was all just an excuse to be lazy. Others suggested that maybe Iyakairo really was dreaming of Tanjiro. Perhaps there was long-standing resentment between father and son, and since Iyakairo was such a filial child, he would never show it in person and could only vent in his dreams. Shinsuke and Fukuda started bickering again, each sticking to their own theory. For some reason, only Makomo and Sabito exchanged a look. They believed Roy was telling the truth. "My intuition tells me that Iyakairo isn't the type to lie," Makomo had said to Sabito with conviction the night before. So, she hadn't slept a wink, keeping her eyes fixed on Roy to see if he would show any unusual signs. Unfortunately, aside from frowning and tossing and turning a bit more than usual, he was no different from any other night. Makomo was a little disappointed. "He's awake. Sabito, quick, ask him." Did he kill his father? Seeing Roy's eyes open, Makomo urged Sabito on. Sabito rolled his eyes in exasperation and pretended not to hear. There was a divide between humans and ghosts. Since they all knew Roy couldn't hear them speak, why did she want him to ask? Makomo's curiosity really is getting stronger by the day, Sabito grumbled to himself. Suddenly, he heard Roy speak. I lost. And it was a miserable defeat. In that instant, he, Makomo, and all the other ghosts huddled in the small cabin, including Shinsuke and Fukuda, froze on the spot. 49, Chapter 49, Swordsmanship Proficiency X Yamato Nachiko's 7 Transformations. Chapter 49, Swordsmanship Proficiency X Yamato Nachiko's 7 Transformations. That Ieyakuiro guy, can he hear us talking? The ghosts jumped in fright. When they realized Roy was speaking directly to Seikanji Urokadake, Shinsuke, Fukuda, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was a false alarm, but at the same time, they felt a pang of disappointment. Seikanji Urokadake, his back still to Roy, finished preparing the meal and brought it out. It was the usual miso soup with a small bowl of rice, but this time it was accompanied by a small plate of leftover wild boar from the previous day, neatly sliced and arranged. Eat first, the old man said from behind his tengu mask, plucking a slice of boar meat and popping it into his mouth. Roy followed suit, taking a sip of miso soup to warm his stomach. After a few simple bites, he accepted the hot tea that Seikanji handed him. Briefly, tell me about the fight. As steam curled up from the tea, Seikanji Urokadake knelt by the heated table, listening intently to Roy's account. His final conclusion was much the same as Roy's own analysis from the night before. Your idea of using the thread from your cuff to wrap around the hilt was clever, but it was still a trick. Tricks are a last resort for the weak, a method born from desperation when there are no other options. Seikanji thought back to his own clashes with powerful demons in the past. It was a good thing his opponent had been Ieyakuiro's father. If he had been facing one of the powerful upper moons, no amount of trickery would have saved him. Therefore, you must train more. Train twice as hard, eat twice as much. When the sun has risen and set enough times, that will be the time to strike. That's what I was thinking, too, Roy said with a smile. He drained his tea in one go, and without any further delay, grabbed the training sword hanging on the wall, pushed open the door, and marched into the wind and snow, heading deeper into Saggery Mountain. The boy disappeared into the blizzard, his steps deep and shallow in the snow. Seikanji Urokadake watched him silently from behind for a moment, then picked up a carving knife and a block of wood and began to carve a mask. Master is carving a mask for Ieyakuiro. That means Ieyakuiro has earned his acknowledgement. Makomo noticed Seikanji's actions and murmured softly. Beside her, Sabito stood silently, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. 23,128. 23,129. Sunday, 24,000 swings. Monday, 26,000. Tuesday, 28,000. On the night before he was to depart to see the doctor. With a single swing of his blade, Roy unleashed a crescent-shaped slash, successfully completing his third session of 10,000 swings. Scree! The slash detached from the training sword, flew 3 meters, and struck a wooden post, slicing it cleanly in two. A notification appeared on his panel. Swordsmanship plus 18. Current swordsmanship level 88/100, novice 6/1000, proficient. Monster. How can he produce an air slash after only training for half a month? Shinsuke shrieked, floating up from the severed log. Roy's last strike had nearly split him in two. The air slash, formed when the blade's wind tears through the air, was the very achievement he had dreamed of accomplishing when he was still alive. At this rate, it won't be long before he graduates and splits the boulder, Fukuda observed, watching more closely than Shinsuke. He had seen the slash detach from the blade and fly nearly 4 meters before dissipating upon impact. That distance was more than enough to pass the final test set by Seikanji Urokadake. In the original story, the final test Seikanji had set for Tanjiro was to slice through a spherical boulder with a radius of 3 meters. Roy's last slash had clearly exceeded that range. He won't. Sabito stood on a birch tree branch, his eyes brighter than ever before, his insight deeper and farther reaching than Fukuda's. He took a deep breath. Master won't let Ieyakuiro leave the mountain this quickly. He is not like us. He is nowhere near his own limit. His full potential must be completely extracted. To do anything less would be a waste of his extraordinary talent. You're amazing, Ieyakuiro. If it's you, you can surely change this wretched world. Sabito thought to himself as Makomo tugged on his sleeve. The girl looked up at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Hey, was Jiu-senpai this amazing back then? Jiu Tomioka, the current water Hashira, was the pride of Seikanji Urokadake and all his disciples, living and dead. Before meeting Roy, Sabito had firmly believed that Jiu was the most talented student master ever had. But now, Jiu was nowhere near as good as Ieyakuiro, Sabito said, shaking his head with conviction. Before he learned a breathing style, he couldn't perform an air slash, let alone one that could travel 4 meters. I knew Ieyakuiro was special. Yes, he is, Sabito said with a soft laugh. What I'm really curious about now is what Master will use to test him when it's finally time for him to graduate. A boulder with a 10-meter radius? A waterfall nearly 30 meters high? Or perhaps, an entire hill? Sabato's eyes burned with intensity as he watched Roy. The boy let out a long breath, took a handkerchief from his robes, and began to wipe down the training sword. Snowwalker was a blade, and this training sword was also a blade. Since they weren't people, there was no need for monogamy. Roy wiped the blade with intense focus, silently cultivating a bond with it. Soon, he received the next day's training plan. Unsurprisingly, add another 2,000 tomorrow. Seikanji Yurokadaki emerged from the dense woods, speaking as he always did. The snow piled on his shoulders revealed the fact that he had been watching silently for a very long time. Okay, Roy replied succinctly. After cleaning the sword, he turned and followed Seikanji back to the warmth of the small cabin. Dinner was a few pheasants he had hunted in the forest the day before. This time, Roy didn't just have a few bites. He devoured 3 entire birds like a whirlwind, then collapsed onto the bed with a full stomach and fell into a satisfied sleep. At his feet, Makomo stared at him with resentful eyes. To see but not eat was simply too cruel for a spirit. Makomo desperately wanted to experience the sensation of flavor again. After all, she had been dead for a very, very long time, so long that she had almost forgotten what it felt like. HSS soft snores echoed through the room. Under Makomo's watchful gaze, Roy fell asleep quickly and deeply that night. Perhaps it was because he no longer had to worry about passing Silva's test, or perhaps it was the relaxation that came with an impending journey. In any case, when he opened his eyes the next day, having left the world of Demon Slayer and returned to Kukuro Mountain, the familiar sense of exhaustion was significantly reduced. He even spent 2 fewer minutes lazing in bed. Dong! The familiar chime of the clock rang out. His daily run began. He ran down from the old castle at the peak of the mountain, past the butler's quarters, and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Roy's gaze focused. He was surprised to see 2 familiar faces. His grandfather, Zeno, and the butler, Subone. Good morning, young master. Zebro was sharp-eyed. He wouldn't have been the gatekeeper for so many years otherwise. He spotted Roy from a distance and tipped his hat in greeting. In response, Zeno and Subone turned to look at him at the same time. Subone placed her right hand over her chest in a gesture of respect. Then her body transformed, turning into a small car. The car door opened. After a single glance at Roy, Zeno sat inside with a blank expression. With a roar of the engine, the car sped off down the mountain. Yamato Natsuko's 7 transformations. Not bad. That's a pretty useful ability. Roy stopped to watch it go, deciding that as soon as he got back, he would ask Gota to transform into one for him too. 50. Chapter 50. The Terrorist X the nth trip away from home. Chapter 50. The Terrorist X the nth trip away from home. Master Zeno received a bounty from the National Police Agency. He's heading to the neighboring Minbo Republic to deal with a terrorist who calls himself Joker. Subone is responsible for driving him to the airport and managing Master Zeno's daily affairs. At 4:30 in the morning, Roy, having finished his shower, sat at the dining table. He chewed on a beef burger while listening to Gota report the day's itinerary. This time, he had specifically requested it well done. The chef who prepared the medium-rare burger has been dismissed, young master. Please rest assured, Gota continued his report. I had someone book the tickets the day before yesterday. After we see Dr. Bennett at the Provincial General Hospital in the city today, we can immediately take an airship to the Heavens Arena. Tell me about this, Joker, Roy interrupted, suddenly thinking of someone. A certain man who was quite skilled at growing apples and also dressed like a clown, though his nose wasn't red. He killed an entire boatload of people. What kind of boat? A pirate ship ride at an amusement park. Gota pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, his voice low. According to the information provided by the Minbo Republic's National Police Agency, nearly 200 people died because of him. The news was even on television. You can find it with a simple online search, young master. If the deaths of that many people didn't make the news, Roy could only assume the higher-ups in the Minbo Republic were darker than crows. Anything else? Besides us, the Hunter Association is also monitoring the situation. Not surprising, Roy said, washing down the last piece of his burger with a gulp of milk. He leisurely wiped his mouth with a napkin. Terrorists should be dealt with by terrorists. If the police are willing to pay, they can naturally hire others. The Hunter Association was also a notoriously violent organization, and the anti-terrorism group led by the 3-star terrorist hunter, Paris Tunhill, wasn't just for show. None of this had anything to do with them. Let's pack up and go. After finishing the last of his milk, Roy stood up. All the necessities, including tickets and hotel reservations, had been handled by Gota, leaving him free of burdens. He picked up Snowwalker from its stand and headed for the door. Young master, airport regulations prohibit blade articles, Gota reminded him in a timely manner, turning to hand Roy a wooden cane he had prepared in advance. Roy looked at him suspiciously, took the cane, and gave the handle a tug, pulling out a concealed sword. Gota quickly explained, please do not underestimate this cane, young master. It is made entirely of ironwood, with a hardness comparable to refined steel. Furthermore, it is not on the list of restricted items at the airport. So this is what they call finding loopholes in the rules, huh? Roy gave the cane sword a few swings. It was surprisingly a bit heavier than Snow Walker. The blade was etched with a black flame pattern. It would do nicely in a pinch. Shing! The blade slid back into its sheath, once again becoming an ordinary-looking cane in Roy's hand. With Gota carrying 2 suitcases, the boy walked through the quiet, long corridor and arrived at the main entrance of the old castle, where he paused upon seeing someone. Luke stood with his hands clasped over his stomach, looking as if he had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Roy, he bowed. The master said that training is not to be neglected, even when you are away. The sessions you miss in the coming days will have to be made up for upon your return. How? Doubled. Oh. Roy strode past Luke. Luke bowed even lower, a sliver of his gaze sneaking a peek at him. As the boy stepped out the main door, he turned his head and glanced back at the second floor. In front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window of the second-floor bedroom, a tall, bare-chested man stood, his silver hair cascading down his back. He gently swirled a glass of red wine, his eyes quietly fixed on him. From behind the man, a slender hand snaked out, tracing a path down his chest. The man's body visibly tensed, and the wine in his glass stopped swirling. TCH. Busy, everyone is busy. Being busy is good. Gota, let's go. Roy averted his gaze and turned away, leaving without a single backward glance. Gota hurried to keep up. As they passed the garden, he saw a human head sleeping peacefully under a sun umbrella. Suddenly, the head spoke. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. I've passed, too, Illumi said, opening his eyes. Congratulations. Roy didn't turn back, leaving Illumi with the sight of his not-so-imposing back as he walked on without breaking stride. Gota, a suitcase in each hand, fell in behind, giving Illumi a slight nod. Master and servant, one after the other, soon disappeared into the forests of Kukuru Mountain. The entirety of Kukuru Mountain was Zoldyck territory. Only the sun in the sky, and the sunlight blocked by the umbrella, did not belong to them. Illumi watched Roy leave, seeing clearly that his aura was once again that cold gray, the kind that kept people at a distance, a mix of concern and indifference that always maintained a certain detached feeling. Next time, when you come back, I definitely won't be knocked out by the electricity again. As Roy's figure vanished, Illumi simply closed his eyes again. In a certain dimly lit room, separated by a wall, the old man was snoozing. Guess I'll be eating crap for a few days. He mumbled. He rolled over and farted. Old bones, weak bladders. It seemed that with age, even one's sphincter control began to fail. About 10 minutes later, Zebro returned from a bathroom break to find Roy and Gota standing before the testing gate. He hurried forward, showing off his massive biceps. Don't worry, young master, I'll open the gate for you. No need. Roy tossed the cane to Gota, rolled up his sleeves, took 2 steps forward, and placed his palms flat against the testing gate. With a powerful shove, 1 gate, 2 gates, 3 gates. The testing gate swung wide open. He had pushed through the first 3 layers directly. The 4th gate trembled slightly but remained firmly shut. 4 gates required 32 tons of absolute strength, equivalent to 70 adult men. In terms of physique, that was 70 points. A long road still lay ahead. Roy wisely gave up. He wasn't discouraged or dejected, he had expected as much. He let out a light breath, took the cane back from Gota, and walked straight out. A black car was already waiting. 100 meters from the mountain gate's guard post, a red tour bus was parked. A crowd of people had gathered in front of the bus, aiming professional cameras with long lenses at the testing gate, snapping picture after picture. When they suddenly saw the gate pushed open and a handsome young boy walk out, followed by a tall butler carrying luggage, everyone froze. Someone shouted at it was unclear who. That's the eldest young master of the Zoldyck family. An explosion of camera flashes went off, so bright that Roy couldn't open his eyes. Gota, was this really the best time to leave? My apologies, young master. Gota quickly signaled the driver to open the car door, letting Roy get in. He then placed the luggage in the trunk and slid into the car himself. They are nothing but commoners, infatuated with your appearance, young master. If you are displeased, I will go and kill them all right now. Enough with the talk of killing. Roy leaned back against the soft seat, stretching his arms out lazily. Forget it. It's not the first time. Just find the ones who are selling my pictures online and teach them a proper lesson. Yes, sir. A cold glint flashed in Gota's eyes. The young master was kind and wouldn't stoop to their level. But those despicable people dared to post his picture online and sell it for a paltry 10,000 jenny. It was an insult to him, Gota. They had to be taught a proper lesson.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, You will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.